Guten Morgen, chatters. Guten Morgen. Okay. Hello, chat. We're back at it again. Another Tuesday, Higurashi, chapter 5. Is where we are at. Yes, it is 5 p.m. CST instead of 6 p.m. CST today. I mean, there's not really much of a method to my madness. I'm gonna be so real with y'all. I think every stream this week is starting at a different time. I think today was 5 p.m. I'd have to double check, but I think tomorrow I have at 6 or maybe 5. And then Friday I have at, I think, 4. Though low-key, I'm gonna have to move that to 3. So it's just a chaotic little situation. What's up, Zeus? What's up, everybody? Can I call you Drewski? I mean, you can call me a lot of things. But, like, I might not respond to it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, the best way to know when is just to look at the YouTube live to see when I have it scheduled. I also need to do that for Twitch. Getting answers, getting more answers, getting even more answers. See, you have to understand, when I set a new stream thing, I reuse the time, like, all the information of the last one, and then I'm just like, well, I gotta add something, and then I only have to add one word, you know? It's that easy. Because otherwise, like, what, am I gonna type it all from scratch? No, that's crazy. That's crazy. So we do it all the way. Had to reinstall your entire PC, OS, BIOS? That sounds terrible. I don't even know what that means. That sounds terrible. Oh, frick, did I double up on Satoko, my beloved? I believe that. Yeah. No, honestly, true, though. Valid. Wait, I gotta get my notes up. Let me get my Higurashi notes up. Also, yes, we do have a sub counter on screen now. I need to make a goal, or like a reward for the goal. Right now, it's set at 75, because that's just what it was already at when AG sent it to me. So shout out to AG for, putting that together. I have no idea if it actually works. I'm gonna be so honest. I have no idea if it works. We have 33. Will it update to 34? Who knows? We don't know. So we're gonna find that out. Otherwise, where's my notes? There it is. Yeah, I'll probably, if you guys have any ideas for a good goal thing, I'm thinking like, my kind of rough idea was like some sort of like cosplay bit, because that's always funny. I don't know, like, there's a lot of options. Cosplay Oishi for a goal. That would be one of them. That would be an idea. Or like, I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff we could do there. Maybe I'll hold like a poll or something. Cosplay Rena. Well, and that's all like Higurashi focused. I could also cosplay like someone from like Silk Song or whatever. Yeah, more Twitch emotes would be a good idea. There's a lot of things I need to do, chat. I need to get shorts out. Well, yeah, I need to get shorts out on YouTube. I need to get shorts out on Instagram and TikTok as well. That's like the new play. Cosplay Hornet, butt booty naked. See, now we're talking about some good ideas here. Now this is what I'm talking about. Alright? Unironically, low-key, I'd look fire in a Hornet cosplay. Because all that really matters is to have your legs, like, look good. And I think I have, like, fine-looking legs. So I'd be fine, right? I'd just be wearing, like, leggings. I'd have the cloak go far enough that you don't see, like, my gigantic 17-inch bulge. And then, of course, I'm wearing the mask, so it doesn't matter that I don't look like a dude. Or, I mean, like Hornet, like a woman. You know? It seems kind of perfect. So, yeah, I could totally pull off a Hornet. And then all I gotta do is go, like, ha, ha, yeah! Okay, pretend that was good. I'm still sick, so I'm allowed to have a bad femme voice. Twink body fits well for a Hornet cosplay. So I don't have a twink body. Just say you want to be a twink. So I'm not a twink. So I'm not a twink. Wait. You know what? Maybe we don't do the Hornet cosplay. Maybe you've convinced me otherwise. Maybe that's actually a bad idea. Wait a second. Cicada day, indeed. I'm also curious for this. How about you show yourself? I'll do you one better. I'll show the game. I'll get everything moving. Look at it. Isn't it a beautiful film? Isn't it beautiful? Oh, jeez. You're giving Silk Song freaking lore. Yo, you think I understand Hollow Knight lore? We're cooked. Oh my god. Alright, did it move? Wait, is it gonna move? Everybody focus on this number. Did it move? Where were we at? Somebody lock in. Is it gonna move? Is it gonna move? Is it gonna move? I don't think it's moving. Thank you, Witch, for gifting 5 subs. That's 4 more than we needed to test, but it's very appreciated. Thank you, Witch. That's very nice of you. Hooray. You were 33 before. It'll update. It'll update. Believe. You have to believe. That is very nice of you, though, Witch. Oh my goodness, thank you. The bar moved, but the number didn't. Oh no, wait, really? Oh no, the bar moved? Wait. Okay, new plan. What if I set it so it says, like, 33 subscribers out of 34, and then people donate, and then the number doesn't go up, and it's perpetually at 33. And so they always think it's one more. Oh my goodness. We got him. Free, unlimited money generation technique has been unlocked. What's up, Hinik? Congrats on just getting the sub off the rip. I've seen people do that. Yeah, that's evil. That's an evil technique. Okay, well, at least we learned the bar moved. Good, right. Good testing. Good testing. We can just keep... Well, maybe if I... Let's see if I like, refresh it. Maybe it'll, Oh, geez. How do I do this? How do I do this? Okay. And then I put it back. Hey! Okay, if I manually update it, it works. Look, I manually updated it and it went up to 38. I just had to refresh it myself. So that says something. I just had to, like, reload the browser. I don't know how to, like, is there a way to make that happen all the way? I would love to contribute, but I'm on perpetual 144p. That is so sad. Oh, wait, refresh browser when scene becomes active? Maybe that would do it? I think it might have been me doing it. Oh, frick, really? Oh no, somebody has to donate again. How are we ever gonna learn? Also, I gotta move the chat because now the sub thing is in the way. Or maybe I can move the sub thing up. No, that looks bad. Chat's gotta scoot down though so that people can actually be read. Also, reminder to YouTube chat that I only read Twitch chat, by the way. Love you, though, YouTube chat. Appreciate you, though, YouTube chat. I reloaded the stream elements editor at the same time. Unlucky. Pink looks like a Roblox character. I take that as a successful negotiation. Something above my name? You mean above my face? You mean up here? I kind of like it below. I feel like it looks good right there, no? And cover entire webcam with sub goal. 38. And then on YouTube, it'll be the other half of it. So you go to Twitch and you get the 38. How many we have. You go to YouTube, you get the other half, 75. How many we need? Hooray. Hooray. It's a multi-environmental stream. Oh shit, I messed it up. I'm gonna have to spend like 3 years moving this back around on YouTube on this tiny ass multi-screen ass screen. Oh, be like, right. Oh frick, wait. Wait, I have to activate, like, I have to zoom in. No. Boom. There we go. That looks good. And then... Boom, 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 boom. No, Witch, you are good. You have done your tithe. You have done all that is needed of you. Rika cosplay win. Rika cosplay 75 subs. Yeah, maybe we hold like a poll in the Discord. Shout out the Discord. That's probably gonna be how we decide. Or maybe I could do a YouTube poll. I don't know. One of the two. One of the two. You should just be in both locations. Maybe you should just be everywhere so you never miss anything. Pink Cube will be giving away his personal information to 75 subs, but only to one of the 75 subs. So basically, being subscribed is like gambling. Think about it. I can run one in the Higurashi channel. Oh no, but I don't know if I necessarily want it to be a Higurashi one. You know? I feel like we could, like, throw in, like, one or two things from other stuff, too. You know? And then if Higurashi wins. But, like, I don't want to, like, necessarily, like, limit it into one thing. Man, we're kind of close to the end of this one, too. Trust me. Yeah, I trust you, Zeus. Yeah, I trust you. Notebook page 34. You know, if you really want to learn about Oyashiro-sama, there's, like, a bunch of different, like, legal texts that correspond to Oyashiro-sama. So if you look up, like, Higurashi, Rule 34 online, then you'll get a link to the page that this notebook's talking about, which will tell you all about Oyashiro-sama and Oyashiro-sama's curse. So make sure that you do that, chat. That's actually going to be a quiz later. And also page 42. Wait. Low-key? Why isn't there a Twitch link in the description of the YouTube stream? Give me T minus like 39 seconds. It's there. T minus 39 seconds. It's there. Boom. It's there. Check again. Okay. Notebook page 34. Let's get it moving, chat. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. What just happened last time? I have to, like, remember. So, last thing I remember is, what's her name? Shion. This is why we clash. Shion just ripped off some of her own nails. Wait, what the fuck just... Oh, no. No. Why is that there? Wait, I didn't write that, chat. Chat, I didn't write that. What? Why is that there? Wait. Oh! It was Oyashiro-sama. Chat, did you see that, chat? Oyashiro-sama's curse is among us. Wait, Among Us reference? Holy shit. Why did it go to 39 is real. I have no idea why it went to 39. Oh no! Oyashiro-sama! Oh frick, now I gotta readjust. I gotta get it like pixel perfect on both of the streams. Okay, there we go. Wait, Abdul, did you sub? Oh, why don't I see it? Oh, thank you for the sub, Abdul. I don't see it in my thing yet. Maybe it's just being late, but thank you. Look like the Germa sus picture. Germa sus picture was made up of like 300 different death row criminals. That's why it looks like me. I'm one of them. Why am I not getting the star? I'm gonna be so weird with you, buddy. But you got the star just on my screen. Appreciate you, dope. You're root for that, Abdul. All right, let's lock in. Wait, I have to remember what happened. So, yeah, Satoshi went missing. Shion was pretty sad about that. The idea of one of the Sonozakis being in love with a Hojo was like the culmination of the problem as far as Shion saw it. And then like we were like sad and shit, and then we were like, yeah. That's about all I got. Oh, Shion almost bludgeoned Satoko and Rika. Yeah, that was a moment. Yeah. That was good. Well, she did bludgeon Satoko, but then she almost bludgeoned Rika as well with a school chair. Or like a desk. It was like a whole thing. Yeah. She was about to hit like that forward smash. Wait, Shion in Smash Bros win? Shion in Smash Bros? What would her ult be? Wait, what's her ultimate? Her ultimate move. Begging for forgiveness. It's a big AoE Sonic attack. Think about it, chat. Think about it. That could be okay. Oh, wait. Her ultimate is it's a transform ultimate, and she turns into Mion, right? Where she changes her hair and she turns into Mion, and then she becomes super strong, and it goes like demon mode and just starts killing people. That's the play. It's like Sonic, how he goes golden mode. Oh, no, he doesn't do the transformation. It's like Little Mac. It's like Little Mac. Right? Little Mac goes into Big Mac mode. Big Mac, just like McDonald's. Holy shit. Okay, I think I remember basically what's going on. Oh man, why do I have to read? Bro, my throat is so fricked up. I woke up with such a fricked up throat today. I went and got myself a chocolate shake, bro. You forgot my shake? Shake your booty. The information that Satoshi-kun might have headed to Tokyo hasn't been verified. It started as follows. I swear, if you bring up that somebody saw him in that station, I'm gonna lose it. A young man came to the lost and found window looking for his wallet. The station employee asked him to write down his name on the form. Then the young man started with writing Hojo as his name, but he stopped in the middle, crumpled the form, and wrote a completely different name on another form. Okay, that's pretty good, actually. That's better than just some random person might have seen him. Another station employee witnessed a similar-looking young man rushing into the train heading to Tokyo. The employee from the Lost and Found and the employee who was on the platform talked about the suspicious young man in the locker room. That was all. Okay, wait, I'm gonna write that down. Satoshi ran away, spotted at train station, and also wrote Hojo on a form before crumpling it. Yeah. Wait, I have to remember what. Wait. Another. Oh my goodness, piss Satoshi. I literally. I have notes. I got a lot of notes, chat. Okay, it's been a thing. Okay, it's the Higurashi notes. I take this shit seriously, chat. I'm locked in, chat. So, okay. Oh! That's right. Satoshi went to go buy the bear that Satoko wanted, but the bear had already been purchased. And so then he was like hoed. And then what got him to run away though? Was he told by the Sonozakis to run? I think he was told by somebody to run. I don't really remember that well. Frick. It's been a long week. I was sick, okay? I got debuffed. Okay. The wallet of the man named Hojo was never reported as found to the Lost and Found office. The first note I wrote, Higurashi, Hinamizawa the village, Watanagashi festival, Keiichi Mayabara, protagonist question mark? Transfer student, was here as a kid question mark? Has never used a hatchet before. Low key, what if Keiichi is getting mind warped by the town, or he really is this cooked? Though I went back and I've added stuff like to the start, like because of how I sorted. I think one of my first real notes was Rena Ryugu, pickle girl. At first I thought Oishi's theory that the Sonozaki family banished Satoshi-kun from Hinamizawa and looked after Satoko in return was bogus. Looked after Satoko in return. Hilarious. But thinking about it now, it doesn't seem too far-fetched. After all, Satoko Hojo started living with Rika Furude. Wait. Huh. That says Rika Furude. That doesn't say Rika Sonozaki. It's almost like the Sonozakis are worthless and should all be executed. Thoughts? After Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Rika Furude isn't just a regular girl. She was the head of the Furude family, one of the three families. Wait, really? The head of the Kimiyoshi family is Rika Furude's guardian. The Sonozaki family probably couldn't step in due to having been officially opposed to the Hojo family, but Satoko Hojo is in the custody of the three families now. Quick question. Who would stop the Sonozaki family from stepping in? The Sonozaki family is literally like the mafia of the town. They can do whatever they want. Probably couldn't step in. By whose orders? They just didn't want to step in. Like, what do you mean? Even though the Hojo family was severely ostracized during the damn conflict, Satoko Hojo is now under protection. Seems as though only Satoko was exempted from blame. Why was she spared even though Satoshi-kun wasn't? Well, that's not quite... Shion was saying that it's not that he's taking the blame for the Hojo stuff, but rather they just can't let her love him. Right? That's what Shion was yapping about. So it's not even about Satoshi taking the blame of the Hojos as much, which that is part of it. Like, you know, he as much said to Shion when Shion went crazy mode with the chair. But like, Shion was saying that it meant a lot more that she had feelings for him, and that's what was really freaking him out. Can I get a gulp for the one time? It's on the house, chat. So I don't know. You can't like it can kind of be both ways, but it's kind of one or the other.
今なんて
信頼できる筋の噂ですが、サトシ君のおば殺しの犯人が見つかったらしいです。
I'm really curious about this. This is what I'm extraordinarily curious about. Because, as far as we know, a drugged up psycho was found and gotten for the murder of Satoshi Kun's aunt. However, we don't know if that's Satoshi or not. I kind of had believed up to this chapter that it was Satoshi, and that the Sonozakis got him, or somebody got him, or he went crazy, and drugged him out the wazoo and sent him in as like a killer dog, right? And then that's what happened. However, here, we've become aware that he went kind of bloodlust mode, but then regained himself afterwards, so that it's not like he went crazy. He wasn't like a feral animal that they got after. He regained himself, and then has potentially fled. The question is, did they get him and then drug him up and drive him crazy and then, you know, imprison him, whatever? Or are they blaming somebody else? And then if they're blaming somebody else, why? That doesn't make any sense to me. Because, like, why would the Sonozakis grab him from, like, Tokyo or whatever, bring him back, and then, like, turn him over as the murderer of the aunt? I mean, if I'm the Sonozakis, I just torture him to death, no? It's a torture to death angle. Why would it... Sonozakis love to torture people to death. So just throw him in there, right? Rip off some of his nails, put him in a bed of spikes. Bada boom, bada bang, easy clap. However, that doesn't seem to be what was done. So, like, why? So I don't know. If it is Satoshi-kun, then why? If it's not Satoshi-kun, then why care about, like, giving a fake culprit? You know? Yeah, these are hypothetical questions. I'm trying to let you guys into my brain, because that's, like, the point, right? But yeah, like, why would you want... And it also helps me actually engage with the story, right? Because if I don't force myself to say stuff out loud, I'm not going to think it. Like, this is how you... Chat, if you ever want to become smarter, force yourself to engage with stuff, okay? It's so easy to just sit, slack-jawed, drool coming out of your mouth, eyes glazed over, engaging in information and consuming media. But you can do more. You can do better. You can engage, activate the neurons, get something going, alright? Be more than a consumer. Be an engager. Rock in. Rena said this is how you make it a game. And we always listen to Rena. We always listen to Pickle Girl. Talk about it. But yeah, so if it is not Satoshi-kun that is thrown in, which would be cool because that means Satoshi would still be alive, in which case the Satoshi good ending is real. There's actually hope. That'd be sick. But then why wouldn't he come back ever? Just because he's scared of getting murked? I mean, fair. I don't know. I mean, probably, right? Yeah. But, and he would have to deal with the uncle. But, okay, so assuming it's not Satoshi-kun, then why would the Sonozakis, again, I'm assuming Sonozaki, why would they put somebody else up as the culprit? Because, and what's weird about that is they have not cared about there being a culprit for the deaths and the disappearances for the 5 years of the festival killing people, right? The yearly tradition. And so, why this time? Now, this one is a murder. You can't blame it on, like, an accident at all. Whereas, like, the other ones, you can kind of do that better. Because, you know, like, the family, like, the parents dying or whatever. But, yeah. So, there's kind of a question of, like, why do they care? Yeah. So, I don't know. Or maybe they just were trying to get rid of somebody, but still, like, who knows? So yeah, I don't know, that's just some out loud thinking, I guess. I kind of lost the steam at the end. I just kind of gave up at that. I was like, yeah, anyways, so let's just keep watching. It had been a few weeks since the murder. Satoshi-kun still hadn't been found. I had no new information on his whereabouts. Kasai's report came as a result completely out of the blue.
警察が逮捕したって意味？
聞いた話では逮捕というより
See, and we know, okay, so this is not Satoshi then.
余罪として自供したんだとか。
This guy had to have just, like, either he did Oh my, I almost just referenced a current political event. I don't know if I need to go there, but like, I'm gonna just lightly go there. Did this guy just do the old guy move at the Charlie Kirk thing? Where you just randomly confess to shit that you're not part of? Did he just do one of those? Like, why? Why would you confess to an interrogation during another case? I don't know why you would do that. Like, for what reason? It's the old guy. Holy shit! It's the old guy from the current event. But point being, like, why? I feel like you might have, like, this guy got like told to, or like forced to, for the love of the game. For the love of the game. Yeah. But it's not Satoshi. So confirm not Satoshi. Because Satoshi's not going to be arrested for another case. That doesn't make sense. So that means Satoshi's alive. Wait. Does that actually mean Satoshi's alive? Because that'd be crazy. Like, and I don't even mean right this second. I mean, like, during chapter 1, 2, and 3. Like, he's out there in the world. I think he's alive, chat. I feel like he's actually alive now. And that they just got another guy. Because otherwise, why would this happen? That's cool. I don't know how to think of that. Man, my boy might be able to come back around and save his sister. Come back to her, bro. That sounded strange. If it was Satoshi-kun they arrested, he wouldn't have worded it that way. Exactly. It sounded as though Satoshi-kun wasn't the culprit. Exactly.
結局、犯人って誰だったの?
So it wasn't Satoshi-kun? I swallowed those final words. I was convinced that it was Satoshi-kun. The police and Oishi must have thought the same way. The reason Oishi approached me is because he was convinced that Satoshi-kun did it. You know what's funny? Roki on the Giga Shleezy, it's not actually Satoshi-kun, and Satoshi-kun actually didn't do it. Because remember when Keiichi tried to murder somebody in a fit of, like, enhanced rage, and then it just ended up not happening, and it wasn't reality? What if he wanted to kill her really bad, thought he did, fully convinced himself he did, whatever we saw that, like, kind of confirmed it was actually just delusion, and then somebody else actually just did it? That'd be so funny. But also, I don't know. We need to trust something, right? We can't. That's one thing I don't know what to do with. Like, oh, like half. I can't trust reality, dude.
連続開始事件を模倣した異常者の犯行というような話みたいです。
はい？異常者？何それ？
Kasai shrugged.
さあ、私もそれ以上は。何しろ今回の事件は秘匿捜査指定というものがかかっているんだそうです。なのでほとんど情報が出回らないんです。
秘匿捜査？何それ？
連続開始事件による村への風評被害対策ということらしいです。誘拐事件なんかでも犯人との交渉が行われている間は新聞に載らなかったりするでしょ。ああいう類のものらしいです。
Alright. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen anything about the On's murder on TV or in the newspaper.
何しろ4年連続で綿流しの日に事件が起こっているわけですからね。お社様のたたりだと騒いで面白がる輩も多いそうです。
That does make sense with the timeline.
何でもそのおば殺しの異常者ですが、連続開始事件を模倣したくて行ったと自供したんだとか。
This village is so cooked. You could not pay me enough to go to this terrible village. Because I didn't know anything else, so instead of probing him further, I reviewed the information myself. I was really shocked to learn all this. I was convinced that Satoshi-kun killed her. I thought that was the reason he had to disappear, but it was actually some lunatic who killed her, and he had no relation to the aunt whatsoever. So Satoshi-kun had nothing to do with the murder? If so, why did he disappear? I couldn't accept that this lunatic had killed the aunt. And what's really strange is the phrase Kasai used 4 years in a row now. I'm trying to, like, connect chapter 3 to this, but I don't know how. It's very strange because, like, Keiichi tried to kill the uncle. And then he didn't actually kill the uncle. But Keiichi didn't disappear. Like, I wondered if, like, Yashiro-sama was, like, doing this as, like, the culmination of the need to disappear. Oh, maybe I connected to Chapter 1. Because, like, Chapter 1 Keiichi, he, I think, was going mad by Yashiro-sama's curse. Because he was, like, feeling stuff behind him and stuff. And he was being compared directly to how Keiichi, or to how Satoshi was acting. So, I think Keiichi Chapter 1, remember, he killed Rena and Mion in his room, and then ran away and then clawed out his throat. And so, maybe that was kind of something where, like, maybe, like, that's similar to Satoshi in some way, where, like, the idea that Keiichi didn't actually do it, but he thought he did, and that was part of the motivation of him having to leave. It's weird, though, because how does that link up with the claimed motive of Oyashiro-sama of, like, if you don't love the village? Like, I don't know why Oyashiro-sama would be doing that shit. What's really strange is the phrase Kasai used 4 years in a row now. After all, I've been thinking that this murder happened because Satoshi-kun had been in a dire situation, and had nothing to do with the series of mysterious deaths. I felt as though Satoshi-kun's case had become someone else's. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa is also known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. Satoshi-kun's case had become one of those mysterious deaths. In other words, Satoshi-kun's case has become part of Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't like the way that sounded, because it was as though the curse had swallowed Satoshi-kun. True. I hate this game so much. I hate this game so much. What do you mean you just cut to Oishi? We're in the middle of Shion repeating information, and then it just cuts to Oishi. God damn it!
例の東京行きの新幹線に乗ったらしいという情報も確認が取れないままです。正直なところ、県の中にいるのか
just
外にいるのか
mid-thought. Literally mid-thought. It's literally, she's just like, why did she disappear? Why did Satoshi disappear? I don't like the sound of this. Scene just changes to Oishi. Like if you're watching a movie, there's a flat just cut. Are you kidding me right meow? Oishi broke the seal on a new can of instant coffee.
あれだけ胸を張ってサトシ君が犯人だと息巻いていたから、もう行方を掴んでるとばかり思ってました。
いやいや、情けない限りです。
Oishi chuckled and poured a cup of coffee which looked far too hot.
しかし耳が早いな。
はい？
一口操作してだってのに。どこの誰が漏らしてるやらやれやれ。
Do you like the AC in this room? You think they got AC in the police station?
も問題があるな。
Whoa. That's a good question, Chad. That's a good question! Oishi smirked. Seemed like he knew why I was here today.
腐っても園崎の端くれですので、多少の噂は耳にできますということで。
Wait, Dr. Pepper. Come hither. I smirked back at him. It's all about bluffing.
まあいいか。腹を割り合った仲ですしね。
Since we're friends now, we're not friends. We're not friends. She should have fought that point.
一体何者です？異常者とか聞きましたけど、それってどういうことですか？
どういうことって言われたってね。そりゃ私だって言いたいですよ。私はサトシ君が犯人の一点読みでしたからね。とんだ万馬券が飛び出したもんです。
Agreed. Oishi threw himself on the sofa and crossed his hands behind his head. He looked up to the ceiling and smirked and smiled wryly.
先日ですね、県警の方から急に連絡が来たんですよ。すでに逮捕して取り調べをしている男が主婦殺しを自供したって。
Do you hear this ominous background, or am I literally losing my mind right now? Why is this one of the scariest things I've ever heard? I mean, I think we've heard this before, but like... This is scaring me. I'm frightened. What's, you know, what ominous background? I don't hear anything. What background? It's just the cicadas. Wait, you guys don't hear it? Wait, what? But like, important point is the murder of the housewife was being kept confidential, wasn't being broadcast on the TV, wasn't on the newspaper. So how would a guy in detention even know about it so that he could confess unless A, he did it, or B, somebody told him, right? So it's that does lean into, you know, are you hearing a second footstep? Maybe I should go murder somebody and then see if they're actually dead the next day.
薬に手を出したとんでもない野郎でしてね。
Imagine they say his name, and his name, Keiichi Meibara. Holy shit, put it together, chat. That's an answer. Chat, that's an answer.
出所しては捕まるの繰り返しだ。
It's an answer, chat. It was
南沢
Keiichi.
村連続開始事件が面白そうだったんで、4年目のたたりは自分が下してみたくなった。
The Batman part. Oh yeah, I remember that part. 2 chapters ago when Sotoko was getting abused and then Batman came in and saved her. Yeah, that was good. That was my favorite part actually.
私が直接話を聞いたわけじゃないんですがね。先方が取った供述調書には、いわゆる
Yeah, exactly.
犯人
This is
しか
crazy.
知り得ない情報ってやつががっつりと含まれていたんですよ。凶器を王子川のどこかで捨てたって言ってましてね。今はドブさらいの最中ですよ。これで供述通りに凶器が発見されれば
Big if statement. Big if statement.
たとえ
Almost as big as you are, Oishi.
おおむね確定。
確定でしょうな。現場の状況と仏の状況を正確に供述しています。襲った本人にしかわからないような細かいあたりまでね。
納得は言ってないみたいですね。
I mean, somebody, like, any of the neighbors could have seen that, right? The neighbors could have known that. Like, not only the murderer would know this necessarily, right? Or like a Sonozaki could have seen it. Oishi's still looking up at the ceiling and
実は
quiet.
ね、その大バカだれ。
Yo, I just like hallucinated. I'm not even gonna lie. I hallucinated and I thought this said Facebook. And I thought it said facebook.com/pinkcubed. And I was about to say, like, which one of you made me a Facebook account? Which one of you started the Pink Cubed Facebook account?
とっくにな
I
くな
know
って
the
るんです
hugs
よ
are fire. Zeus has Oishi ever trapped you in the back of his car and began touching you? It's okay, this is a safe space. I don't have a Chad. Where on the mer did he touch you? Where did Oishi touch you? Did he touch you here? Did Oishi touch you here? Did Oishi touch you anywhere down here? Maybe on your head? Where did he touch you? It's okay, this is a safe space. No, frick, he's glaring so much. As he pounded you is crazy.
うちに連絡があった時にはすでに
The Morin was already dead! Yeah, he probably clawed out his own throat.
なくなってる？
給食とかに出てくるでしょ。先割れスプーン。留置場の食事にもあれが出てくるんですよ。
He did what with the spork?
そいつを飲み込んで窒息したんだ。
That's not what happened! No! No! That's not what happened, Oishi. I was told he clawed his throat out. I'm almost certain I was told he clawed his throat out. What do you mean he swallowed a spork? Wait! Why would you kill yourself by swallowing a
自
spork?
殺なのか錯乱なのかちょっと区別がつかないですがね。
No, I refuse. Imagine somebody swallowing that spoon and
だ
gagged.
から十分に納得するまで調べられたわけじゃありません。
No, I love a spork. Sporks are like the best utensil.
私は納得できないんです
2 in
が
1 combo,
ね
bro.
上の方は十分に納得しちゃったようでした。どうもその愉快犯が主婦殺しの犯人ってことで決着しそうな流れです。
Oishi turned his eyes from the ceiling to me. He looked serious. Why
Yeah.
so serious?
個人的な意見ですよ。他の誰にも内緒ということで。
Okay,
私はこの大バカたりは何かの間違いだと思ってます。
I believe you. I've never swallowed a spoon
何かの
personally.
偶然に
A
よ
spork,
る
however.
壮大な勘違いか、もしくは
It's a plot.
ね
Yeah. I hate that I
全
agree
然意
with
味わかん
him.
ないですよ。
So
王子のお
unlucky.
じさま。
私
Heartbreaking.
は今でも
Your least favorite
犯
person has
人
just
は
made
北
a
条聡君
great
だと
point.
思っています。
きっぱり言い切りますね。
残念ながら現場検証では犯人を特定できるような痕跡は何一つ発見できませんでした。サトシ君が失踪した後、 家宅捜索の許可が下りましてね、家を改めさせてももらいましたが、それでも
Okay,
手
new
がかり
strat
は
just
ゼロ。
dropped. Oh my
それで
goodness, I
も
just cracked the code.
サトシ君が犯人
Shion,
だと疑って
give me a second to speak. New plan just dropped. Satoshi activated Demon Barbarian mode and possessed this random guy to do it. Cinema. Teiichi attempted to possess somebody and accidentally didn't possess somebody and hallucinated. It all makes sense. Oh my goodness. Oyashiro-sama does it again.
証拠もないのにどうやったらそこまで人を殺人犯呼ばわりできるのやら大したもんです。長年の勘ってやつですか？
ええ、この道で何十年も飯を食ってきた男の直感です。
I wish he smiled in satisfaction, but I didn't feel relieved.
サトシ君はどこへ？
サトシ君が失踪した理由の一つこそが彼が犯人であるからだと固く信じていたんです。サトシ君が犯人でないならそのあたりがかなり薄れちゃいますからね。
おば殺しの犯人はその愉快犯で、サトシ君の失踪とは無関係。
That'd be
サトシ
crazy.
君失踪は私とサトシ君の仲を裂くために園崎本家がやったもの。おば殺しとは無関係という考え方は？
Was Satoshi-kun a culprit or a victim? Or both? The reason for his disappearance had become unclear. I think both. I think he murdered her, basically got away with it, and then when he was gonna go buy the bear was already bought, he despaired, Sonozaki showed up, told him to leave, he was like, okay. I mean, that's as simple as that. And I think the bear disappearing and him wanting to leave after was probably an intention, like probably a plan that the Sonozakis did.
私は
I
中
think
敵との恋仲
they did
程度
it.
で人一人を失踪させるなんてリスクを冒すとは
Two for one
思わないん
combo.
ですがね。実際園崎家の内部としてはどうなんです？シオンさんはそのあたり何かご存知？
知っていたらこんなとこに来ません。
ごもっともごもっとも。
Oishi laughed. Oishi LOL'd while scratching his head, and after he stopped laughing, he leaned over.
よーし。なら一つどうですかね。協定を結びませんか。紳士協定。
Okay.
協定？何のです？
サトシ君失踪事件捜査情報共有協定。裏の界隈でサトシ君の失踪に関する情報を得られたら、
Okay.
私にも教えてください。もちろん私もサトシ君についての情報が入ったらあなたに提供します。いかがです？
That's a good deal, and then you just decide if you
な
actually
んだ
tell
か
him
一方
anything.
的な虫のいい話に思えますけど。
You can just keep it to yourself. You don't actually have to honor it. Oishi chuckled.
このまま行くと主婦殺しの犯人はすでに死んでるその大バカタレってことで確定すると思います。そうなるとサトシ君の扱いは単なる家出人になります。つまり積極的な捜査は打ち切られるということ
See,
で
and,
す。
and that exact reason could be why the Sonozakis threw somebody else in to like take the fall, was so that he would get away when he ran. You know, because if he's running as a fugitive, he's gonna be found. Why would they want to protect him like that, though? I mean, maybe to just keep village stuff like away from the big boys. I mean, there could be a collection of reasons why.
ですが私だけは続けます。私だけはサトシ君の行方を引き続き探します。シオンさんも私もサトシ君の行方を探しているという点では一致してると思うんですがね。
目的が全然違いますがね。私は単に無事を確認したいだけですが、大石のおじさまにとっては逮捕が目的でしょうから。
Oh, I just had a really sad thought. You wanna know the saddest thought of all time? Whoa, new sad thought just dropped. Satoshi-kun, as a way of giving affection, will head pat people, right? We've seen that with Shion. And then the thing that triggered Satoko really, really bad in her chapter when she was getting abused really bad was getting touched on the head. So, like, the thing that used to... Because I imagine that Satoshi would also, like, tussle Satoko's hair in the same way that he does it with anybody. Because I think that's just how he gives affection. And so he probably... used to do that with her, and then it got, like, ruined, right? It got, like, perverted, kind of literally perverted, but, like, ruined in a terrible way by the uncle, and what used to be a source of, like, affection became something really terrible. Corrupted, that'd maybe be a better word. Wow, that's a sad thought. Ow! Ow! Ow, that one hurt. Ow, that one stung. I'm just literally just sitting here reading, and then I just hurt myself. Why did that happen? You are the devil. That's not even on me. I didn't mean to do that. It just appeared in my head. I'm sorry. I have no idea how I got there, but yeah, that actually is really, really sad. Evil cube. The mask falls off. Oishi chuckled again, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. He's not smiling. He was not smiling. He was not smiling. He was not smiling. That was funny. This is so sad. Let's slam Satoko into a wall again. True! True! She has too much light in her eyes. We gotta extinguish that.
No,
what'd you just say? I'm not opposed to the Sonozaki family, though. Alright, sure, dude. This is the way of Kurudo Oishi, huh? As Sis and Kasai said, I wouldn't want him as my enemy or my ally, because both would be too risky. True. I probably shouldn't let my guard down in front of this big fat weasel. I sipped on the coffee to fill up this silence, though I wasn't thirsty. Outside the window, I could see normal life taking its course. But Satoshi-kun wasn't there. He should have been there, but he wasn't. I was scared that I might grow used to his absence someday. Where was he?
Satoshi-kun waどうしてるんだろう。
無事だといいんですがね。
チェ。生きてる可能性は薄いとか思っているくせに気休め言わないでほしいです。
サトシ君の失踪、ひなみ沢じゃなんて言われてるか知ってます？
A demoning away?
鬼隠しにあったなんて言われてるんだとか。
To be demoned away means the same thing as being spirited away. It's part of the local dialect.
鬼が淵沼の底の鬼の国にさらわれたってバカバカしい。
In a sense, he opened up his soul to be taken to hell when he let the demon in to kill the aunt. Think about it.
とにもかくにも連続開始事件もこれで4年目です。気の早い話ですがね、来年もまた起こるんじゃないかなんて。
Yeah, I think Oishi needs to explain
大場殺しが
Oyashiro-sama
のたたりのせいだって言うん
to
ですか
Shion right now. I think that'd be
全
helpful,
体的に見
actually.
てみれば仏も北条家の一人ダム戦争の戦犯と縁がないわけじゃないですからね。しかもまたしても綿流しの日にとなれば面白がる連中が現れるのも無理もないことです。
バカバカしい。何がお社様のたたりだ。
Though I said that, I couldn't quite wipe away the fear from my mind. Why did Satoshi-kun disappear? Was it the Sonozaki family? Did he run away from the police? Did he really kill his aunt in the first place? Why did he even disappear? Was it Oyashiro-sama because he was clearly actually getting, like, cursed by Oyashiro-sama when we saw from his perspective? He's on his own. Oyashiro-sama's curse has nothing to do with it. I got bad news for you, baby girl. But, that's strange. Satoshi-kun and Oyashiro-sama's curse. Somebody once mentioned those two together before. When did I hear that? Please cut to when you heard it. Ah, that's right. That rainy day. It was Ren and Ryugu who told me that when we were taking shelter in that shack. I remember the creepy story that she told me at that time.
サトシ君は心のどこかで
Even if it's just unconscious.
ひなみ沢を捨てて
Yup.
どこかへ逃げ出し
Rena, I've been there! I've done that! I've been on these Hinamizawa streets! That's what Rena and Ryugu said. Rena had definitely pointed out that Satoshi-kun wanted to leave Hinamizawa at that time. She also said,
サトシ君が体験していることはすべて
she's right.
お社
And I
様
know
の
that
たたりの前触れ
because
なの
I've been through it too. She said that for sure. She had definitely mentioned Oyashiro-sama's curse. The series of mysterious deaths had struck 4 times. Was Satoshi-kun being controlled by the curse? Is that why he killed his aunt and was demoned away? No way. That can't be true. Satoshi-kun's smile faded away in my mind. Satoshi-kun disappeared. Not only that, the reason for his disappearance also disappeared. It must have been done by human beings. I can't accept that he was demoned away. Notebook page 43. Otherwise known as Notebook Cope 43, because that's Cope. Because Oyashiro-sama's curse is completely real. And we know this because Rika straight up prophesied the events 5 years in advance. That's not something you do unless things are real. Wait, did she say Satoshi would die or just that the aunt would be bludgeoned? I think she kept it vague. Because she had it right. Whatever she said is, I think, completely true. I love this caterpillar. I moved from one chair to another because the air conditioning was too cold. I moved with my notebook, my pen case with a bunch of keychains, and my cup of milk tea. Oh my goodness, this is so true. Wait, I need to tell something. So I picked up one of my siblings from school today, right? And from high school specifically. And so I'm like sitting there, and I'm like waiting for like them to show up. And I was like passively like people watching. And it's actually crazy how many of those high schoolers will have like a Stanley Cup and like 300 keychain giant like jingling things in their hands. Like, girl, you do not need to be lugging all that around. I know it's not useful. I know it's not, okay? If it's a pencil, I get it, okay? If it's your phone, I get it, okay? But you don't need to be lugging around like 300 pieces of like consumerist memorabilia. Because that's what they're out there doing. It's crazy to me. And so, of course, Shion's one of those kinds of girls, right? Where she has a bunch of keychains for no reason, because she thought it was cute, and now she has to lug it around everywhere, and she's got her Stanley Cup, and she's got her Labubu, okay? That's Shion 101. I did it all in one go. I sat down in a new chair, then opened my notebook again. I scribbled my thoughts and sank into silence. The series of mysterious deaths. Bro, and she's journaling 100%. She has like a super organized journal with like color coding and like sections, and she has like the daily thing of like, how did I feel today? And she draws like a special smile and then colors it a special way to like categorize that she felt like this kind of way. She has all it organized. She has little like blips on the top that she can flip to stuff faster. She like draws like fun things, like a road that's like the month. She's 100% one of these girls, bro. Journaling, Stanley Cup, keychain girl, matcha girl, Labubu girl, Oyashiro-sama girl. The series of mysterious deaths, dubbed The Curse of Oyashiro-sama. I've been viewing each incident as a separate case, even though it was followed by another one. I've never looked at all the cases as one part of one big scheme. How dare a teenage girl have whimsy? W girl. Honestly, this is an acceptable description of a girl. I'm gonna be real. I am saying it in kind of a chastising tone. I think the only part I would chastise is the consumerist culture of buying a bunch of like plastic nonsense that doesn't matter, because it's a waste of your money and it's bad for the environment and it's a waste of like human time and energy to produce such things. So I'm not a huge fan of that, but like, hey, I carry a water bottle around quite a bit. Water bottles are goated, all right? A good Stanley Cup, sure, you bought it for the brand, that's pretty cringe, but like, hey, I respect the water bottle hustle. Good journaling technique? I've never cared for that kind of thing. But do your thing, alright? Get your highlighters out. I'll let you highlight your life away. It's fine. Leave my anime figures alone, bro. Fun fact, I'm very against consumerist stuff, bro. I didn't even buy, listen, my Hachikuji figurine back there, I didn't even buy that. Somebody gave it to me. I don't think I've bought it. Did I buy any of those? I think all of my, like, plushie or whatever things were all gifts. I never buy any of that. And I'm like, because I'm against it, dude. And I'm just a minimalist, like, already. So, like, aesthetically, I don't care. But then also, I'm like, I don't like society. Put me in Joker makeup. After I wrote down all the incidents on paper, it became clear to me that all of them served the same agenda. I wrote down the victims. The first year, the construction site manager. The second year, Satoshi-kun's parents. Bro, and I could just imagine her writing it with, like, big, like, red exclamation marks. Satoshi-kun's parents. Satoshi-kun's in a heart. Exclamation marks afterwards. 2 little stick figures with X's over their eyes. Oh my goodness, she's cooking. The third year, the priest. The fourth year, Satoshi-kun's aunt. There's a picture of Satoshi-kun with a bat and a heart over him. For the fourth year, one could consider Satoshi-kun himself to be the victim rather than his aunt. If I consider that each case arose from the grudge over the damn conflict, it's quite simple. In the first year, the construction manager was killed because he was a symbol of the damn construction itself. Of course, the real enemy was the Ministry of Construction, but it wasn't as clear a target. That manager, on the other hand, had been aggressively shouting back at the villagers, so he was a more appropriate enemy to attack. If Oyashiro somehow had really cursed someone, it would have been the officials from the ministry. It's apparent that the target was selected based on the villager's preference. That's a W conclusion. I like that one. I like that one. The second year, the accidental death of Satoshi-kun's parents. It is said that they fell from a cliff in some park, but it's doubtful that it was really an accident. His parents were labeled as traitors to the village because they sided with the dam construction, even though they were also from Hinamizawa. The Hojo family was ostracized during the dam conflict in order to prevent further dam pro-activists from rising up. Rise up when you're living on your knees. You rise up, tell your sister that she's gotta rise up. Tell your sister that she's gotta rise up. When all these colonies gotta rise up. That means that the Hojos were necessary during the conflict to play the role of the traitor. Oh my goodness, there's an entire dollop of spit on my desk. Pink would live aesthetically in a typical male living space with wide empty walls and matched with no bed frame. Fun fact, I did do that, and you can see in some of my old reaction videos that it's literally blank walls and then a mattress on the floor. And I do it every time, and I don't care. I don't need any of this stuff. This is all empty to me. All I need is a desk and a nice chair and my computer stuff, and then a background. The background is purely for stream. I don't care about any of this stuff. It's meaningless to me. It doesn't mean anything to me. So when the conflict was over, they no longer served any purpose. Wait, dude, where is my Nisei Monogatari? Yo, where's my brush the teeth? Oh my goodness, is that the brush the teeth poster? Wait. Oh, here it is. Look down the tunnel. The tunnel. Wait, chat. I see you down there. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I see you. This is the poster. I forgot I had this. Yeah, freak. I should put it somewhere. I don't think there's anywhere good to put it though. It's kind of hard because there's not really a lot of like. I got crack gerbil. It's a gerbil smoking. I'm like doing a crack lighter on like a spoon, and then I got Foss from Land of the Lustrous. So I don't think there's really good stuff back there. Like there's not a good spot. I mean, I could move those down and then put it right there maybe. It's a pretty good poster. I probably should. I'll do that later. They no longer served any purpose. The construction site manager was a symbol of the external enemy. The Hojos were a symbol of the internal enemy. Those people fell victim to the curse, and it seemed that the grudge over the dam conflict had ended. Yet those incidents were followed by another one. The third year. The leader of one of the three families, the priest Furude, suddenly died of an illness with an unknown cause. His wife drowned herself on the same night. She seemed to have left a note that said she was sacrificing herself to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. Whether it was a fatal disease or suicide, their deaths looked suspicious. Mion admitted that the Sonozaki family didn't like the priest's attitude. They didn't like how the priest had been generous towards the pro-dam activists. The priest wasn't quite a traitor, but he was certainly uncooperative. Looking at these incidents, I realized that the curse was performed based on the degree of hostility. Enemy, traitor, and dissident. This meant that the curse was actually payment. It was a punishment for the criminals of war. In the fourth year, I didn't understand this case at first, to be honest. At first, I believed that this case was separate from the other ones, even though it occurred on the same day. I never thought that there would be any relation to the other three. But when I wrote it down and looked at it objectively, the victim is a relative of a traitor. After enemy, traitor, and dissident, relative of a traitor doesn't sound too odd. Then, relative of a dissident. Rika. Ah! Wait! True! Because Rika's next. Rika dies the year after. Enemy, traitor, dissident, relative of a traitor. Next would be relative of a dissident. Rika. It fits. It comes naturally as a fourth target. It's also insane to do though when Rika is literally the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. Like you're really fumbling the bag. On the day the villagers worship Yashiro-sama, their guardian deity, the criminals of the dam conflict have been punished by the curse. Just like I was forced to pay at the Sonozaki house, the criminals were made to pay as well. I'm next. Yeah. For relative of a trader's... Wait. Relative of a trader because I adopt Satoko. You're right. After writing these things out, I started thinking that the fourth incident might be in line with the mysterious deaths of... Whether it was Satoshi-kun or the dope head, it seemed that they were forced to play the role of murderer as a part of a bigger scenario. Agreed. Even if Satoshi-kun was the real culprit, even if he killed his aunt because of an ordinary grudge, the murder seems synchronized with the grand scheme of the series of mysterious deaths in Shinimizawa, which is a payment plan for the war criminals. That murder was the result of his pain. Wait, pain or plan? Pain. But what if somebody planned that as part of the scenario? For instance, somebody might have suggested to him to kill his aunt on that day, that night, at that place. I had no doubts that Satoshi-kun decided to kill her in order to protect Satoko. Well, he did tap into the demon mode. But did he really reach that conclusion on his own? Satoshi-kun was optimistic and somewhat detached as far as I know. Would he really have considered murdering his aunt, even if it was to protect his sister? Couldn't it be possible for somebody to have chosen the aunt as the fourth year's murder beforehand? And they used Satoshi-kun. And Satoshi-kun was eliminated because of his connection with them. Looking at it that way, the murder of the first year resembles this case. The main culprit behind that case hadn't been found yet, dead or alive. Still looking for that hand, too. Alright? I've been waiting for that hand to show up since chapter 1. The other culprits testified that their fight had turned into a slaughter. But wouldn't it be possible that the main culprit had manipulated the situation? What if he had been told to kill someone on that day at that time and in that place? I'm certain the first murder resembles Satoshi-kun's case very much. So, did that mean Satoshi-kun was being controlled by somebody else? Oishi had presented me with a hypothesis that the Sonozaki family made Satoshi-kun disappear in order to end my relationship with a murderer. Also remember director and remember drugs, remember syringes. But when I read the notes I wrote down, his disappearance didn't seem too spontaneous. It seemed like part of a bigger plan. Since I'd unexpectedly gotten involved in that plan, I had to be separated from him. Then Satoshi-kun was demoned away, as planned. At first, I also believed that the Sonozaki family made him disappear because they didn't like that I was in love with a member of a family of traders. But something didn't add up. Something felt strange. I wasn't the reason for his disappearance, after all. Even if I never met him in the first place, Satoshi-kun was supposed to kill his aunt in June 1982 and then disappear. True. I mean, I agree with her because I have the information that Rika... I have, like, the Rika information. You know what I mean? But, yeah. I mean, this... Yeah. At one point, I had been thinking of taking revenge on the hag. I believed that she separated us. But what if my relationship with Satoshi-kun had nothing to do with his disappearance? What would that mean? Who made Satoshi-kun disappear? I need to understand the series of mysterious deaths in order to solve this mystery. Shion's a better detective than Oishi confirmed. Lock in. What did all these deaths mean? Who was behind them and what purpose did they serve? I wanted to know the purpose, the motive, and who was responsible. Who took Satoshi-kun? I wanted to know if he was still alive. The series of mysterious deaths in Himizawa is also called Oyashiro-sama's curse. What is that curse? Specifically, what kind of god is Oyashiro-sama? What blessings does he bring and what punishment does he dole out? I wrote down my thoughts in the notebook. What's Oyashiro-sama? What is he? I scribbled these things down. I was so absorbed by it that I didn't realize somebody had been standing behind me, watching me, the whole time. I couldn't stop myself from gasping when I realized that. Killer! No, don't bring Takano into this, bro. Takano is like the worst, bro. The purple background of the subtitles big pasty. It's not purple, it's dim. Oh, if you don't like the background color, then I just guess you got a sub to fill it on up. Hey, think about it. Freaking Takano, bro. This is such a problem. I mean, Takano's probably been like reading the notebook and like would actually be a good lore dump to give to Shion so Shion gets all the information, you know? It's good to just give Shion as much information as you can. It doesn't matter about Takano getting any information because she's going to get her head ripped off in T-minus, what, like, 356 days or so? Yeah. I mean, she's cooked. The intelligent-looking woman giggled. Intelligent-looking woman. Yo, is Shion sexist? She sees Oishi, she calls him a fat weasel. She sees women, intelligent looking. I'ma be honest.
いえ
Now you're talking, FBI.
びっくりしただけです
I'm trolling when I said that, by the way. I don't think Shion's
こちらこ
sexist.
そ場違いな大声を出してすみ
Well,
ま
I
せん
mean,
でした
maybe you could read into that. I could see her being sexist, actually. But I don't know. I don't care enough to try to decipher that. She could have apologized a little better, too, since she'd been watching me from behind. But she just stared at my face instead.
あなたが園崎シオンさん
How do you know about Shion? Whoa! You know about
私の
Shion?
名前を知ってて私が初対面ということは
Exactly.
お姉の知り合いか何かですか
Being twins is a pain sometimes. People you've never met before can tell exactly who you are.
ごめんなさいね。私の知っている園崎さんは図書館なんかに来るような人じゃないから、噂に聞いた双子のシオンさんかなと思って。
The woman giggled again.
お察しの通り私は園崎シオンです。どうもはじめまして。こんにちは。失礼ですがどちら様ですか？
あら、ごめんなさいね。自己紹介がまだだったわね。
Sorry, I just flashed back to when... I just flashed back to when Satoko was getting abused and the Gyube was on screen. Remember when Satoko was in the middle of the most depressing abuse arc I've ever seen? And the Gyube was just peeking out of this corner? That was so fricked up. That was so bad, dude. That was so bad. She seemed to love her own hair because she kept running her fingers through it boastfully. Damn, wait, Shion crazy.
高野美代。美代って呼んでくれていいわよ。シオンちゃ
I
ん。
don't think I knew her first name. Did I have Mio written
高野
down?
さん
I have too many notes now. This is so hard to like find what I'm looking for. Dakano low-key murdered somebody, probably Toмотake, on Night of Watanagashi. Oh, frick, I forgot about that. Wait, oh yeah, she could... Whoa! Well, but it's weird because Toмотake also ripped his throat out. That's a good piece of information I forgot about. Anyways, I don't think I care to write her middle. Well, I'll write Mio. 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 There we go. Just so if I ever do, like, Control F Mio, then I can see it next to her name. Her condescending attitude bugged me. Man, she clocked her fast. I hate meeting people like that. I closed my notebook and got ready to leave the desk.
あら、怒ってる？
ご検察痛み入ります。私は一人で考え事をするのが好きなんでよそへ行かせていただきます。失礼します。ごきげんよう。
残念ね。私たち話が合うと思ったのに。
そうですか？私は会うとは思いかねますが。
だってお社様のたたりについて研究する同志に出会えたんですもの。貴重な出会いだと思うんだけど。
Oh, wait, and they are gonna low-key be friends because a year from now, Shion joins Takano and Toмотake in breaking in. Maybe they broke in to try to actually find something as opposed to just look around. But there's no way. This is what I don't get. Why would these people have all this information and then decide to break into the warehouse? Why? Unless you're looking for something specifically. But Shion, why would you break in? There's no reason. Like, she didn't even break in and then look for anything. She just found, like, spooky implements and then Takano, like, scared them for, like, an hour and then they left. You know? It was, like, all risk, no reward. I don't know what you would have been looking for, baby girl. Baby girl. Baby girl. You know what I mean? That's where I'm stuck. But it does make sense that, like, she would have been comfortable doing that because she met her here. That's kind of cool. She saw my notes! My face reddened.
これは私のそう妄想みたいなもの。
Just to
でたらめで
troll.
す。子供の落書きなんかほっといてください。
お社様
Man, I want Takano to give me a kiss.
一連の連続開始事件。
I hate that she's
一連の事
attractive.
件を個別に見えながら確実に一つの
I just, dude, I love a good blonde woman.
毎年一人がお社様のたたりにあって死に、一人が生贄に捧げられて失踪する。
何を急に言い出すんですか？一人がたたりで死んで、一人が何ですって？
I was taken aback by her weird spiel. But I realized right away that she'd said something extraordinary. I don't want her. Let me make it clear. I do not want a piece of the Takano pie. She is cute. She's attractive. She is attractive. Period. I don't want a piece of the pie, though. Alright? I can admire the pie without wanting a piece of it. Because I know that if I take a bite of the pie, there's going to be, like, needles and razor blades in there. But I realized right away that she'd said something extraordinary.
南沢村連続開始事件の犠牲者が
True.
常に偶数人数だって
I would love a kiss from her. Listen, getting a kiss from her is not a piece of the pie. You don't want a piece of the pie, but you do want a taste? I like a non-commit. Like, I would lick the frosting. I'd lick the frosting of the pie. Yeah, I'd do that much. I'd lick the frosting. Maybe take a nibble. I mean, if it tastes good, maybe a second bite. Maybe I could keep going. Maybe another bite. I can leave whenever I want to. I'm not an addict.
それともまだそこまでには
What if it escalates during the kiss? Well, that's the thing. Chat, as long as it's just for the... Okay, we're not going to get into this. We have to get out of here. We have to get out of here. I'm going to make my final statement on this subject. Yes, I would engage with her. No, I would not have a relationship. Boom. Simple as. Hello Kitty Girl is dangerous as anything more than a non-committal little thing. If you try to do anything long-term like Tomatake, you're cooked. Alright? But a quick little gander, fine. The problem is, she's a Hello Kitty girl. It's never gonna be a quick little gander. Either you're gonna crack and keep going back in for seconds, or she's gonna track you down. That's why you should do nothing, actually. I've looped back around, do nothing. Hit it and quit, it's too risky, she's just going to find you. Alright? And then she's going to Yashiro-sama you. Because she's into that. A taste of the cheese and not trigger the chat. Charu. I will never be, quote, hit emoji from the Pink Cube Discord mousetrap caught. The number of victims is always even. I was confused, but I tried to figure out what that meant. The damn construction site manager died in the first year. Low-key on the sleazy, Rika's mom might have pushed Rika's dad off the cliff. Think about that. You know what I mean? Low-key on the sleazy. Because I think a lot of the time, one person kills the other and then disappears, right? That seems to kind of be a pattern. Takano kills Tomatake and then she dies too. Thank you, Sifu Doka for the follow. Appreciate you, Sifu. That kind of is a bit of a pattern. I'm trying to think of each one. So the priest one, the Hojos. What happened to the Hojos again? Oh no, Hojos are the ones that got pushed. No, yeah, and then the priest got sick. Oh wait, I said it wrong. So the Hojos, but would the Satokos do that? Probably not. I wonder. They probably just both got pushed. I wouldn't see a reason why the Satoko's mom would kill the dad or vice versa. But the priest, I could see the priest's wife poisoning the priest as trying to get repentance or whatever, and then it would follow the pattern of like one murdering the other. But I don't think that pattern can go all the way back to Satoko. That doesn't really make sense. But it does start with the construction site thing because one guy murders the guy and then disappears, you know? Yeah. How old is she, by the way? MILF age is not the correct answer. Yo, she's like in her 20s, probably. She's like late 20s. Maybe early 30s. MILF is like 40 plus, alright? I'm sick of MILF erasure. I am sick of MILF erasure. Everyone's trying to say MILFs are like 35 below. Like, I mean, I don't know. But like, come on. Like, maybe? I could say 35, I can accept. Maybe 35 plus. But we can't be saying below 30. If you're in your 20s, you can't be a MILF. You can't, okay? Technically, well, okay. Break it down. MILF. Mother, I would like to flip. Look at that. Child protected. Right? You can technically have a kid in your 20s. That's fine. But you gotta have a little bit more. Can I be a MILF? Pink, am I a MILF? Are you right now? Send pics. Can I be? Yes. Alright, continuing. The damn construction site manager died in the first year. There was only one victim. In the second year, the victims were the parents of Satoshi-kun, so it was 2 people. Well, it was only 1 victim, but then the one guy disappeared. Sutoko's parents, I don't know why it would be... I don't know why one would kill the other, but that's kind of the pattern. 3rd year is the priest, and if her death was also planned, his wife, 2 again. In this year, the 4th year, Satoshi-kun's aunt, since Satoshi-kun went missing. And if Satoshi-kun's disappearance was planned, the number of the victims was 2. It's true. Except for the first one, the victims always came in at even number 2. You're wrong, because the guy disappeared. He's on the run still. Wait. I had just concluded myself that the first case resembled the 4th one. The main culprit was still missing. He might have been demoned away, just like Satoshi-kun. There we go. Good job. Good job. I am proud of you, Shion. You put it together.
Ne? So desho?
Takano-san sounded like a teacher who had shown me how to solve a difficult math problem. Honestly, great RNG that these two met. I wasn't quite convinced, but I couldn't deny what she'd said either. Yo, give me more hints. Give me more hints, Takano. More. I feel like I already knew everything you just said. Give me hints.
失礼な口の聞き方をしてすみませんでした。ミオさん、私のことはシオンと呼んでください。
And now she's coming around, bro. Imagine, okay, last horny thing. We're not being horny anymore. Last horny thing. Imagine Takano quizzing you on Oyashiro-sama as she's like, you know what I mean? Like, giving you a reward for doing a good job. You know what I mean? Alright. She seemed content that I changed my attitude. She kept giggling for a while. She didn't seem that reliable. I didn't want to be acquainted with her for too long. But I don't get to talk to people very much. Aww. And what she said interested me. Alright, no more horniness. It's banned. It's banned. It's banned. Average night for Tomotake. True. We know Tomotake's in a cage, bro. We know he's in a cage with his hands bound behind his back. We are not being horny anymore. Nothing else. Nothing else. No more acting up. Close your other tab on your other monitor. Close that tab. Focus up. Never goon.
高野ミオよ。ミオって呼んでくれると嬉しいわ。
よろしくです、ミオさん。私は園崎シオン。ミオンの双子の妹にあたります。シオンと呼んでください。
I took the hand that Mio-san held out as a sign of reconciliation.
さっきの話を聞かせ
No
てく
goon
ださい。
September.
二
I
人
would
犠
not
牲者が出る
survive.
と言いま
I
し
mean,
た。
I would.
一人がたたりで、もう一人が生贄とか言いましたか？
ねえ。
How can you tell them
シオン
apart?
ちゃん
How can you tell
こ
who's
の
the
話
sacrifice
で
and
盛り上
not?
がる
Do you mean just
前
like
に
the demoned away is
ど
the
うしてこ
sacrifice?
の話に興味があるか聞かせてもらってもいいかしら。
She leaned over and looked into my eyes. It was kind of uncomfortable.
ミオさんこそ私のことをどこまでご存知です？ご存知ならおおよその見当はつくんじゃないかと。
さあ。何年か遠くの全寮制の学校にいて、最近沖宮に戻ってきたとしか知らないわよ。
そうですか。じゃあ想像つきますよね。私がいない間に起こった連続開始事件。私はよくわからないので調べてるんです。ちょっとした興味本位で。
なるほどね。興味本位でね。
I got the impression that she knew about what happened to Satoshi-kun and me. Because she instantly recognized me as Shion, not Mion. I didn't know why I thought that way, as she shouldn't have access to the sources that, for instance, Oishi does. It was just the look in her eyes that made me think that way.
ミオさんにも聞きます。さっき私のことをお社様のたたりについて調べる同志と言いました
A delicious beverage.
が、なぜたたりなんか研究してるんですか？
Cause I'm a freak!
そ
Say
し
it.
て連続開始事件の犠牲者は偶数人であることも言い切りましたね。ひなみ
You
沢
silly
連
little
続開始事件は
Takano. Say
確か
it!
に通称で
I know you
お
will.
社様のたたりと呼ばれています。なぜたたりを研究すると連続開始事件にまで踏み込むことになるのですか？
シオンちゃん、質問が一度に多すぎるわね。
One at
そ
a
れに
time.
何が聞きたいのかややこしくて分かりにくいわ。
Oh. I couldn't say anything in return. Maybe I'd been too inquisitive.
順に答えるわね。私が研究しているのはたたりじゃなく、もっと講義。鬼ヶ淵村の風俗史よ。平たく言えば古代ひなみ沢村の知られざる歴史、 暗黒史について研究して
Could
い
you
るの。
imagine if Takano had a kid and you were that kid? Literally, holy cooked. You're so
鬼の
over,
国に
bro.
つながってるっていう
Literally, like
村の
worst
奥にあ
RNG
る底な
spawn.
し沼のことですか？あと知られざる歴史。
Oh no! Don't tell me about the history of Onigafuchi Village again. Please! Please! Anything but that! Anything but that! I don't want it. I don't think the delay is broken. I mean, it's doing the... no, I mean, I see it. Look, there's a new message, but I don't see it until like 6 seconds pass. Yeah, okay, wow. Okay, whoa. Okay, what? Hey, I'm trying to use like chat as an example to make a point. Can we maybe lock in? Wait, maybe I gotta pull something up on my other monitor. Wait a second. Chat, should we wait, okay. Unironic, quick question. Should we add like a goon corner to the stream? Maybe like over here we can have like a goon corner. Yeah, that's a good idea. We can have maybe like goon corner, maybe have like a toothbrush corner, maybe like Clash Royale clips corner, Cube corner. Thoughts? No. Huh. I approve. Think of the VOD watchers. I am trying to think of the VOD watchers. That's why I'm trying to help them. You guys don't think that's gonna be good for the VOD watchers? No. Bro is watching too many reels. Lock in. I thought we were done with the horny stuff. You guys brought up breastfeeding! Okay. Okay. He kept asking questions. Mio-san, however, looked pleased to hear them.
鬼ヶ淵村というのはひなみ沢村の明治以前の名前よ。暗黒史というのはうすうすは知っているでしょう。人食い鬼の歴史は。
Ah. The man-eating demons. Huh. That was a fairy tale told in Hinamizawa. A long time ago, demons came out of the swamp and while the villagers battled with them, they ended up living peacefully together. We don't have the Clash of Clans clips, but we do get the goon corner. Then no one complains. I like that idea. I like this idea. The villagers transcended and became a sacred people, having demon blood in their veins. That long-forgotten fairy tale came back to my mind vividly.
ひなみ沢に縁のある人なら誰もが知ってる当たり前の昔話よね。では、その犯人
The
犯人
Cannibal Banquet?
時に山を
I don't think I've heard the words Cannibal Banquet before. I mean, it's very in line with Onigafuchi Village, so I don't know if I need to hear about it, but like, that sounds
村人
cool.
たちの体に半分流れる鬼の血は鬼は鬼でも人食い鬼の血
I think I need a new shirt that says Ethically Goon. Wouldn't Ethically Goon be really
まあ
fire?
そんな話もありますね。
Yeah, you like pulled off your jacket and you show off Ethically Goon whenever the person in your goon circle brings out AI generated goon material. And then you chastise them and kick them out. I dodged the question. Hinamizawa used to be a desolate village, but it grew in prominence after the Second World War and expanded its influence to Okinomiya and other areas. The people who disliked and discriminated against the villagers called us man-eating demons. I remember that. The young villagers don't take it seriously, but the older people can get seriously upset about it. They certainly can't take it as a joke. So the term man-eating demons is forbidden. We normally never use it. That moment when it's actually true. Even during my rebellious phase, I never spoke those words. Mio-san, however, seemed to have no qualms about saying it out loud.
気に障った？
何がですか？
The use of the
人
term.
食い鬼って単語を意味嫌う村人は多いからね。気に障ったなら謝るけれど。
年寄り連中は気にするらしいですけど、まあ私はそんなには気にしてませんので。それより
Shion's fine
続
with
けて
hearing
ください。
slurs, bro.
ありがとう。じゃあ続けるわね。古代の村人たちにはね、人を食らう食人の習慣があったらしいの。そして、
Oh, remember
そ
Shion
の
doesn't
食
like
人の
canned
儀式
food.
を様式化し、さまざまなセレモニーや文化、風習を生み出したと言われている。私たちが6月のお祭りだと思っているわけ流しだ。
You don't mean to say that it actually means like intestine eating festival? You would never say something like that.
本来は犠牲者をさらい、食べる
No,
ために
you're saying that when we use a hoe to hit the sofa, that we're actually...
犠牲者を高速台に縛り付け、
No way!
魚を下ろす時みたいに
I never would have thought this.
それを川に投げ捨てたと
The way Takano says this so giddily is so
魚の
problematic,
腹
dude.
渡って
Look how happy she
渡っ
is.
て言うじゃない。 それが語源
She's so excited.
綿流しの
Honestly, W hyperfixation.
そうよ。お布団の綿なんかでごまかすようになったのは私の研究では明治の頃からじゃないかと思うわね。まさかこの昭和の時代にそんな恐ろしいことが堂々とできるわけもないのだし。
Everything Mio-san was talking about sounded startling. I was just taken aback. I couldn't wholly believe it right away. She sensed that from my expression. Chat, I'm so excited, by the way, for when I finish Higurashi. I can talk to my friend IRL that knows Higurashi, and I can tell them about it. I can tell them about my experience. That's gonna be so fun. I mentioned that I was playing it to them like 3 months ago, and I was like, yeah, I'm only in chapter like 2 right now, but it's going crazy. And they didn't tell me anything. They were like, I can't talk about it until you finish. I was like, okay. This could be so fun.
誰にも見せないって誓うなら綿流しのあたりの研究ノートを見せてあげてもいいけれど。
Least unhinged Watanagashi goer. Mio-san took out a notebook from her bag and flipped through it. She appeared to be doing her research thoroughly.
ありがとうございます。
Made a friend. I'm so proud of him. Chat, that is, okay. Chat!
お借りできるもの
I don't...
後でゆっくり読んで
Yeah,
みたい
thank you,
と
Chat. Thank you for being proud of me.
いい
I
わよ
appreciate it.
本当は閲覧厳禁の秘密ノートだけれどね。研究の同志になら特別に見せてあげてもいいわね。
Oh, frick. Mio-san handed me the notebook, a bit hesitantly. Oh wait, I ripped out a good voice the other day. What was that voice I did? I don't remember. W emotional regulation. Thank you. It looked like it'd take a whole night to finish reading. It was densely packed with information. I saw copies of various documents and quotes in there too. It wasn't just some delusion of
一番
hers.
最初にミオさんは言いましたよね。毎年の事件で一人がたたりで死に一人が生贄にされて失踪すると。
Person is sacrificed and disappears. Toshi-kun had gone missing. Did he become a sacrifice? What is a sacrifice anyway? Mio-san looked pleased to hear my questions again. She took out another notebook and handed it to me.
読めばわかるけどかいつまんで話すわね。お社様のたたりとは簡単に言えばお社様の怒りのこと。お社様が怒ったら罰としてたたりが起こる。
Man, I hate Oyashiro-sama. Low-key, I'm gonna be so real. Okay, wait. This is gonna be true and then it's gonna be false. Ready? If killing Rika permanently kills Oyashiro-sama, low-key it's a shmovie. It frees the village from Oyashiro-sama's curse and then they get to leave, right? Because otherwise they get cursed if they try to leave. So like low-key, kill Rika, easy clap. Sorry Rika, it is what it is. However, this doesn't work because when Rika dies, I think that's part of the catalyst for the underground, like, poison vent to come out and kill everybody. I think that's, like, the ultimate expression of Oyashiro-sama's anger. So, it doesn't work. But yeah. Also sucks for Rika. Yeah, that's literally unboosted is fricked up. Give me the boost! I need the boost! Well, no, listen. It's literally a trolley problem, okay? All of Hinamizawa versus Rika. I'm sorry. Someone's gotta go. You know? Otherwise, they're trapped here forever, and this village sucks. Like, there's these yearly curses that are killing people. Sometimes you just gotta, you know, it's just math. But the problem is, it's never gonna work, right? Trolley problems fail because they're too simplistic for the world, which is much more complicated. So, and it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. It wouldn't work. It would never work. Because life isn't as simple as kill the child. I'll sacrifice you for Rika, even if she is fictional. Whoa. Whoa. Run pink over with the trolley. Okay, but Satoko's in my arms. Would you really take us both out? Come on. Think about it.
一応わかります。
Would I sacrifice Satoko for the same reason? Yes.
ダム戦争で村に敵対した人間
I'll be consistent with my beliefs. I'll do it, alright? It is what it is! The trolley problem wins again, alright? It ain't about Rika. It's not personal, bro. I'm sorry. If it saves everybody else, we have to do it. We have to do it. But that's why the thing is, it never is gonna work. It's never gonna work. There's another answer. And if somebody says that's the answer, they're probably lying, right? It's not a good answer. But if it was the answer, you have to do it. You know what I mean? There's got to be some way to either make Oyashiro-sama chill out, to break the curse, or to like free the village, or to at least stop everything in the 5th year from happening. There's got to be a way to save Rika, bring Satoshi back to help Satoko be happy again. Keiichi doesn't die. I don't know what happens to Rena and Mion in like the good ending, but hopefully they both go. They both just gotta go. I mean, Mion especially. If Rena lives, that's fine. Mion gotta go. You know. So I'm very curious if we're gonna get a good ending. But anyways. I love making chat upset. Favorite pastime. Ooh, Charu. Oyashiro-sama's anger has to be pacified, if not, something even worse will occur. And that's what happened where the village explodes in poison gas and everyone gets wiped out. That is Charu. And that's why killing Rika is always a terrible idea. Because that's not the way to do it. Also, this is silly. Like, why would you be like to pacify Oyashiro-sama? If I'm the Sonozakis, do we really think killing the priest and the priest's wife would ever be a good way to pacify Oyashiro-sama? I feel like that's always a bad idea. Like, the priests are the expert on the spirituality. Why would we kill them? You know? Even if, like, they're kind of dissident-esque. Like, I mean, it's like Rika's mom and Rika's the new Oyashiro-sama reincarnation. It just feels like a bad idea. Unless Rika's chill with it, I guess. But, you know. Which Rika is a weirdo, so. I love Rika, but she is a weirdo.
そのたたりを鎮めるためにさらにもう一人を生贄にして殺してるとそう言うんですか？でも一人しか死んでませんよ現実に。
I wonder if maybe they murdered two, because one weird thing is in a lot of the endings we've seen, or like a lot of the routes we've seen, Takano and Toмотake die. They both get murdered though. Well, maybe one person dies because of the curse, Toмотake, he rips his throat out, and another is sacrificed to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. That's probably Takano. But then it doesn't stop there, right? It kind of goes up to more people dying, like Mion panics and kills both the kids, so that now we're up to 4, or like Rena tries to kill frickin' Keiichi in chapter 1. And Keiichi starts going crazy. So it's weird how the 5th year, they break the 2-2-2-2 rule, and it goes up to more, right? That's something notable. I mean, it could be like their way of like trying to like, it's getting worse, it's about a blow, and they're trying to fix it. Maybe somebody's like a nuclear geothermal geologist, and they realize like, the poisons from Onigafuchi swamps about to explode and kill everybody. We need to kill more people now! You know?
生贄に捧げられたなんて聞いたこともない。
死体が出ないのは当然よ。だって生贄の儀式は犠牲者を鬼ヶ淵の沼に沈めることなんだ。
Oh, well, in that case.
あの沼は一度沈めば二度と浮き上がる。
Oh, the demoning away is that. Okay, so the ripping out the throat's not even. Ripping out the throat is Oyashiro-sama's anger. The ritual of sacrifice. Oh, which I was thinking Takano being burned doesn't even make sense. Why would you burn Takano? You're not throwing her in the swamp. That's the kind of thing that doesn't make sense to me, right? If we have to put them in the swamp, then we have failed. We have failed the sacrifice. We did the ritual improperly. And honestly, if it's the Sonozakis doing it, maybe they just do it wrong because they don't know what they're doing. Because they killed the leadership who actually know this stuff. I don't know.
死体なんて出ようはずもない。
And if Satoshi's not dead, then they don't even do it. They don't even do it correctly here.
みんな沼の底に沈んでると。
If they don't throw him in the swamp, then who did they sacrifice? Nobody? No wonder Yashiro-sama's so pissed. Does that mean Satoshi-kun is also at the bottom of that dark green swamp? Are the Sotozaki stupid? Exactly!
でも連続事件を起こしている人たちがそれを意識して
And now she's even saying, like, who knows if that's what they're actually
間
doing.
違いないと思うわね。
I don't know. Each year, a traitor to the village dies on their way when... Another... Chat, if you want me, just find a voice clip of me reading these exact lines in every other chapter and just paste it over. That person's body will never be found because he or she is supposedly thrown into the bottomless swamp.
そう。つまりひなみ沢村連続開始事件というのはたたりとそれを鎮めるための生贄の2つでセットになったもの。そしてそれを毎年繰り返すことによってダム戦争時の旧敵を毎年2人ずつ殺していけるシステムのことを指しているの。私の話は省略しすぎてるからね。多分ちょっと信じがたいとは思う。だからこそあなたに預けた研究ノートをね、時間をかけてゆっくり読んでほしいの。内容を
Yeah, I mean, Takano's having a great time. This is a great
いい加
interaction.
減なものでもないことがわかるはず。
It's really useful for Shion. I heard a man's voice just then. A middle-aged man with a hat was waving at Mio-san from the entrance. I could see in his pants a chastity cage bustling against the fabric.
ごめんなさい。待ち人が来たみたい。もっとゆっくり話がしたかったのに。残念。でも機会はまだこれからもあるでしょうしね。
I would love to talk to Takano, actually. Takano would be one of the most fun. Like, chat, if you got to sit down and talk to one of the characters from Higurashi, who would you talk to? Like, if you gotta go get it, like have a coffee with them, just chat. Not like romantic necessarily, but just to yap. Takano would be an okay suggestion. I mean, I'd probably do Satoko because I love her, and then I would want to like take her home with me and like protect her. Well, I wouldn't like kidnap her. Obviously, I'm not Rena. Rika 1, gee, I wonder. Oishi. I'm playing the game of life with Mion. yeah, that's funny. Yeah, you do like club games with one of them. She's beating my ass. Takano, I feel like, would be a fun person to talk to. I don't even know who else I'd pick. For like entertainment-wise, I don't know who else is even worth it. I feel like top 3 for me is Satoko, Shion, Takano. Probably in that order too. Well, it'd be weird for me to talk to like a 14-year-old girl. So I don't know. I feel like that's a little bit weird. So maybe I'd put Shion 3rd. I guess it's maybe a little weird for me to talk to like a 10-year-old, but like yeah, it'd be in like a protective big brother way. It'd be fine. I don't know. But you know, those 3 would probably be the most fun to talk to for me. Now I don't want to talk to Keiichi, alright? Keiichi's delusional.
そのノートはそれまで預けておくわね。
I wouldn't mind dumpster diving with Rena. Rena would be fun, except she's crazy. Rena's an unhinged maniac.
楽しみにしているわね。
It's that one line, I don't remember what I said. She's either genuine and unstable, or stable and not genuine. Both of those are bad options. Don't lie, you miss Keiichi. I do not miss Keiichi in the slightest. I love Shion as a protagonist. I don't need Keiichi's bum, delusional, constantly misplaying as. Oh yeah, I do. It's gonna be fun to see some of the anime clips. I definitely do want to watch some of the anime clips after we finish everything. Oh, it's Satoko's uncle and then you kill him? That's a good idea. Mio-san wrapped up the conversation and headed to where the man was waiting for her. She left her old notebooks in my hands. Dude! Satoshi's the goat, okay? Keiichi is fraud Ichi. She let her old notebooks in my hands. Mio-san waved at me as she left the library with her companion. I took the seat again and opened what she'd given me. What bugged me was the series of mysterious deaths, also known as the Codes of Yashiro-sama. Maybe I'd be able to get closer to the truth by reading these notebooks. If I study them carefully, I might be able to find out who was really behind the incidents. Why did Satoshi-kun have to disappear? What was he involved in? How did that happen? Maybe Takano's notes would bring me the answer. Research notes, Mio Takano. I started flipping through the pages this time, making sure no one was watching over my shoulder. Pistochi. No, do not say that to him. Calling Keiichi a fraud is calling yourself a fraud. Keiichi only had one good chapter, and he was the protagonist for the first 3. It was time for the library to close. I had to leave. He misplayed chapter 1 and 2 constantly. He was okay in chapter 3, but his one thing he was the GOAT for was A, he was, like, his soul had been in tune with Satoshi, and he was being, like, half possessed by Satoshi. And then B, it was all delusional and wasn't real. You know? Keiichi, I can never get past Keiichi in chapter 2. I can never get past Keiichi in chapter 2. He was alright whole chapter 2 until the end. Yeah, the end was really bad. And chapter 1 with Rena was not that good. I bought some food on my way home. Yo, what if this teddy bear was the Satoko teddy bear? Wouldn't that be hilarious? The entire time, she just bought that shit. And she was like, damn. Rest in piss, Satoko. Yoink, mine now. That'd be so funny. To be fair, chapter 1, he did lock in and kill their ass. That was the best. That was the coolest. However, A, it was like the last 30 minutes of the entire thing. Well, it was like right at the end before he ripped out his throat. B, I don't even think it's necessarily real at that point. I don't trust whether things are real after chapter 3. And C, chapter 2 was so bad. But yeah, no, it was something. It was something. Oh yes, Yosama, stop, I'm sorry. I shut my door and locked it right away. Then I heard the door of the neighboring apartment open. Kasai lived next door. Nobody else lived on this floor of the nearly empty apartment building anyway. I clearly heard the door open and close. Kasai must have noticed that I came home and was coming over because he wanted to talk to me. I unlocked the door and shouted out to him.
Kasai なの? 鍵は開いてますよ。Kasai さんじゃないよ。
Oh, bruh, that voice. I twitched.
入るよ。
Peep in the no. Shion. No. You have to use the peephole, Shion. You really trusted Mion like that. I heard it in your voice. The door slowly opened. My alter ego, weird way to describe your twin, Mion Sonozaki, appeared. She was holding a box of cake while smiling timidly. Aw, this is kind of sweet. Aw, she's trying to repair their relationship after the whole torture segment. That's kind of cute. Aw, you could just imagine her, like, holding the cake and smiling and being like, I feel so bad for my sister. Aw. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. This chapter has been the best chapter for Mion out of all of them. I have enjoyed Mion in this chapter more than any other chapter, I think. Because seeing her interact with Shion and it not just being, I'm going to murder you, is really sweet. Cakes with a needle in the middle. Yeah, I actually really like that. And I think it's good fleshing out for a character. It's really weird in comparison to chapter 2, because she, of course, tortures Shion to death. Or doesn't, but wants to. And that's kind of a crazy thing to do. But yeah, like, I feel like Mion's been the best here. Yeah. While smiling timidly.
どうぞ上がってって言うまで玄関に突っ立ってるつもりですか? どうぞ上がって。全然可愛くない部屋で申し訳ないけどね。落ち着いた雰囲気のとこだね。
Or is it even more? There. This looked a bit tense when entering my room. It was the first time here.
生活はどう?
My hand hurts.
新しい学校はやっぱりつまらないです。
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, pal. I do, and I like vulnerable. I'm very like, I do like Mion when she's a bit more vulnerable. I think it's a good, interesting dynamic, right? I also, that's why I liked before chapter 2, Shion was revealed to actually exist as a person. I thought that was a really fun way to flesh out Mion's character as a vulnerable, feminine Mion. But then, of course, it was all a big ploy, an evil trick.
一応通ってはいますけど、気分が乗らないときはサボらせてもらってます。全寮制だとなかなかそうはいかないですからね。センルチはやっぱり辛かったが。チェ、 お姉も一度閉じ込められてみろってんです。ごめんごめん。ケーキ買ってきたからさ、食べよ。
Mion opened the box and saw 2 cheesecakes there. Oh! I love cheesecake! Oh, Mion, you cooked with that one, dude. Cheesecake? I had cheesecake for my birthday, fun fact. I was like, yo, if we're getting a cake, give me that Walmart cheesecake. Oh, it was actually, from the Cheesecake Factory. I would never go to the Cheesecake Factory. What do you take me for? Some kind of, like, sociopath? But I will eat their cheesecake. We have the same taste in food, so we didn't have to fight if we get 2 of the same thing. I chatted with her over the cheesecake. Cheesecake's, bro, best cake, I think. I think it's the best cake. Mion redeemed for torturing kids to death. I mean, cheesecake is that good. I talked to her about school and whatnot.
必要な家具とかがあったら言ってね。融通できるかもしれないから。この部屋にもようやく馴染んできたとこだけど。
What's wrong with Cheesecake Factory? It has that, people just make fun of it.
家具はノーサンキュー。
I've only really actually been like once or twice. I only go to Cheesecake Factory on dates. For some reason, they all want to go there. Yo, Zeus is like melting down with the idea of cheesecake. What's wrong with the Cheesecake Factory? Chat, if you want cheesecake, just get cheesecake. You don't gotta like go and sit down and eat their other food. It's called the Cheesecake Factory, not like the Dinner Factory. You know what I mean?
うちのお父さんが沖宮に住むつもりなら戻ってこいってうるさいんですよ。お父さんに会いたくないんだけど、かといって逆らうのも怖いしな。お父さんもシオンがいなくなって寂しそうだったから、なんだかんだ言っても帰ってきたら喜ぶと思うよ。チェー、人事だと思って。
That's funny, Zeus. Come to think of it, this was the first time I talked to Sin since I was allowed to live as Shion Sonozaki. She didn't look like how she was at the Sonozaki house that day. The successor of the Sonozaki family and my twin sister are 2 different people. This is such a classic line. My best friend and this demon in front of me are 2 different people. Alright, Keiji. The demon... See what I mean? The demon lives inside the leader of the Sonozakis. Our bodies are exactly the same except for the tattoo of a demon on her back. Mion's destiny as the successor was set in stone when she got that tattoo. It's pretty simple. The Mion from that night was different from the Mion before me. When I was forced to tear off my fingernails, I'd momentarily despised her. But if I were the next leader of the family, I'd have done the same.
シオン、爪は治った？もうすっかり傷口は塞がったからね。最近は目立つのがかえって嫌なんで、包帯みたいなのもしてないです。でもまだだいぶいびつでね。あまり人には見せられないかな。
I sneered at her, displaying my incomplete fingernails. Mion grew quiet and looked down.
謝らなくていいよ。ミオンだって、あそこは仕方なかったんだからさ。次期当主の役割を演じただけ。
See, it's one thing when she's in front of a bunch of people and like doing a performance, but it's another thing entirely when she just kidnaps kids and does it alone in her basement, in her torture basement. Like you're literally just demon maxing. I mean, at this point, demons are real, right? I mean, if Oyashiro-sama is real, then we can say demons are real. Satoshi possessing Keiichi, I kind of accept it's real. You know? I don't really know. That entire thing is such a mess, but... So, like, Mion, it does got a demon in her, but even when she doesn't have a demon in her, she still does crazy stuff sometimes. Like, I don't think the need, like... Because didn't she say the demon didn't show up until... Yeah, she said the demon didn't show up until Keiichi didn't give her the gift in the box in Chapter 2. And that means that killing everybody up to that point wasn't the demon, which means she's still responsible as Mion for killing those people. Of course, it's because she's trying to fit the role of the successor. She's trying to do what she thinks she has to do. You're still murdering innocent people, right? Including Satoko's parents, including Rika's parents, and then Satoshi, maybe, depending on how the Satoshi stuff plays out, etc., etc., etc. You still completely fail to take care of Satoko and Rika, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, I still can hate you for other reasons, but we can, at least, like, killing 2 kids, we can kind of just say LMAO demon at this point. Because it really is just, like, the demon's fully real, but, like, I don't know. I wonder if I would like torturing someone. Chat, would it be fun to torture somebody? Would you torture somebody? Is that what I asked? I forgot what I asked. I don't know if I would like it. I feel like it'd be kind of boring. They'd just be crying. Like, ow, it hurts. Ow, ow, ow. I feel like that's it. We already had all our fun. Like, oh, if I poke you really hard and I stab you, like, you're gonna be in pain. Who cares? That's just boring. Why do people even torture people? That's boring.
ごめんね。
Like, put up Hunter x Hunter on the TV. We can watch this together, my hostage.
オッケー。
Wait, I'm gonna kidnap people to watch Hunter x
そ
Hunter
の
with
謝
them?
罪で私は全部チャラにした。でも、もう一度謝ったらそれは取り消し。一生許さないよ。え、何それ。お姉は一度謝りモードに入るとなかなか抜けられない悪い癖がありますからね。私の方で区切らないとキリ
You're
が
cut
ないん
off.
です。
You're done.
本当に。
Well, chat. I'll say this one thing about quote inflicting pain onto someone else makes me sad. Sometimes it feel good though. You just like listen. The way to make it feel good is to think that they deserve it, or to think that you're doing something correct, right? Righteous anger and like rightfully hurting somebody can feel good, at least in my experience. And then I also, right, like if you think they deserve it, then it's like, ugh, justice has been served. You know? You've never felt that way? Like, if somebody kicked your dog in the face, and then you slap him in the face or you punch him, you think that feels good to punch him? Because you just did it for your dog. And so it's, you know what I mean? It's like a boom, bang, boom. Boom, bang, bop, 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 bang. You know what I mean? You like to punish people. Well, that's just for fun. Well, I'm also a little bit sadistic. But, like, I think within the realm of normal human being sadism. I don't think I'm, like, extra sadistic. But, like, I do, and I've talked about this before. I'll be very brief on it. I do, like, have been moments in my life where I've seen a pathetic creature, and I've gained, like, a pleasurable sensation just by looking at how pathetic and whimpering it is. It's like, oh, you poor thing, like, you're worthless. And, like, it feels good, right? I just got a little bit of sadism, you know? That's normal, though. Probably. What? Chat, I'm not crazy. I'm not a monster, chat. Pink has been watching me. No, chat. That's pretty good. Well, I think my example was like there was like a dog that I knew that had like crippled legs. Like it couldn't like its like back legs were like paralyzed, and so it would drag itself around by its front legs, right? And most of the time I never thought about it, but I looked over at one point and I saw it just dragging itself around, and I felt it in my chest. I felt like a welling up of a pleasure, you know? Like this evil. I felt this like evil pleasure at like, wow. Look at that creature. Look at its poor existence. So fragile, so weak, so pathetic. Yeah. Pink laughs at crippled dogs. Okay, chat, it was one time that I felt pleasure at the idea. The point of this, the dog obviously doesn't deserve to be in pain. It deserves love, it deserves cuddles. I pet the dog, it's a nice dog. I would never want to put something in pain. However, I mean, okay, better example, that y'all think I'm crazy, but you don't understand, this is you. This is you and you don't understand it. Have you ever seen like a video of like somebody tripping and falling, and they're not like actually that hurt, but like they have like a funny slip and fall, you know? We've watched those kinds of videos before and like America's greatest fails, America's funniest home videos, and it's like a kid slipping and like hitting their head, and then they're fine, they get up and they're fine, but it's like, haha, the kid slipped on a banana peel, what a dumbass, you know? That kind of thing. Yes, I know y'all have done that. I know y'all have done that. Okay? That's not the same. It's a small, I think it's similar. It's not the same, but it's similar, right? Where you gain, and not necessarily everybody, right? Because those kind of make me sad too. I kind of agree, you know? It depends on the video. But if you look at something like that and you have ever thought of pleasure, and you've ever thought it was funny, then you have gained pleasure off of something else's suffering, right? I am just honest about that with myself. That's the difference. Mion listening to this. Bro is digging his own grave. But that's why torture would be boring, because it would be like, what's the fun of that? My friend Pink Cubed would never say these things. You are not my friend Pink Cubed right now. You are Gube. Is this what you tell yourself to go to sleep at night? No, Chad, do not think of crippled dogs to fall asleep at night. Pink over here getting bricked up over slip and fall. I am not bricked up. Pleasure does not. Okay, let me make something very clear. Let me make something very clear. When I say pleasure, I don't mean sexually. That's crazy. All right. When I say I have a sadistic impulse, that does not mean sexually sadistic. I just mean like a more raw thing. All right, that did not help. That actually made it worse, I think. In Minecraft. All right. Anyways, my heart ached when she mentioned his name. But listen, last point. Someone listen. Did anyone say sexual? Getting bricked up. That means penis. Penis means sexual. I fuck with your honesty. Thank you. Shaking my head while looking at the dog to make people know I don't approve. No. This is bad. It's something about it. I think there's maybe like an impulse of like, look how pathetic this thing is. That makes me feel better about myself because I'm not that pathetic. So it helps me. Already gone off the deep end. Chat, look into yourself and address the horrors and the darkness within your own being before you chastise me for mine. Will you really forgive me about Satoshi-kun as well? My heart ached when she mentioned his name. It felt just like the ache of an old wound.
Shion がサトシのことを好きなのはもちろん知ってたんだよ。あれだけ大勢の前で熱愛宣言しちゃいましたからね。なんだか今更恥ずかしくもなんともないや。
What'd she say? I figured you loved him. Well, yeah, Shion literally said this.
でもバッチャはあれで本当にけじめがついたと思ってるんだよ。シオンがちゃんと自分でけじめをつけてみせたから、それで全部終わりって。そうでなきゃ困ります。あれだけ痛い思いしたんですから。サトシ、どこに行ったんだろうね。
Crazy line from Shion, or I mean Mion. No, I've never tortured an ant. No, I've never hurt something on purpose, chat. I've never hurt something on purpose with the goal being pleasure. I've never done that, never will, because that's psycho. But I have hurt things on purpose when I need to. Like, I've killed a cockroach before. But that's just because of cleanliness. It's not about pleasure, you know? I also don't think... Okay, last thing I'm saying on this. I don't think I actually like inflicting pain, but seeing something in pain I can enjoy. If it's very specific. You think this is going to be put in a compilation one day, and then I'm going to be, like, sitting on trial for, like, murder, and then this is going to play in the theater? You think this is going to play in the court? Sif, how do we get this stricken from the record? Hey, Sif! Strike it from the record, Sif! So, Mion, do you not know? Oh, goodness gravy. It's about to get real, chat, lock in. I started choking when I heard her say that. I just said it to her myself. I said that I'd forgiven her completely. But that promise instantly evaporated. Just because of what she said, I felt like I turned into a completely different person. What did you just say, Mion? Did you say I wonder where Satoshi-kun disappeared to? Who else could know other than you and your folks? What did you say? Where did he go? I felt my eyeballs rending in anger. I felt as though they were about to pop. I choked on a burning sensation in my throat. Shion, I need some emotional regulation right now. Lock in. Or kill her. That'd be cool. Mion's expression rapidly changed. It looked like she noticed the devil's mask on my face. We were one and the same. We could understand each other's thoughts without voicing them. So showing our expressions was like unveiling everything in our hearts to the other. Even though I told her not to apologize anymore, Mion apologized. I felt like strangling her. I was going to make her confess where she'd hid Satoshi-kun. If she told me she threw him into the Onigafuchi swamp, I'd strangle her to death right then and there. This is the energy I need more often! This is good energy! Thank you! I would love a good kill, Mion. That's a lie.
バンチャーだって何も知らない。
Wait, are you choking her right now? She kind of sounds like she's struggling to say
本当
stuff.
なの。
Maybe not. Maybe she's just freaked out.
嘘だ嘘だ嘘だ。じゃあ本当にお社様のたたりで鬼隠しにあったとでも言うつもりなのか。
Chat, I think I would like hurting Mion. I think I would give myself an exception. Sorry.
たたりなんてあるもんか。
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Words kept coming out of my mouth like I was chanting a spell. I wasn't speaking by my own will anymore. It was the demon who was controlling me. The demon that had been sleeping deep inside me woke up and was speaking through my mouth. My hands, I mean, the demon hands, grabbed Mion by the neck.
お前たちがサトシ君を鬼隠しにしたんだ。お前たちその先本家がお前たちが
Oh, she's going crazy. She's in there. She's in there.
返して、私のサトシ君を返して。返して。
My hand slowly but surely squeezed Mion's neck. Mion put her hands onto mine. I looked at her fingers. Three of the fingernails on her left hand looked as ugly as mine. Oh, shit. She ripped off her fingernails too? Did she do it as a way of atonement for her sister going through that pain? Or did she have to do that because of something she did? Whoa, bro. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, Mion clutched that. Mion clutched that. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't have to answer. She had the same scars as I did. She atoned as well. The way those wounds were healing looked the same as mine. So did she get these wounds around the same time as I did? Aww, Mion. Aww, that's sweet. Mion started sobbing. I stood there petrified, still wringing Mion's neck. I hate that it would still be, like, I think a good thing if we got rid of you. You're too dangerous. But, like, I appreciate it. This is sweet. Aww. Yo, can we, okay, new plan. We rip, okay, Mion might be salvageable. Really? Is she ever salvageable? She's murdered so many people. I don't know. She's young enough. She might be like real, like barely salvageable. This is sweet. This is a really good move, though. You would have to do like an exorcism, you know? It'd be like a magical, yeah, exorcism ritual combined with dismantling the Sonozaki household and all of their nefarious deeds. You know? You have to get both of them. That's why it's, like, impossible. Right? Because how do you exorcise you have to exorcise the demon. There's currently no reason we believe that can happen. And then you also have to get her out of being the matriarch of the Sonozaki household and get her into a normal life with, like, no criminal connections and murder things and whatever. You can't, you know, it's like you have to, she's broken on two different fronts. And one of them's supernatural, so it's really hard to fix that. Takano-led exorcism. Maybe that's why they were breaking into the storehouse. They were gonna do an exorcism. It didn't come as a surprise to me that Mion might also have loved Satoshi-kun as I did. We've always liked the same stuff and even the same people. She was stupid enough to feel obligated towards someone like me. Low-key, it happens with Keiichi too. Yo, bro, I'm not an exorcist. My exorcism methodology is killing Mion. If Mion's dead, the demon within her is dead too, you know what I mean? Oh, no, you had to do the same thing because of that? I should do an exorcism stream. That's a good idea.
二人は普通に過ごしてもよかったんだよ。なのに。サトシ。
I think I believe this. So. I think I believe this. Man, Mion's voice actor's going crazy. Actress. So who got rid of him? Who told him to leave? What happened? Oh, Yashiro-sama? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I did. Mion isn't smart enough to shed crocodile tears. Those tears were real. Her tears dissolved my demon's anger like how the sun melts ice. Ooh, I like that line. That was a good line.
信じて、シオン、本当にサトシがどうしていなくなってしまったのかわからないの。園崎家とかバッチャとか本当にそういうのにも関わってないの。バッチャはシオンのけじめで
I mean, no, Yashiro-sama, Lemao, the director, the director, Lemao.
ミオン、ごめん。苦しかった。
I took my hands off her neck and held her instead.
苦しくなんかない。
No, it's okay,
シオン
Mion.
はもっともっと。
Y'all just hug it out. Hug it out. A good cry sesh. I shuddered at the demon in my mind. I believed in Mion. I had been convinced it was the Sonozaki family that made Satoshi-kun disappear. But Mion denied it, while shedding tears. Between her and me, her tears are more convincing than any words. So I'd believe in her. It absolutely wasn't the Sonozaki family that made him disappear. So do you really think that Satoshi-kun disappeared because of Yashiro-sama's curse? I mean... Sonozaki's didn't do it, then who? Added it to my notes. Higurashi porn director theory? What is that, like, bottom of the iceberg Higurashi theory? Huh? Higurashi was made just to create Rule 34 of the characters? Yeah, that's a pretty unhinged theory. Not a fan. I don't believe in curses, and Mion didn't do it. If it wasn't the curse or the Sonozaki family, who demoned him away? I don't know. The director! I don't even know if the director's real. It could have been a delusion. I just know it's not Mion. It's not the Sonozaki family because Mion said so. And the syringe, the syringe, the syringe. Don't forget the syringe. That's stupid, Shion. Are you going to ignore Satoshi-kun's voice? Ooh, I like a good internal battle. This is real. I know. You don't have to remind me, Demon. I can hear his voice. I know he's mumbling with an ambivalent expression like he always used to, even though he knows help won't come. I'll help him no matter what. I'll save him if he's alive. I'll avenge him if he's dead. But Mion didn't do it. You just want to take it out on somebody. It doesn't matter who. But I'm Shion, not a demon. You're only a part of me. Don't try to take control. Fuck off. Don't ever show up again. The demon faded away. Make a demon voice, Pink. You want to know the real thing, chat? Demons sound like normal people. Just like anybody else. That's why they're so scary. This is a good back and forth. It really be like this sometimes, bro. It really be like this. Holy. My body went limp and I fell to the floor while holding Mion.
シオン、大丈夫？もう大丈夫だよ。ミオン、私たちはどうしてミオンとシオンなんだろうね。どうして同じ一人でやってはいけないんだろうね。やめなよ。
That's crazy. That's a crazy line. Shout out, I think it was Aristophanes. You know, Aristophanes reference? I'm not explaining
私たちはもう何度もそれを自問してきたよ。でも答えなんか出ない。現実に私とあなたはミオンとシオン、それが現実。
Yo, Sif looking.
私ね、自分がミオンでもシオンでもどっちでもいいんだよ。私たちは私たち。公平な関係でいたいのに仕方がないよ。ミオンの背中には鬼が宿ってる。闘志を継ぐ定めが宿ってる。それは仕方がない。
Except we can. Mion's the matriarch. We kill grandma, and then we decide that it's okay now because frick tradition. Who cares about tradition?
私、嫌だ。鬼なんかいらない。鬼なんかいらない。私は鬼じゃない。鬼じゃない。 同じ人間なのがいい。
Mion is a demon and Shion is a human. Even though we're twins, there's a difference between us. Oh, you know what's funny? Like, because Oyashiro-sama is supposed to, like, help humans and demons cross-collaborate and, like, chill out and be cool with each other. I think that was, like, part of the purpose of Oyashiro-sama. And so, like, when Rika getting killed by Mion, and then Mion and Shion, like, having a complete breakdown of their dynamic and just, like, full chaos mode, makes sense because Oyashiro-sama's dead, so there's nobody to, like, help the demons and the humans, like, work together anymore. Was it impossible for humans to live with demons after all? It should be possible, because they did it before. That's the legend of Hinamizawa. Humans and demons lived in harmony together, as Oyashiro-sama watched over them. Don't worry, I already caught chat up on that about T-minus 10 seconds ago. Mion, Shion, Satoshi-kun, demons, humans, Oyashiro-sama's curse, the series of mysterious deaths, Satoshi-kun's disappearance. We fell asleep while holding each other. Aww. While holding everything. Ooh! Ow! That was a line. That was a line. That was a line. Holding each other, holding everything. Damn, 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 damn. Okay? Okay, Mion? Okay, Shion? Give me some tips. Give me some tips. I will gladly take Shion's tip. If this was a different VN, we'd low-key have an H scene right there. I think you're right, and I think that's so brain rot. I think you're right, and I hate that. I hate how right you are. That pisses me off. I saw Mio Takano a few times after that. At her core, she was fascinated with the bizarre, and she had an insatiable curiosity that was just as strong. I have to remind myself not to take her story too seriously. Otherwise, I might start believing that Satoshi-kun disappeared because of the curse. She talks about the dark history of Hinamizawa a lot. It's all very interesting. Her theories are based on nothing but conjecture, but some of her intuition covers facts that only members of the Sonozaki family would know. She thinks that Oyashiro-sama's curse is the continuation of these ancient rituals. In other words, she believes that the curse is performed by religious fanatics. According to her theory, a religious cult once existed in Hinamizawa, and the three families stemmed from it. She believes that they are operating behind the scenes in order to revive the dignity of the Onigafuchi people, which was lost during the Meiji era. Mio-san's theories are far-reaching, and looking at them on a larger scale, they end up making a lot of sense. But they can't offer any explanation for Satoshi-kun's disappearance when using them on a smaller one. Her theories are just too broad. Alright. Pretty much just besmirching the theories. Purple book, red book, pink book. Yay! I exchange information with Oishi every now and then. I'm so sorry. We each expect new leads from each other, but neither of us had any luck. I no longer believe the tip that Satoshi-kun might have headed to Tokyo. It was clearly bogus anyway. Although I can't befriend Oishi, he's been fair about the deal. He alone has been serious about uncovering any new information. Oishi's sources are quite reliable, so whenever I found some dubious tip, I would check with him to see if it was valid. My meetings with him have diminished in frequency since he's been assigned to new cases. Eventually, we stopped meeting entirely. Oishi stopped investigating, and I reached the limits of my sources of information. People now think that Satoshi-kun's disappearance was a supernatural phenomenon called demoning away. My favorite color is pink. In Hinamizawa, they refer to his disappearance as him having transferred, and nobody will talk about it otherwise. I don't like the way that phrase is used to erase him. Never fuck with a dubious tip. Charewa! Shion and Oishi exchanging tip pics. Crazy. Ooh, wait! Shut up, listen to this. That's a jammer, dude. That's a great little song. I love a good music box. This is really sweet sounding. I love this one. Yo, fun fact, one of my favorite songs, the music box that plays in Undertale. That one music box song in Undertale, I'm getting reminiscent. I'm getting like reminiscent. I'm reminiscing on that. I'm getting a recognition there. Like that's it's reminding me of that. During the upheaval surrounding Yashiro-sama's curse in 1982, I was pulled this way and that by new leads on Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Every time I found information that looked promising, I kept changing my theories. But that also became an incredible burden on me. It wore me down plenty on its own. The fatigue was harsh, but it also provided a very kind acceptance. Bit by bit, it soothed away the anger, sadness, and doubt that wore me down. I'll never forget Satoshi-kun. I'll never try to forget him and move on. I constantly repeated those to myself in my head. I repeated them to keep my memories of Satoshi-kun from fading too, over and over. For the sake of my fun memories of Satoshi-kun, together with my fear and my sadness, I repeated them forever and ever. That is so sweet. That was such a sweet one. That was like low-key one of the best. I really like that one. Rika speaking? Who's speaking?
少女の思いは虚しく叶わなかった。流した涙は血の色となって生贄を求め、口をついた悲しみは怒りとなって殺意を生み出してゆく。
And ultimately to murderous intent?
純粋すぎる黒は全てを飲み込んで。
Hey, that sounds like the opposite of the tip we just got. I'm gonna be real, the last tip that I have obtained was very different than this. It was about acceptance and peace, not murder. Yeah, man, sounds exactly like Rika. Shit. Rena? I don't know. AD 1983. What does that mean? I think that's the normal year. The fourth year this year. Oh, the fourth year of the mysterious death in Kingdom's Hall, also known as Yashiro-sama's curse. 1 year after Satoshi Hojo's disappearance. Oh no, I'm right. Okay, I'm right then. Cool. Yeah. Oh, Keiichi Maebara? Are you about to enter the picture? My sweet little Keiichi. But Keiichi, you don't have a sprite. You can't enter. You silly goose. Unless... Alright, we'll see. I hadn't been able to get used to my new school in Okinomiya, but I had some friends there now. Since I got a part-time job at my relative's store, I had some extra pocket money too. I also got a new boyfriend named Otaku-san. I love rubbing his bulge. I ended up living with my parents after all, so I didn't have to pay for living expenses. It felt great to get to freely spend the money I earned from working. I wish, bro. I still use the room Kasai set up for me from time to time. It was a convenient hideout for when I didn't want to see my parents. In fact, I was planning to spend a day there today.
ちくしょう、先行め。サボりのことを家に連絡しやがって。
My dad got upset, and that was why I didn't want to stay at home. I had been asking for it, though. My teacher should know that my dad is a Yakuza, and that he gets really scary when he's mad. You're the worst. You're the worst, Shion. She wants special privilege because her dad's a Yakuza agent. What a piece of garbage. On the whole, my life has been going well so far, except that it was boring. The reason I could enjoy this lifestyle is probably because I had to live in secret before. It was a great relief to be able to live without having to fake my identity. While that might have been a valuable experience, I think I learned from it. I was going grocery shopping and thought I'd get enough food for a week or so. My parents would appreciate my presence more after missing me for a week. I was doing this for their sakes.
今日って確か100円セールのお店ってなかったっけ？そうだそうだ、間違いない。
They used Sulak for the follow 4 minutes ago. I didn't see that, thank you. I knew how to save my pocket money. I was in a good mood. I spun around with my arms spread out. I felt like I was inside a little whirlwind. Yay! My arm hit a motorcycle parked on the sidewalk. It obviously wasn't where it was supposed to be. Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. Fool me 3 times. Can't get fooled again. This just keeps happening, dude. How do we keep making this mistake, dude? Alright, who's gonna be our saving grace, huh? Satoshi comes back. Satoshi comes... Wait, what if it's Keiichi? Keiichi shows up? I mean, we're in the time frame. Keiichi should make an entrance at some point. But this is just isn't how they introduced in chapter 2, but, you know. You guys are so stupid. How are you this dumb? We already did this bit. She's just desperate. She's desperate for something fun to happen because she's bored. I gave the motorcycle a kick with no hesitation. There were 3 motorcycles lined up in a row. They all felt like dominoes. It was beautiful and so much fun. Yeah, exactly. Oh, this was odd. I felt like I'd gone through the exact same experience before. True, you have. While blinking my eyes in an effort to recall when that was, some people grabbed me by the neck and dragged me into a dark alley. She'd really be doing this frequently. It looked like these punks were the owners of those motorcycles. They started shouting at me. This really was strange. I was having deja vu. And low-key, Keiichi has to pull up, right? Because Keiichi and Satoshi frequently do a weird deja vu thing, so it actually would make sense. That would actually be cool. That's right. It was when I met Satoshi-kun for the first time. He came to save me. If I pretended to cry again now... But is Keiichi really, like, that goated that he would even jump in? I don't know. If I pretend to cry again now, would he come to save me again? I made a wish. And I started pretending to cry and beg for mercy. Okay, wait, why are you getting my hopes up? At that time... Okay, the next click is about to be crazy. The next click is about... They cut the cicadas for the next click. I doubted my ears. There's no way, not Satoshi, though. Wait! Sprite! Sprite! Keiichi got a Sprite! It was a boy about my age. I couldn't quite see his face because of the light illuminating him from behind.
Satoshi-kun?
Keiichi got a Sprite?! Of course, it couldn't be him. It couldn't be. Reveal! Dang! Okay, wait, he kinda... Okay, Keiichi, wait. Okay! Give me a... Okay! Okay! Wait, he kinda got that protagonist look in his eyes. Wait, he kinda looking kinda good here. Oh no, don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. Oh no! Oh no, he's got the twink back bend. He's got the twink back bend. No. Oh, Keiichi Maebara, you son of a bitch. I didn't think I'd see your pretty little mug here. No wonder she falls for him, dude. I wonder if this happens in chapter 2. Is this why she gets infatuated with him in chapter 2? It's kind of a weird thing. I do wonder. He is more muscled up than I thought he'd be. I thought he'd be a little less muscled up than this. Look at this hip bend though, right here, dude. And look at he's mean mugging. He's mean mugging. No, this is good. This is crazy. This is crazy. They kept saying like in the thing like, oh, he doesn't have a Sprite, LMAO. When I snapped out of my daydream, I realized that it wasn't Satoshi-kun after all. He looked less gracious than Satoshi-kun, so to speak. That's true. Satoshi-kun was pristine and untouched, then this guy would have scratches all over it. But although they were completely different, I got a similar impression from him somehow. That's my boy, dude. How you doing, Keiichi Maebara? Now, Keiichi, sick the children on them. Use your ultimate move. That is Keiichi's ult in Smash Bros, by the way. Whenever he ults, Satoko and Rika, like, fly in out of nowhere and start, like, jumping people. The boy looked a bit taken aback. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Dude, it's so, look at him yapping! It's so crazy to hear his voice and see somebody here. What? It is good to see my boy Keiichi. It's good to see my boy Keiichi. Alright. Especially if I don't have to be in his delusional mind. It's good to see him. Satoshi was ready to fight, but this guy's just like aloof. He's like dismantling the intensity of the situation by being aloof, which is a good tech. What was up with this guy? I felt ashamed that I mistook him for Satoshi-kun even for a second real. He seemed cool at first, but he wasn't as cool as Satoshi-kun after all.
だからバイクが倒れたのはお気の毒と思いますよ。でもですね、どうか機嫌を直されてですね、どうしたら機嫌を直してくださるんですかね。
Another Dr. Pepper?
いや、もちろん私たちはお金なんか持ってないんですよね。
He's making it into an us versus them. Crazy. That was a crazy snipe he has. Wait a second. Did you just bingo my ass? Did y'all just get a bingo point off of me? There's no shot. You guys just got a bingo point off of me. Son of a bitch. Just because of that, I'm adding Dr. Pepper to my Brahms chocolate shake. Just because of that. Hey. Mmm. Delicious. I don't even taste it. More, please. We know you so well, we don't need to manipulate you to get a bingo. You know, if you knew me really well, you would have had Pink accuses Chad of manipulating him to get a bingo in the bingo board. And you would have absolutely owned me. That would have been the ultimate tech. Unironically, ultimate tech right there. Man, wait, I'm putting even more Dr. Pepper in. This is freaking good. Here we go. Sorry, I just had to do a quick alchemy break. Alright. Keiichi, keep spitting.
Oh.
Keiichi! Keep spitting!
金がなかっ
This is
たら
basically pink.
なあ
It looks more pink on my body than it does on the camera.
体で払ってもおっかないっちゃな。
Keiichi prostitution arc? Oh.
こんな
Oh wait, they're actually doing. That's actually a crazy thing to say about the what 13-year-old girl right here.
もうじゃこの後
Okay, we're killing him. Delinquents gotta go. Delinquents gotta go. We gotta kill him. Hey, are you kidding me? I tied my grip on the stun gun in my pocket. Then I turned it up to the maximum intensity. Don't hold a grudge against me if you die, pervs.
おお俺さ
I'm so excited for these delinquents to get
街登
tased.
りたくてさ
Deserved.
おろろじゃ。もっと着飾ってスカートもミニで。
What? What are you saying?
興奮さ。
This is scarier when we don't have the dialogue. The stripping is better than the actual sex. I love the stripping. I love booby drop. R/booby drop. I love booby drop. They indulge in their imaginations, which arouse their spirits. Hey now, why are you perverts closing in on me? Your gross hands are groping the air. You gonna try and violate me?
タイトミニもええの
What y'all got me playing?
ミニミニ。はっしゃ。
Me when the sexual violence has a funny tone.
上から下まで
Christ.
全部色っぽくしちゃえよ肌色の面積を限り
Socks off? What do you mean socks off?
あんたら冗談でしょ。
Alright, can we
その汚い手で私
can
に
we
触れ
can
る
we shock him? Then a flash of light cut through the air. Was that the boy? He bats all three of them. Tricked you. He had Satoshi's bat on him.
ボケなすどもが
Hey, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. Blows like thunderbolts knock the punks down. Finally! Finally! It's the protag debuff. He sucks when he's protag, but he's good here. He just triple killed. Wow, so he was actually strong after all? Yes, Keiichi! Get some shots in! Get him! I was looking for this energy, man. That's my boy.
お前らは分かっていない分かっていない
何がじ
Oh,
ゃ。
please don't undercut
タ
your
イトミニ
moment.
には萌えがない
Oh, no.
そして肌色面積は控えめに
I knew you were gonna say this. I knew you were gonna say some shit. I knew you were gonna say something. I knew you were gonna... Imagine. Imagine he joins them and then actually just strips her and violates her but keeps the socks on. Imagine.
たとえお天道様が西から登ることがあろうとも
No, if you're gonna, you gotta take the socks off. Like, A, it's insane, you should never, this is insane. Also, it's a bad take. Also, it's a bad take!
絶対絶対これは萌え業界の鉄則だいいかよく聞けど素人どもホモ・サピエンスと動物の違いは何か
Okay, he's cooking on this one. It's just a cook. It's just something.
そう衣服の着用だ
This is what reminds us that we're human. Okay, Kate.
つまり人は肌以外の衣服の彩りがあって
Maybe
初
that's
め
the
て
thrill
人
of
な
it,
の
though,
だ
huh? Maybe that's the thrill of it.
つまり肌色を求めすぎる貴様らは人以下
Yeah, but being a human sucks. Being an animal is, you're not into, this guy got a 0% on his prey predator scale when he took the test, the BDSM test. This guy did not have predator prey.
動物と同じだ
Let's talk about it.
貴様ら全員を強制する歯を食いしばれ
He's going crazy. Telling you like this before the internet is actually unhinged.
先ほどタイトミニを引き合いに出したな
That's true.
例
Yeah,
えば
where did he get this
こ
from?
こに美少女と呼ぶ
Okay,
にふさ
well,
わしい
okay.
女の
No,
子がい
he's
た
looked this up. No, he's watched this. He's definitely watched these. Keiichi, stop gooning. Wait, he's actually gooning this much.
美少女と一言に言ってもその裾野は
He's
広すぎ
lecturing
る
them on like porn categories. What?
それについて貴様らに抗議することは寿司山芸者から入った
I
外
don't
国
even
人
know what
に
this means.
侍の美学を一から説明するより
I have no
困難この上極まりない
Yo,
だ
remember
か
when
ら
it
こ
was
こでは
Satoshi?
最も普及していると思われる制服系で説明することとする
Okay, school uniforms, I can understand that.
制服系の御三家といえば何か答えてみろ
Okay, wait, actual pop quiz. Does school swimsuit count? School swimsuit, school uniform. I don't know actually. What?
そうだな制服
Gym.
体
Oh,
操
I
服
actually forgot. No,
School
Gym's
music
actually the right answer. You know what? No, that was a good quiz. That was a good quiz. It was definitely gym uniform, school swimsuit, regular uniform. No, that's true.
なおセーラーかブレザーかの好みの違いは制服にカテゴライズするものとするもちろんブルマーかスパッツかの違いも同様
Chat, if you answered that correctly, you're a gooner. You're actually a gooner if you got that correct. I'm gonna be honest. Y'all just exposed as gooners. Y'all actually just exposed.
すく水も紺か白かの違いはあるぞ
Is there a
カテ
difference
ゴリーは
between
同
gym
じ
shirts
扱い
and
だ
bloomers? I thought that was the same word. These are two different styles?
どうだこれだけでも甘美な響きがするであろうではお前ら3人がこれらのうちの一つずつが好みで
Yeah,
あった
2 out
と
of
仮定
3
し
is
ろ
not bad. I'm not a gooner.
おい不良 A お前は制服だ不良 B お前は体操服
Why is he assigning them
そ
different
して不良 C は
uniforms?
すく水だ
Pickings and Hinamizawa are pretty slim. Bro, she had to downgrade from Satoshi to Keiichi. What a debuff. Oh my goodness, the only other boy your age. It's so unlucky. Oh man, Hinamizawa's cooked. Literally the worst village to be in. Bro. And if you're Keiichi, all you have is Shion, Mion, and Rena. Are you really kidding me right now? Unlucky. I think Shion's the best one, and that's really depressing because she's crazy.
描けたか妄想くらい自在にできろ気合が足りんやり直せ
Man.
ではお前らの望む美少女がここにいてその衣装を着ているぞ
Okay.
あると思え
I almost
あると信じろ
answered this,
気合を入れろ
I almost just answered that.
返事は押すか
I'm so glad
さ
that
あ
I
イエスサー
persisted.
だ
I do, like, yeah.
バカ者それでも軍人か
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
よーし描けたようだな次に進むぞ
Yes.
それらの萌え衣装と貴様らの馬鹿げた浴場に従いお色気ムンムンなタイトミニスカート姿を見比べ
It's
てみろ
still good. Your point fails. I think it's still hot. Like. No, but the wig. But the wig. If you take the wig off, then they're failing the cosplay. But like, the wig is enough. The wig is enough. You know what I mean? You don't need to do like, you know what I mean? That's the thing. You can do enough with the cosplay. Right? It makes sense.
最近まだ萌
It
え
does
と
kind
色
of
気の
depend
違い
on
の
the
わ
cost,
か
but
ら
I
ん
feel like
未熟
wig's
者が増え
enough
ている
like
が
99%
実に
of the
嘆
time.
かわしい。
You're no longer human, thank God. That sort of video is rampant lately. Keiichi, stop gooning. Oh my goodness, he didn't even get to do the things. The voice lines.
本能でしか女性の魅力を語れない貴様らは犬猿キジだ。きびだんごでももらって鬼ヶ島へでも失せろ。 Get back here!
Pack your bags and leave! Wait! Come back! I'm not done!
ちなみに最近の東西雪解けに従い、
Really?
俺もいろいろな類が
Wait, really?
大量
Was
に
this a
上陸している
thing?
な。
Was this an actual event? After the war, after the end of the Cold War, did a bunch of Russian porn like circulate? That's actually a cool piece of trivia, if true. Is that true? That's actually interesting. Because yeah, that would kind of make sense. He did say it in English too. Okay.
そんなことも知らんのか、愚か者は。
Okay, Keiichi, please. If you please say, wait, get back here. That'd be so funny.
制服系と金髪を掛け合わせてアニメ系などという酸素と水素が
I thought he was
掛け合わ
about
さ
to do
れ
it
て
again.
能登
Could
半
you
島
imagine
可愛
if
い
you
よ
went,
大爆発
pack your bags and get out! Wait, get back here! As you know Russian porn. You don't know that? Get out of here! Wait, get back here! He just keeps looping. Okay, beautiful Russian schoolgirl, which is a combination of the Japanese uniform fetish and some Russian thing. This guy doesn't even know what he's talking about! Some Russian thing!
制服は日本の文化だ、芸術だ。
Wait, you're being xenophobic with the school uniform fetish. Other groups can do that. Let the Russians do that too. Don't keep that to Japan.
和洋折衷はこの世界には存在し
Whoa!
ない。
He's being racist! Keiichi's racist! What? Why is Keiichi being... Keiichi is calling Russian people stupid barbarians! For them trying to use school uniforms in porn. What? Keiichi, you can't say that! You're gonna get
貴
canceled!
様ら聞いているのか、軟弱するべどもが。歯を食いしばれ、今日は徹底的にしごく。貴様ら
How
が
is he
真
gonna
の萌
train
え
them?
文化を理解できるまで今日は寝られないと思え。はい、指導。
Yo, he and Irei have so much in common. He and Irei are like... The only difference between them is their age. It's crazy. At that point, I heard a bustle of people running this way.
前原さ
Oh my goodness, the worst people to join.
ん、みんな呼んできました。
I saw several kids running towards us. Seemed like our backup had arrived. This guy, dude.
やばいぞつながれ
Starts wanting, like, fantasizing about whipping these men while giving them a rundown on porn while summoning children. That is the most Keiichi thing I've ever heard. Yeah, it makes sense. The three punks had just been standing there agape, but they started running away when they saw that many people. Honestly, really good diversion technique.
さすが前原さんですね。
What's up, squad?
たった一人であんな怖そうな3人組を釘付けにしちゃうなんて。
Disappears from existence.
3人の一人鼻血出してましたね。前原さん、喧嘩も強いなんてすごいです。尊敬します。
Shion right now is shedding tears, missing Satoshi. She's like, I'm gonna have to settle.
俺の固有結界も
My
ますます
personal
磨きがかかったよ
aura.
うだな。今に監督の固有結界メイドインヘブンに太刀打ちできるくらいに磨きをかけてやるぜ。と、そんなこ
Is
と
that
はいい
like
や
a JJK reference? What's this reality marble referencing? Made in heaven.
大丈夫かよ、ミオ。
Oh, bruh, he thinks it's Mion. That's funny. Boy was apparently called Mayabari. He turned around to face me. Even the way he mistook me for Mion sounded like Satoshi-kun. Yo, did you block out the last 5 minutes of gooning lessons? I know Satoshi. Satoshi has literally never... What? Oh, that was a... Oh, it's a JoJo reference? Well, you're saying Fate Zero. Wait, is it a Fate Zero reference? Anyways. I was about to say, Satoshi has 100% never watched porn in his life. He gets too embarrassed. He maybe one time had a moment of weakness and looked up girl going to the beach, and he looked at a girl with in a swimsuit that's relatively tame, and then he blushed really hard and closed the tab really fast. That's the closest he's ever gotten. And then Goon Squad Keiichi out here in the school library, 3 different computers together, smushed together, Goon Cave, Reddit on one, Instagram on another, TikTok in the middle. This guy's a problem. But Satoshi-kun isn't a pervert like him. I've been saying.
天下ごめんのミオンがどんな情け容赦のない必殺技で撃退してみせるかちょっと楽しみにして見てたんだぜ。
Oh yeah, before internet. So he had to bring the tapes himself and then somehow wired it into the computers.
まあその
This guy.
さすがに男が3人がかりじゃきつかったってことかそんなわけないよな。
I mean, all you would need is a magazine and then go into the forest, right? that's crazy. Yeah, go jack off in the woods, bro. I'm still confused. I couldn't yet grasp this situation. Who was this guy? Mion has friends like him? I'm still spacing out in shock, so I forgot to move until his hand touched my head. Oh.
まあそのなんだ。
And he did the move. It's over.
半べそ書いてたのは見なかったことにするからさ。そのまあ元気出せよ。な。
Rub. The boy called Maybar stroked my head roughly. It didn't feel good. It hurt actually, but still, his hand had the same warmth. Later on, Mion told me about him. Got you, FBI, got you, yeah. Yeah, I think Sif said something kind of like that earlier. He was called Keiichi Maebara. Kei-chan for short. He's 1 grade below us. Not only that, but he just moved to Hinamisawa. Thanks to his attitude and lack of manners, he'd already become an idol in their class. Mion joyously explained all of this. Sure, he sounded like a fun kid. I knew why Mion was into him. But Satoshi-kun is way cooler. He wasn't worth stealing from Sis. Where was he? Dude, Shion's just doing it for the thrill of the game, dude. She doesn't actually care. What up? My heart throbbed. I was excited. Felt like I got in a new toy. Yeah, dude, you're such a problem. At least with Satoshi, it wasn't a toy. It was genuine. I did react to Fate Zero. It was good. I just forgot about the it being called that. Shout out the Fate Zero reactions. Go to the YouTube and watch them. Go watch my Fate Zero stuff. It's all in YouTube. Go to the playlist. Felt like I got in a new toy. I was curious as to what kind of relationship Mion intended to build with him. I'd love to tease her about it.
ありがとう、ケイちゃん。
As.
よかったらお礼にお茶でもおごるよ。すぐ近くにおじさんの店があるし。
So
どう？
this is what happened. I see. Soshi-kun would refuse out of modesty. This guy would never. But Keiichi said okay within 2 seconds. Well then. Couldn't wait to tease the two of them. My boring life suddenly became bright again. Thank you, Sif. Wave
なんかおい腕なんかにしがみつくなよ。
あれこういうの嫌いですか？
いやその嫌いじゃないけどその胸が当たってその
Live Keiichi reaction.
胸が当たって何ですって？
Bruh. That's a crazy line. Man, I'm so alone. Man, chat, it's been a minute. God damn it! Keiichi Maebara was fun. Mion thought the same way I did. She would always talk about him. I was happy for her.
お
It
姉
made me
は
smile.
ケイちゃんのこと本当に気に入ってますね。ズバリケイちゃんの魅力を一言で示すと
I
何
want
で
to
す？
touch boobs. Okay, I'm done. It's been a minute, 22 years. How long has it been? Chat, the last time I actually enjoyed it was a long time ago. But the last time it happened was not that long, I guess. But it's only... I don't need to talk about it. Ugh. I only enjoy... My TLDR is I only actually enjoy it if I'm in like a committed relationship. Otherwise, I don't care. It's been a while. It's okay.
そうだね。もしも一言でしか言っちゃいけないなら、 やっぱり面白いとこかな。
It's okay, chat. I'll find
そうそう
someone.
この間の部活の時にさ
Mion really liked him, but didn't seem to think it was love yet. She's reserved in that area, so that was really like her. She definitely got a crush, though. As for me, well, I didn't hate him. But my feelings weren't the same as Mion's. Kei-chan was just too childish compared to Satoshi-kun. I like seeing that. This makes me glad. I'm glad that she's still holding strong to Satoshi. I wonder how Satoshi-kun was doing. Was he waiting for things to cool down somewhere far away? The case had already been solved, though. That dopehead was the murderer. There was no reason for him to wait anymore. I shook my head. I shouldn't think about it too much. Oh wait, I know. The case was confidential, so the arrest of the culprit hadn't been made public. So Satoshi-kun hadn't realized that he could come back. I know he's a little thick-headed. Maybe he'd be waiting for things to calm down until the end of time. But if so, couldn't he give a call to Satoko at least? He should tell her he's living in a faraway place, but that he'd be coming home soon. Ah, that stupid Satoko. She'd been living with Rika Furude since Satoshi-kun went away. So nobody would pick up the phone even if he called. Stupid girl. Don't you want your big brother to come home? I hate you. Given Satoshi-kun's personality, he wouldn't remember any phone numbers other than his home number, so he wouldn't be able to contact anybody in Hinamizawa. This is so sad. Maybe he's been calling Satoko every night. He keeps ringing, but nobody picks up. Then he'd assume Satoko might be taking a bath or be in the restroom. I mean, we know this isn't true because she moves back in chapter 3 and, like, doesn't hear. Right? Unless, I mean... There's no way. Yeah, she doesn't hear. Or else we would have known that as Keiichi. There's no way she would have kept it secret. He'd put on a puzzled smile while mumbling, like always. I imitated his voice without realizing it.
それでえ何
What was that sound you just made?
何どうしたの
I love... Shion just did a technique I do, bro. You say something unhinged, people go like, what did you just say? And you go, Such a good technique. You want to know who I stole that from? Ali Beardsley. Shout out Ali Beardsley, Dimension 20 cast. It's such an OP technique, dude. You gotta whip that shit out everywhere, chat. It's a tech. Don't know how to respond to somebody? Hit them with the, And then they're like, what'd you just say? And you go, what? You just, it's like a little feigned ignorance, like banter back and forth. It's such a good technique. People would love that, bro.
今シオン
The crowd
何か言
loves
わなかっ
that.
た
The crowd loves it. I laughed it off and urged Mion to continue. I realized then that her tone had changed. I hadn't been listening to her because I was thinking about Satoshi-kun. Fair. I thought she was still happily talking about Kei-chan. But Mion sounded grim now. Her faint smile looked pitiful. It was too late to ask what was going on. So instead I concentrated on her story instead.
でねおじさんが今日は盛り上げてくれてありがとうって言って売り物のお人形をみんなに1個ずつ配ったの私以外の全員にお姉以外の全員にね
Similar to Keiichi not giving her a doll because everybody thinks that Mion's too, like, tomboyish for it.
その
Yeah.
そりゃあ私も欲しかったけどさ
Pattern.
みんなの手前私にもちょうだいとは言い出せなかったし相変わらずお姉は自分の欲しいものを欲しいと言えない人ですねそれで
Mion sniffled. Oh, wait, she's talking about... Oh, no, wait, Uncle... Uncle might be talking about the toy shop guy. She might be talking about Keiichi not giving her the doll. I realized that she was on the
ケ
verge
イちゃん
of
の
tears.
袋にはね
Yeah, okay, she's talking about... Okay.
一番
I
可
thought
愛い
maybe
お
it was
人
like a
形が入っ
pattern
て
and it had
て
happened before, but no, this is that event.
そのお人形が一番欲しかったってわけ別に何のお人形だってよかったんだよケイちゃんは私だけもらってないって知ってたのに
Shion, give good advice.
私にくれなかった
I mean, we know how bad this goes.
私にくれなかったミオンには似合わないよなって言ってくれなか
You
っ
give
た
it to Rena?
次に生まれてくるときは
Damn. It is pretty freaked up when you look at it like that. Ouch.
言われたんだよ言われたんだよ
It's okay, Neon. Get your booty in here for a hug. Now stop killing kids. This is not an excuse to go kill kids. That was Keiichi's weak point. He might be fun and popular, but he wasn't mature. Not like Satoshi-kun.
やり直したいケイちゃんに出会った最初の頃からやり直して今度はちゃんと
Dude,
女
Shion
の子だ
is
と思って
so
もらえるよう
evil.
に
Shion is so evil. Mion goes to her and says, I want him to treat me like a girl again. I feel so bad. And then Shion pretends to be Mion, acts feminine, and, like, steals the feminine acting Mion away from Mion. Like, why would you treat your sister that poorly? That's so unhinged. Shion's so terrible. Mion went to her and was like, and lamented about how she felt about this boy. And then she comes in and makes it more complicated. She's such a piece of garbage.
おねえ、深刻すぎですって。お姉がやり直したいと思って、しかも向こうが何もトラブってない状態なら全然セーフじゃないですか。互いに傷つき合ってただれちゃうと、まあやり直しも面倒でしょうが。
やり直せるかな。
ケイちゃんの前で涙を流してないなら、そもそも何も手遅れじゃないんです。お姉がこの場で適当に涙して、明日から心を入れ替えていけば修正可能ですって。
うん。
そりゃケイちゃんのデリカシーのなさには呆れますけど、その結果は結局、今日までのお姉の積み重ねてきた結果なわけですから、今日からの生活を少しずつ改めて、ポイントを稼ぎ直せばいいだけのことです。
生活を改めるって、どうやって？
お姉に可愛らしくしろって言うと、明日からフリフリの格好で投稿しかねませんからね。変に構えないで、普段通りに行きましょう。
I am a big fan of CQC. Close? Oh, wait, no. Wait, what? Wait. What's my acronym do? Concise quality communication. CQC. That's what it's all about, right? So just talking to him and being like, hey, I'm a girl. And then he makes fun of you and you go like, I'm being serious. Like, I want you to know that. And you're cute. GG. You know? And obviously kids, they're never gonna do this, because kids are stupid. I was a kid, I was stupid. Yeah. Keiichi's so, like, thick-headed, though, and, like, dumb, that he's not even gonna understand.
でも、細かい部分でこれまでの違いを見せていく。
Don't call me a neat chat. Yeah, there's no way it's ever gonna happen, pal. It's so true.
そこがさりげないポイント。あと人形をもらったレナという子には釘を刺しておくこと。現在のケイちゃんの中ではお姉よりもレナの方が高ポイントの可能性が高いです。
確かにレナは女の子っぽいしな。可愛いし海外しいし。
ライバルがいるならうかうかできませんよお姉。涙は男を引き寄せる力がありますけど、つなぎ止めておく力はありません。
But they don't anchor them? Oh my god, what is this, like, Machiavelli for women? What the hell does this mean? Shion's crazy! Tears can attract men, but they don't anchor them. It's like, love can control the people, but it doesn't anchor them. Fear anchors them. That's literally, like, probably a line out of The Prince. Are you kidding me right meow? Though, I'ma be honest. Wait! Oh no, chat got me. Tears would attract pink 100%. I was literally about to self-report that I am attracted to women crying. Like, okay, that sounds so bad when I put it like that, but like, it is what it is. Wait, I should have said that. I'm not attracted to women crying. I'm not actually attracted to that. I'm not attracted to that. I'm not attracted to that. No. What I'm attracted to is emotional intimacy. I'm attracted to emotional intimacy, and crying is part of that. So if somebody feels close enough to me emotionally to shed tears, then that deepens my connection to them, which makes me more attracted to them. One of my favorite things is when a woman that I like cries. Because it shows that we have a close enough relationship that they're willing to cry. I'm attracted to vulnerability because I think it's an important part of relationships and I care about taking care of people. It's actually crazy. Like, you wanna know like something I actually don't know how I should say that. I'll say it because it's funny. One of my favorite things that ever happened in the like main relationship I had was this is gonna sound so itch. When we broke up, she cried a little bit and it made me feel so good. I was like, I knew you cared. I was like, I knew you cared about me. I knew you did. Yeah, that's some good stuff. That's a good memory. I was like all sad about it. You know, I cried a little bit too. You know, I was like, oh, I'm heartbroken, blah, blah, blah. And she cried, saw tears in her eyes, and I was like, oh shit, we're in. To be fair, I was pretty cooked at that point in my life. I'm different now. But like, yeah. We're talking about Higurashi! He wouldn't like doing shit. Oh, man. Yeah, man. Chat, I'm honest about myself. Find somebody else that does that.
普段は笑っててポイントで泣く。萌えの典型パターンの一つかもです。私もケイちゃんに実践してみるかな。
That's okay. But listen, no, I'm not. No, but it's about emotional intimacy. It's about the closeness of human connection. It's about love. All right. I don't enjoy watching somebody in pain, but when somebody's in pain and they're willing to let me bear it with them and to use me as a resource to get them through it, I'm into that. Boom. Saying sus stuff competition, my opponent is peak. Someone run that one short. Torture is pretty intimate. I mean, we're getting dangerously close to just talking about BDSM. No? Torture is pretty intimate. You're basically just begging for BDSM. Alright, let's play the game. Maybe I should try that on Kei-chan myself. No, don't. Shion goes and does it on Kei-chan herself. No, I don't like disabled puppies. If I liked them, I wouldn't like seeing it in pain.
お姉が気に入る男の子ですからね。私が気に入らない道理はありませんから。
Shion, you're the worst.
さーて、ケイちゃんをどう引き込んでみせようかな。
I mean, a little bit is like motivates me on to kick into gear, but also like
なんならお姉、
that's definitely
どっ
not
ちが
what
ケ
she.
イちゃんの気を引けるか
Definitely not
競
the
争しましょう
reason
か。
she's doing it. She's just doing it to toy around and be mean.
やだ。もう絶対やだ。シオン、ひなみ沢に来たら追い返す。
I'm happy for you, sis. It's not too late at all. It's important to know the distance between the boy you love and yourself and shift the way you appeal to him to compensate. The boy I love is missing, you know. I don't even know where he is or when he's coming back. Compared to that, you're very lucky. Mion was saying she'd do her best from tomorrow on with red tearful eyes, but I sensed a deeply negative feeling emerging inside me. Nobody was blaming Mion for being happy with Keiichi. I wasn't envious. I wasn't jealous. I didn't want her to be blamed the same way I was blamed. It was just that there was no space for Satoshi-kun in Mion's mind anymore. Filled as it was with Kei-chan and her other friends now. It didn't matter to her if Satoshi-kun came back. Or not. Just like how she didn't care if it was sunny or rainy tomorrow. What about me, then? Had I been thinking about Satoshi-kun all the time for the past year? I wasn't proud of my own answer. I'd become used to life without Satoshi-kun. It's just reality. His absence didn't hurt me anymore. This is actually a really interesting thing, like losing somebody, and I kind of am saying like death, usually, but like in any way. Losing somebody, and then realizing that like you're getting over it, and you're like, do I owe it to them to still be in pain? You know? That's like a big... Yeah. Like, I that's a very sad concept, you know? And I think some people, like, yeah, you don't gotta hit me with the, fucking, the Hunter x Hunter quotes, bro. Ouch. Guilt can be part of grief. That is a beautiful way to put it. Wait. Chat, we gotta sit with that. That was a good one. Wait, that line got like tears prickling in my eyes. That was a really good line. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I don't think I could put it better. His absence didn't hurt me anymore. I was getting used to life with Keiichi Maebara, and if I let my guard down, he might just fill up the space I'd been saving for Satoshi-kun. If Shion Sonozaki had prayed harder for Satoshi-kun to return, he might have come home already. Where did Satoshi-kun go? Last year, right after his disappearance, I paid close attention to the information circulating in the Sonozaki family and its underground connections. And I frequently went to the police station to check with Oishi for new information. Even with all that, I couldn't get any new leads on his whereabouts. I eventually became interested in Oyashiro-sama's curse, which surrounded Satoshi-kun's disappearance. I researched the dark history of the village. The more I looked into it, the less likely his survival seemed. I'd returned Mio-san's scrapbooks to her, and then I hadn't gone to the library since. I started a new life in a new school, I'd made new friends, and in the same way, as falling leaves covered the ground, I felt like I was losing sight of what was really important to me. It was already almost the end of spring. They said that summer was coming early and it'd be very hot this year. Normally it'd be the rainy season now, but we'd had no rain at all. The Watanagashi festival was right around the corner. It'd been almost a year since Satoshi-kun went missing. In Hinamizawa, they don't allow you to talk openly about Oyashiro-sama's curse, or the series of mysterious deaths. So everybody acts like the murder of Satoshi-kun's aunt never happened. That's because Satoshi Hojo-kun was a member of the family of traitors. He fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 4th year running. He was demoned away. Everybody was trying to forget about his existence and erase their memories of him. Don't make him disappear because of the curse. Don't erase his existence. Satoshi-kun was living in Hinamizawa just a year ago. He went to school. He was an A student. He was a member of the Hinamizawa Fighters. He could never hit the ball when it really mattered. He was unreliable but pure. He was warm. Because of the curse, people made him disappear. They stopped mentioning his name and acted like he never existed. A new resident like Keiichi Maebara wouldn't even know him. He seriously believed that Satoshi-kun had transferred out. I miss you, Satoshi-kun. I want to go shopping with you again. I want to be in a baseball game with you again and get a cold drink afterwards. I want to tease you and I want you to stroke my head again. Your hand was so warm. I felt as if my whole body was being caressed. Satoshi-kun. I haven't opened up this notebook in a while. My feelings have been written down for over 150 pages. This notebook is the key to my heart. The other me who's been sleeping since last year is slowly waking up. Damn. That was a pretty emotional little, like, internal monologue from her. Just, like, missing him so much. It's really sad.
まったく、ケイチさんのドスケベぶりには呆れましたよ。
Really sad. Look at these goobers. You think I give a frick about these goobers right now? Alright, remind me what they look like. Alright. Look at their Play-Doh fits. Your dirty deeds? What are you talking about, dirty deeds?
みーちゃんもしーちゃんも、ケイチくん困ってるよ。ですってよ。
Oh my, what is this? What are we doing, man? What is this? They've never done a shot like this before, dude. Never once have they done a shot like this before. Jeez. Wait, hit him with the... She got the Glock on her!
大岡越前じゃあるまいし、このままケイちゃんが引きちぎれるまで引っ張りっこします。
I don't know which. I mean, do we have like a rough time estimate of how much longer the chapter is? I kind of feel like it's getting close to ending, but maybe it's not.
引っ張りっこなんかしてないよ。シオンが引っ張らなければ済むことでしょ。シオンは沖宮に帰れ。はい、了解。そうしますね。
They're pulling on each of his arms. And let go of Keiichi suddenly, so he and Sis flew off like a rubber band. Keiichi rolled on the ground while Sis was stuck in a bush head first. That means her booty's out. What lively people.
じゃあケイちゃん、これ以上からかうとお姉に噛みつかれかねないので、今日はこれで帰りますね。
あ、シオン。そのさ、今日はありがとな。
ああ、あんなのお安いご用です。あの程度で恩が着せられるならいくらでもってくらいに。
じゃあまたな、シオン。
His hand landed on my head. Rub, rub, rub. He stroked my head pretty roughly, but the warmth reminded me.
二度と来るなー。レナは紹介。サトコはトラ。
Rena attack dog is crazy.
リカちゃんは塩巻いて。
All of them attack dogs is crazy. The warmth remained on the top of my head. It felt ticklish and sore. I had to stop. I got off my moped and pushed that aching spot against a telephone pole. I'm sorry, Satoshi-kun. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I never forgot about you. I still remember you. I'm worthless without you. I can't stand life without you because it's gray and cold and boring. It's true. I can never smile because you aren't here. I can't.
じゃあまたな、シオン。
But she felt it there. Keiichi's face appeared in my mind. I recalled the touch of his hand stroking my head. It wasn't warm. I wasn't happy. It was rough and painful. I hate that insensitive guy. He's too childish, rude, and cold. He's like a stray dog. I wasn't happy. It wasn't warm. I wasn't happy or overjoyed at all. The cope is so sad. This poor girl, man. Dude, that means that every time that we, like, when we were watching it through Keiichi's eyes, we would, like, engage with her, we'd separate, she would just go cry about Satoshi after. That's so sad. No, Shion. That's his sound. Satoshi-kun mumbled. He didn't know what to say in a situation like this, but he knew that he had better say something. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. So he just mumbled. I'm sorry, Shion. Why are you apologizing, Satoshi-kun? Oh my goodness, she's so cooked. I'm the one who should apologize. Even though I said I'd wait for you, even though I believed my heart wouldn't change. My heart is full of holes. You're leaking out from the small cracks in my heart, little by little. You're leaking out from me. Are you suffering because I'm here? Why? You're so precious to me. So don't say that. I've been here with you all this time. But I think I'm hurting you by continuing to exist. Ow! I don't want that. That's not true. No. Where have you been, Satoshi-kun? You weren't with me. Tell me where you are. What's the address? What's the postal code? What's the name of the city? What's the street number? Tell me. There isn't an address. I knew it. Tell me you've always been with me, always by my side. That's such a cliche. Which do you prefer, Shion? If I can give you strength, I'll stay by your side forever. But if you're suffering because of me, I'll disappear right away.
そんなこと言わないでよ。一緒がいい。一緒がいいよ、サトシ君と。いつまでも一緒がいい。
Okay, I'll stay with you then. A car passed by. The noise snapped me out of my reverie. Yo, Satoshi's driving? Come on, Satoshi, pull back into town! If you just show back up, Satoshi plus Keiichi, 2v1 the uncle, easy clap, in reality, win the game for free. The sky was turning orange. I should get home before it gets cold. I should go home to Okinomiya. You're with me, right? Are you with me right now, Satoshi-kun? I walked back to my moped. My feet sank into the grass. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I stopped when I reached my bike, but then I heard an extra footstep. Oh, we really thought that as a protagonist was gonna have a good ending, huh? Oh, we really thought the protagonist might just get out of this without getting a demon away. She wants to leave. Oh, does she want to leave Hinamizawa to go find him, maybe? That's bad. I mean, this is the curse, yeah? I gasped. I could feel somebody else's presence. Oh, she's cursed. I'm not stupid. Nobody else was around here. Nobody had suddenly appeared behind me, so I wasn't surprised to find nobody when I turned around. But he was definitely still there. What do you mean, he?
Satoshi-kun.
I couldn't see him, but he was there. Oh, shit. He was there for me. Satoshi-kun never lies. Is it not Oyashi or someone? It's actually Satoshi? Maybe it just presents the same way. Satoshi-kun never lies. He said he'd be with me all the time. I've just been too insensitive to feel his existence until now.
Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun.
And there is precedent because of Keiichi hearing Satoshi. A breeze tickled my hair. It felt cold. But to me it was nothing but the warmth of his hand. Oh! Ow. She feels him in the wind tickling her hair. That's a good... I like this line a lot. It was cold. It felt cold, but to me it was nothing but the warmth of his hand. Oh, man. Took me a while to notice that my cheeks were wet with tears. Dude, this chapter might be the best chapter. I feel like this chapter and chapter 3, you know? I feel like this chapter I would even put above chapter 3. That is a very sweet OST bit, yeah. I feel like this chapter is higher quality. I really like the subject matter of chapter 3. I thought it was very powerful. But the quality of this feels really good. I've been like super happy with it. I was too scared to sleep. If I went to sleep, I might not find Satoshi-kun there in the morning. Oh, so I kept talking to him until I passed out. I told him about what happened while he was missing. I told him that I realized how much I loved him after he went away. I'd searched for him, looking into various different things. I'd gathered underground information through Kasai and bargained for police information with Oishi. But I couldn't find any leads. A long time passed, but I kept thinking about him. Etc., etc. I told him all the small details from my daily life, the places I wanted to go with him, the things I wanted to do with him, the food I wanted to share with him, and I told him a lot of things. I was sitting up at first, but I got tired, so I laid down. I got tired of moving my mouth too, so I started talking to him in my mind. It was the happiest night I'd ever had. Oh, that's so sad. My poor yearning girl. When I woke up, I didn't find Satoshi-kun by my side. I knew it somehow. I was afraid of it. That was why I didn't want to go to sleep. But at least I got to see him for one night. Just when I'd resigned myself to that. I felt Satoshi-kun's presence again. It wasn't a dream after all. I thanked God. So I began my strange life with Satoshi-kun. As promised, Satoshi-kun was always by my side. He couldn't laugh, mumble, or stroke my head, but he was always with me, always right by my side. He disappeared sometimes, but he'd come back when I looked for him. It seemed that all I could do was hear his all I could hear was his footsteps. That's just the way it was. It was a bit sad, but I was still satisfied. His presence was really faint, so it was hard to sense him in a crowd. But he never left me. If he were tangible, I'd be taking his hand all the time so that he wouldn't be lost. In contrast, I could feel him very strongly in a quiet environment. Of course, I couldn't tell what his expressions were because he was just a presence. But after I got used to it, I could tell what he was thinking. First, I could only tell if he was laughing or not. And eventually, I started to feel his emotions more strongly. I could communicate with him normally. I was usually alone with him, though. I didn't want to go to school or hang out with my friends anymore. But Satoshi-kun got upset about that. He'd keep mumbling unhappily. Now that I knew he'd always be with me, I shouldn't just stay home all the time. I was sticking to my time alone with him, however, because I was scared that he might suddenly disappear again. And I wanted to make the most of the time I was sharing with him right now. I must have been worrying too excessively. Satoshi-kun will always be by my side. Yeah, that was his promise. He never breaks his promises. I was fine because he was there. Of course, I couldn't tell anybody about him, not even Sis. I could try to explain it to them, but they'd never understand. But I was certain that he was with me. So, I'd be alright. I never got fed up with life with him. He's really cute, you know. We always walk together. But when I stop, he always walks one extra step. That's so adorable. I love it. Oh, no. I mean, there's a little bit of, like, the supernatural element, which scares me, but then also it could be okay.
シオンさんはどうなさいますか?
Like, he could just be showing up and, like, chilling. You know? But also, like, hey, baby dog, like, you want to show up and give Satoko the presents? Like, I feel like she's kind of going crazy.
今夜の綿流しのお祭りは
That's really sad.
行って適当に遊ぶつもりです。お姉とその愉快な仲間たちでもからかうかな。
I wanted to go to the festival with Satoshi-kun. I knew he liked to see me having fun with everybody. This isn't Ryukishi, this is something else, a demon within him. He might get jealous if I play with Kei-chan, but Satoshi-kun isn't very sensitive in that way. Satoshi-kun loved to see me and my friends have fun, so I should have a lot of fun for his sake. Dude, this is like... I mean, this is like, you know, there's kind of the supernatural-ish element, but it is a pretty good analogy for, I think, like, acceptance after losing somebody. like, this is, I think, a really good spot to land, right? That, like, they're always with me in a sense, and they would want me to have fun for them, you know? Because they cared about me, and they would want me to be happy. You know, like, it's a very positive thing. Then I talk about the day with him later.
何でひなみ沢に行きますか?
Dude, we're getting, like, this whole, like, grief arc with Shion. This is so...
車で行くならお送りしますよ。
スクーターで行くからいいや。
それはいけません。帰りに本家に寄られて、親類の宴会に加わられるんでしょ? 居眠り運転などさせられません。
You're gonna be wasted. He won't let me drive, but he's kind enough to let me drink.
じゃ、お世話になりますかね。
わかりました。
we getting thrashed?
では、夕方に出発しましょ
Let's make it happen.
う。そのくらいの頃にお迎えに参ります。
Yo, we trying to pregame or... What am I saying? Of course we are! After Kasai left, I sensed that Satoshi-kun was excited
また
about going to
流
the
し
festival.
か。サトシ君がいなくなっちゃってから、もうすぐ1年になるんだね。
Satoshi-kun seemed confused. I mean, her talking to, like, the spirit
でしょ?
of him is a little bit worrying, but, like, I'll let her cope in her way. We laughed together. Yo, is something gonna go wrong, or are we just chilling
よ
now?
し、やるぞ。
What's going on?
金魚はみんな生きがいいね。実に美味しそう。この小さいのなんか、そのままボリボリと生でいけちゃうよね。
Huh?
ミオンさんは何を言ってるんでございますの？みーちゃん、食べてた
I
の？
think I remember this
去年
bit.
レナからもらったのも
I think I remember this
食べちゃった
bit
の？
and me making fun of Keiichi for believing it. I was like, Keiichi, are you dumb? That's clearly not her voice. Her mouth isn't moving. I was like, screw the bit. This is dumb. We're seeing it from the other perspective. That's
私そんなこと言ってない。
Sis shook her head hard. She turned all red.
いやでも
Yeah, I was like, Keiichi, are you
お前自分で言
stupid?
ったぞ。実に美味しそうだって。
Yo, why are my headphones bugging? Wait, reset. Okay, are we good now? Wait, I'm gonna just unpower and repower these. No, don't tell me the battery. Turn off! Turn off! Thank you! Now I'm turning you back on. Bring. Bring. He actually is taller. That's crazy. I thought Mion would be taller. Whoa, he's a tall boy. Holy. Okay, now it's working.
確かに言いました。お姉って雑食ですから、口に入れば何でも食べちゃうんです。
Everything you say? As long as it fits in her mouth? Okay. Unhinged
美味
things
し
for
い
me
な
to
ら
comment on.
今度僕も試してみるのです。
What? Rika, don't eat
お
goldfish.
腹壊
What?
しちゃうよ。
Rico is so fast to eat goldfish.
ちょっと待て。おいこら。お前いつの間にいるんだよ。シオン。
はーい、ケイちゃんにお姉にみんな、こんばんは。
Maybe it's gonna be going to the. Maybe this is gonna be going to the secret storehouse. Maybe we're gonna see that from her perspective and get an idea of why she wanted to do any of that.
どこから湧いてきたのシオン。
Freaking Satoshi in her ear. Go to the secret storehouse. I know it's what I want. Go, please. Satoshi, calm down.
焼きそば屋さんの時からずっとです。お姉たちは騒がしいからすぐに見つけられました。もう、あんたは関係ないでしょ。早くどっか行きなさいよ。もう、お姉もあまり私を邪険にしないでください。ね。ケイちゃん、私が一緒でもいいですよね。
Took Keiichi's arm and held it between my breasts. Puff, puff. Yo, it must be so broken being a woman and having boobies. It's such a cheat code. You just have something on your body and you're like, check this shit out, boom, and then everybody, like, all the dudes are like, bing, you got him. What a useful tool. I would weaponize that so hard if I was a woman. Oh my goodness. If I was a woman, I'd be a problem. I'd be a weapon. I'd be using that all the time. That'd be such a tech. OP tech. We're going to have a ball. Honestly, the attention is unwanted. Yeah, I mean, when you're... That's true. I mean, yeah. It'd be useful to use sometimes, but you'd also passively have to deal with it all the time, which would suck a lot. And like, especially because if you have like really big boobs, that would like hurt your like body sometimes or like be uncomfortable, I've heard. Or so I've heard. Yeah. Having to wear a bra would kind of suck. I feel like you'd get like sweaty and stuff. Yeah, so it's definitely, there's a lot of debuffs associated, but I would definitely take advantage of it as well. That'd be lit. Yeah, you can get back issues for sure. Definitely Mion and Shion are going to get back issues because they have, you know. I went around the booths with Sis and her friends. I joked around and laughed out loud. Loud. I teased K-chan and Sis too. K-chan was at the center of the group, so if I did something to him, it naturally involved everyone else. It looked like Satoshi-kun was having a hard time finding his own spot in the crowd. When I glanced at him in a quiet moment, he smiled and told me to have fun without worrying about him. If he were tangible, I'd pull his arm to join the crowd. It made me sad that I couldn't do that. I bumped into somebody's shoulder. It was obviously my fault, so I apologized right away. As it turned out, it was somebody I knew, Takano.
あら、
Yep.
楽しんでるみたいね。
Yeah, we're gonna see why they break
こん
it.
ばんは、しおんちゃん。月の綺麗な晩ね。
あれ、すごいお久しぶりですね、高野さん。それから。
そうだね。挨拶をするのはこれが初めてだね。僕は富武。ミオンちゃんの双子の妹さんだって話は聞いてるよ。
よろしくです、富
really
武
just on the
さ
have
ん。
fun grind set.
凄腕のカメラマンとのお噂だ
Because
と
she's
か。
a silly
ぜひ今
girl.
度、私も映してくださいね。
So I wouldn't be surprised if that's
デ
just
ビ
the
ューを夢
only
見て投
rationale
稿を
is
繰り返す
for
素
the
人だ
role.
けどね。
そんなことないわよ。二郎さんは上手よ。いろいろとね。
You're good at many things. That's... Whoa! She said he lays good pipe. Okay, Tomotake.
いやいや、まだまだ勉強が足りないよ。
You didn't
才
catch
能
it
に
at
恵ま
all.
れない分を努力で補わないとね。
They must have been in a relationship.
高野さんと富武さん、仲がよろしいようで、私はお邪魔ですかね。
あらあら。ご検察痛み入るけど、お気遣いは結構よ。それに高野なんて、なんだか他人行儀みたいな呼び方ね。昔みたいに。ミヨって呼んでくれていいのに。
やっぱり目上の人にファーストネーム呼びつけはちょっと気になるものでして。まあ気にしないでください。
I smiled bashfully and Takano-san smiled back elegantly.
あれから図書館には来ないのね。
Zeus.
研究の同志として。もっといろいろお話ししたかったのに。
まあ気が向いたらそのうちってことで。
研究の同志ってまさかシオンちゃんも興味があるのかい？
Well, speaking of it,
その
we might be
この村の昔
investigating
話と
them
か。
later tonight. Mutake-san raised his eyebrows. As far as I knew, Takano-san's hobby wasn't exactly normal. On the surface, her research dealt with the cultural history of ancient Hinamizawa, but its main focus was the Tonagashi festival from ancient times. The cannibal banquet in which they captured and gutted a living sacrifice. Her research covered various stories surrounding that and other legends of cruelty. It was nothing if not gory. That was where her main interest lay. I mean, are we going to go through all of Chapter 2 from Shion's perspective, like including the cage? Because we're on that route because of the doll stuff. We're just kind of getting the spark notes. So I didn't feel comfortable about being called a fellow researcher, to be honest. But objectively speaking, her research notes were fun to read. And that would answer, like, what happened to Shion at the very end. So that'd be kind of interesting, I guess. Though, man, it'd be a depending on how they do it, it'd be a pretty long chapter. I kind of expected it to be a shorter chapter, I guess. I thought it was going to be mostly in the past. Her research notes... Wait, but objectively speaking, her research notes were fun to read. It was then that I heard the loud booms of the taiko drums. 3 big booms. The main event of the Tonagashi festival, the dedication dance, was about to start. According to Kano-san's hypothesis, the part of the dance where the shrine maiden tears open a futon mat represents getting a living
いよいよ
victim.
始まりますね。そろそろ私も行くかな。高野さんたちも見に行くんですよね。リカちゃまの儀式。
He's so bad at lying. He already looks guilty. Tomotage-san looked bewildered. Did that mean he wasn't coming? Higurashi-san giggled, then whispered in my ear. We're gonna be bad. We're gonna be bad tonight.
これから最後殿の中に入ってみようと思うの。え？
Eh? She made it sound like she was going to do something fun, but it wouldn't be amusing to anyone who knew what the ritual storehouse was. So why do you join, Shion? The ritual storehouse, or the storehouse for ritual implements, is sort of a treasure house belonging to the Furude Shrine. I'm well aware, Shion. You don't gotta tell me. I heard that Yashiro-sama's sacred treasures were stored in there. Only people from the Furude family and selected members of the other 2-3 families are allowed to enter. They believe that if other people enter, the place will be desecrated. Everybody in Hinamizawa must be curious about what was in there when they were kids. But the storehouse was always tightly locked. You couldn't just peek into it either. Kids would get chided if they played around it, so they learned to stay away. I didn't like being around it myself since I was familiar with all that. Even though I didn't believe in curses, I still didn't want to go be near it. Nothing good can come from breaking the rules. Were they still going to enter the ritual storehouse despite all that?
でも確かものすごい厳重な鍵がかかってたと思いましたよ。
Why is one of the things in the background just gun 3? From China? A Chinese gun? We just got a Chinese gun on the shelf here. Alright? Rest it and gambling on the other side, alright? We can talk about the gambling. I'm a big fan of the frog stuff, but the Chinese gun?
前の缶抜きじゃ重すぎて大変だとリカちゃんが言ったらしいの。それで今年からものすごく安っぽい南京錠に変わったの。知ってた？
いえ、知りません。でも安っぽいと言ったって錠前がかかってますよ。
次郎さんね、とても器用なの。
ピッキングですか？
綿流しの儀式が始まれば全員が儀式に集まるでしょ。西宮殿の周りには人影は全くなくなる。今夜が一番の資格なの。
What? That's Vietnam? Really? I'm looking up Chinese flag. Chinese flag. Yo, this shit looks the same. Chinese flag, same difference. Red with yellow star. Oh, only difference is it's got one star instead of a handful and it's in the middle. Let me look at Vietnam. Vietnam flag. Yeah, shit. That is Vietnam. My fault.
東大元暮らしとでも言うのかしらね。
According to her hypothesis, the ancient tools used for human dissection and torture would be found in the ritual storehouse.
よかったら後でこっそりいらっしゃいな。
Chad, who cares about flags? Who cares about geography? None of that's real anyways. We just made it up.
じゃあよかったら後でね。
高野さん、何の内緒話だよ。
女同士の内緒話。
Just girl talk.
暗くて人気の
Let's go to a dark place. That is the most Hello Kitty thing she's said, dude. Ah, just girl talk. Let's go to some dark place. What? And he's just gonna follow because he is... yeah, he's worthless, dude. This guy is so cooked. Kano-san walked against the flow of the crowd alongside Tomotage-san. The ritual storehouse, huh? It was supposedly filled with torture tools. Considering what they had in the underground torture room at the Sonozaki house, that's quite possible. Satoshi-kun fell victim to the curse in the 4th year. His aunt's death was a sign of Yashiro-sama's curse, but who would fall victim this year? Satoshi-kun was the sacrifice to pacify Yashiro-sama's anger, but who would fall victim this year? That's what Zawa-sen said last year, but who would fall? It was just her hypothesis. At present, I wanted to deny her hypothesis because I wanted to believe that Satoshi-kun was still alive. But who would fall victim? If her hypothesis was correct, either some religious fanatic or somebody from the 3 families must be imitating the course in order to revive the ancient custom of Onigafuchi. That would mean that it was them who killed Satoshi-kun. So what if it were to happen again this year? Oh. I tried. What if the ritual storehouse was filled with garbage instead of torture implements? Maybe it was filled with broken palanquins. That's a bizarre reference. Or freshly painted signboards for the festival. What then? It wasn't really hard for me to believe that it was filled with the chemical smell of paint. Maybe I'll get to deny the hypothesis that Satoshi-kun was sacrificed by seeing the inside of the ritual storehouse for myself. That's a giga cope because, you know. But okay. Well, because you know it's not your the Sonozaki is in your house, and so if there were torture devices here, then that would... I can kind of see it. Whatever was in there, it didn't mean that Satoshi-kun would come back.
Satoshi-kun.
Back. Okay, she said that in a sad way. My fault.
どうしよう。
Since most people went to see Rika-chama's ritual dance, the festival grounds were deadly quiet. Even so, I couldn't sense Satoshi-kun. Did he go somewhere, or was I not paying enough attention? Maybe he wasn't feeling any emotions in particular. After thinking for a while, I decided to go in with them. It had been almost a year since Satoshi-kun's disappearance. I've been avoiding the truth because I was afraid he might be dead. But now, I had a chance. I had a chance to see the inside of the ritual storehouse. I felt as though something divine had arranged that coincidence. On my way to the storehouse, that's ironic, I noticed Keiichi. He was jumping up and down trying to see Rika-chama's dedication dance over people's shoulders. If I took him along, we could split the guild. Terrible. Terrible rationale. Perhaps the worst rationale. Guild doesn't get split. What do you mean, split the guild? Me adding accomplices to, quote, split the guild. I'm sure someone might put a curse on me for entering his divine storehouse. Wanted a partner in crime. Since boy I love disappeared last year because of the curse, maybe Mion's love should disappear there. Oh my goodness. That's so bad. It's even worse than being guilty alone. She's putting him in the line of fire to repeat it. That's so unhinged. That's so bad. Yo, Shion's a problem. What a crazy line. I wanted a partner in crime. Like, I can kind of understand that, but maybe Mion's love should disappear this year is psychopathic. Even after earlier talking about how she's not jealous and stuff. She's a psycho, dude. Oh my goodness. Yo, and she's cool with Mion right now. And, like, knows Keiichi and is relatively cool with Keiichi. Has been talking with Keiichi. Whoa. Maybe Mion's love should disappear this year.
何考えてんだ私。
Oh, you can't put that back in the bottle, bro. That's crazy. That must have been the demon inside me. I shook the thought out of my head. Okay, I mean, sure. Okay, no, you can't. You can. Thank you. But also, that means you shouldn't bring him, because that's what you would be doing.
どうしたんだよ、シオン。
And she brings him anyways, so you failed. If it appears in your head and then you do it anyways, you're kind of a problem. Yikes.
それより、奉納演舞がよく見えるとこってまだ遠いのか？
Under a false presumption, too.
え？奉納演舞がよく見えるなんて誰が言いました？
We made it to the ritual storehouse. Keiichi was baffled by the whole situation. What if the sound that Keiichi hears is Satoshi? Because Keiichi is going to hear a sound in here of somebody jumping up and down. A child jumping on floorboards far away. Satoshi. That could be it. Because Satoshi's presence is a thing we've been talking about. And we don't have another idea. So it could be Satoshi. A new theory. I've tried a bunch of theories for that, and we haven't gone anywhere with any of them, so. Our timing had been perfect. I could see Tomotage-san picking the lock. Even though Keiichi must have been curious, he insisted that we shouldn't go in. But I talked him into it anyway. He was quick to change his mind when Tomotage-san joined in. Poor Keiichi. He got fricked. It was completely dark inside, so Takano-san lit a battery-powered lantern. A small entry space appeared before us. I swear, if we have to hear her explain all this nonsense again, I'm losing my mind.
みんな転ばないように気をつけるんだよ。
ご心配ありがとう。じゃあ門番をよろしくね。ここ閉めるわよ。
Takano-san closed the door with a smile as if leaving Tomotage-san out on purpose.
やれやれ。じゃあみんなゆっくり楽しんでおいで。
I still think it's so funny. His stock market crash is crazy from chapter 1 to chapter 2. As soon as the heavy door was closed, we were surrounded by a quiet darkness. All we could rely on was Takano-san's lantern.
大丈夫よ。予備電池も入ってるアウトドア仕様なんだから消えたりなんかしないわよ。
Takano-san teased Keiichi a little. Keiichi in turn looked a little pale. He seemed to be able to recognize the sanctity of the building even though he wasn't from Hinamizawa.
さあ、入りましょう。よいしょっと。
After Takano-san opened the heavy inner door, a dusty, foul smell flowed out. It was like the smell of a pantry that hadn't been opened in years and the smell of a fish market mixed together. I didn't know exactly how to describe it, but it was a bad smell. From listening to the echo of our footsteps, I could tell that this room was much bigger than the one we were just in. When Takano-san raised her lantern, I could clearly see just how big it was. On the far side of the wall, there was a statue of some kind of god staring down at us intruders. The way it was lit by the lantern gave it a powerful appearance, and it scared me.
あれがHinamizawaの守り神。お
Oh my
社様
goodness.
よ。
I look over at chat. Did you know that Hinamizawa used to be called Unigafuchi? I look back. That's the guardian god of Hinamizawa, Oyashiro-sama. I'm well aware, Takano! I looked up at the statue, which was holding its religious ornaments. Right here. If Satoshi-kun's appearance really was a curse, I couldn't forgive this god. I found myself irritated by the way the statue looked down at me. Damn you, Oyashiro-sama. If you really made Satoshi-kun disappear, I'll never forgive you. Never. Keiichi didn't seem to understand the significance of the storehouse. He looked bored. Takano-san noticed that and took out her scrapbooks to show him the brutal history of ancient Hinamizawa. Skip the dialogue? I'd heard that story already, so I decided to walk around by myself. Yes! Since I knew the significance of all these tools, I felt a little nauseated. Though they certainly wouldn't jump out to me, I still found them intimidating. They looked as if they were craving for fresh blood after not having been used in hundreds of years. All the tools looked similar to the ones I saw in the underground torture room at the Sonozaki main house. If those tools were the progenies of torture implements, these would be their ancestors. All the implements here looked old. I doubted they could really be used. You should know by now they're going to streamline exposition. You're hilarious. You're hilarious. I don't know what you've been watching, but it clearly hasn't been Higurashi. They weren't kept maintained like the ones at the Sonozaki house, so did that mean they shouldn't scare me? No, on the contrary, they told me that cruel rituals were indeed performed in this village at one point. Now that I found scary. What Takano said told me was the truth. When I stopped, Satoshi-kun also stopped behind me one step later. I felt no emotional change in Satoshi-kun. I couldn't tell if he was feeling something or not. I knew he was there, but I had no idea how he was feeling. I felt scared of him for the first time. If he could answer me, I'd want to ask him. Scared of him is crazy. Who demoned you away?
サトシ君聞いてる
I couldn't tell if he heard me or not. He left, as if he didn't hear anything. I could tell that he'd been sulky ever since we got here. I suddenly felt lonely, so I looked for him while walking around. This is a crazy, different thing of the events of Chapter 2. To have her walking around trying to feel for, like, Satoshi's presence, while Keiichi's just getting lore dumped. I realized then that there was an altar in front of the statue. He might be there? It was a clean altar, an altar ornamented with religious artifacts. It was kept well maintained, I saw no dust. That would mean, well, the flowers in the vase weren't wilting. I saw a pretty handkerchief under the vase. It looked out of place amongst everything else. I was fairly certain it was Rika Furude's handkerchief. That would mean that the storehouse is maintained daily. It wasn't a forgotten ruin buried in dust. So the brutality that dwelled in the ritual storehouse is still alive and well in Hinamizawa. That's right. Something as ambiguous as Oyashiro-sama's curse is nothing more than a simple delusion of the villagers. As Takano-san said, everything that happens in this world is done by humans. I'd accused Oyashiro-sama of demoning away Satoshi-kun, but Oyashiro-sama is just a statue made of bronze or wood. Right. It's nothing but an icon. There are, however, human beings who would try to make that icon seem real. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa is the result of human action. It shouldn't be called Oyashiro-sama's curse. If Satoshi-kun was the fourth year's victim, then he was victimized by a human being who was just acting the part of a curse. The person who deemed away Satoshi-kun must not be very far from me. The truth behind Satoshi-kun's disappearance was not so far from my grasp. Thump. I was startled by the sound. It sounded like somebody had dropped something. I looked over at Takano-san and Keiichi. Takano-san was still lecturing him. Did she drop her scrapbook or something? Is that the sound? Maybe it is Satoshi. Thump, thump, thump. Maybe it's the sound? The sound came from right behind me, not from them. I never heard Satoshi-kun do that. It's not like somebody was stomping on the floor in frustration. Yeah, that is the sound. I was right! Took me like 4 chapters and then 2 seconds before the reveal, but we finally figured it out. What is it? The sound continued, ignoring my question. Though see, but she lied. She said, yeah, here it is. She said it wasn't Satoshi. Though it is Satoshi, right? Though I heard it right nearby, it sounded as though a child was hopping on a wooden floor somewhere distant.
Satoshi-kun.
Yeah, she lied because obviously she wants to keep the Satoshi thing, like, secret.
何か怒ってるの?
Yo, give me a hint, Satoshi! I couldn't read his expressions. I thought he was mad, but I didn't sense any emotion from him at all. Was he mad that I touched the altar? Maybe you weren't supposed to do that? It's not that I've been able to communicate with Satoshi-kun in a concrete way. I just talked to him. I was never expecting him to react like that. I didn't sense a willingness to communicate from this creepy sound. Then a chill ran up my spine. What is he trying to show us? I felt as if all my pores were opening. I'd been thinking that it was Satoshi-kun stomping on the floor. Hey, you. You're Satoshi-kun, aren't you? I mean, it could just be Yashiro-sama's curse, baby girl. Like, I mean, we've never known who it really is. The sound stopped when I asked that. It wasn't a yes or no, just silence. Satoshi-kun wouldn't scare me like that. I realized suddenly that the sound hadn't come from Satoshi-kun. Oh, frick, it wasn't even Satoshi-kun. A cold shiver shot through my feet and I sprung a step backwards. At least we know that she knew something about it. The sound had come from right there. Even though I jumped back, it was still just a few meters away. Satoshi-kun would sometimes let me hear his footsteps when I walked, but if that wasn't Satoshi-kun, then there was no guarantee I'd hear its footsteps. So that invisible being could already be right in front of my eyes, and I just wouldn't see it. I forgot everything and ran, straining my ears as much as possible for any sound, listening for any footsteps pursuing me. I ran right into Keiji and clung to him, timidly turning back to look. The dimly lit area before the altar was quiet, like nothing was happening. But seeing that chilling dark stillness, realizing I was just in that space, made me even more frightened now.
どうしたよ、シオン。ひょっとして怖くなった?
Keiji made fun of me. Even though he looked horrified just a little while ago, he now looks satisfied to see me scared too.
お化け屋敷で女の子がしがみついてくるのはデフォじゃないですか。まんざらでもないくせに。ほらほら、行きましょう。高野さんに置いてかれます。
That's not an answer. I need an answer. This is the answer arc. We haven't got any answers. I pretended to be fine, but I wasn't sure if I was able to hide my fear entirely. The footsteps were chasing me. They were outside the illumination of the lantern as if they couldn't go into the light. The presence never left us, however. It followed us like a fourth member of the party. Sometimes it made a stomping sound as if wanting some recognition, but neither Takano-san nor Keiichi seemed to notice it. It was possible for Takano-san to be ignoring it, but Keiichi would never ignore it. If he could hear it, he would have said something. It's just like with Satoshi-kun, only I could hear it. What was this thing that was making me so scared? Was it Satoshi-kun in a bad mood? Was it possible that the presence I believed to be Satoshi-kun might never have been him at all? What are you upset about, Satoshi-kun? Tell me if I did something wrong, I'll apologize. If you aren't Satoshi-kun, then where did he go? When did you take his place? I mean, or it could have been this other thing the entire time.
シオン、大丈夫か?
Shion, I'm gonna be so real. This is the closest we're ever getting to answers. We need to stay here and figure this out.
はい。全然平気で
I
す
know
よ。
it feels dangerous and terrifying, but like this is answers.
それよりケイちゃんこそ顔面蒼白でかなりヤバげかと。
なら、あまり俺の服を引っ張りすぎないでくれると嬉しいんだけどな。
Bro said chill.
こりゃ失礼です。あらあら、私はお邪魔かしら
I decided to engage in the conversation to help myself ignore the sound from behind. I didn't hear the sound as much, and it became a bit more distant. Yeah, I shouldn't pay attention to it. It wouldn't bother me if I didn't hear it. I should just ignore the noise.
で、高野さんはその風習が実は現代にも残っているんじゃないかと思って研究をしてるんです。そうでしたよね。
Yeah, good luck
これ
ignoring that.
本当に内緒なんだからね。シオンちゃんは理解のある人だから話したけど、他の村人には聞かれたくないの。下手をしたら罰当たり者ってことで
Oh, do I got
黒
news for
叩きに
you,
されかねないんだから。
Takano? She smiled at me like a witch.
前原
It's
君
trying
も
to, I think
内
it's
緒
trying to
にして
show
ね。
her something.
知られたら私、お社様のたたりに会うか、
I think it's
生贄
trying
に
to
され
show
ちゃ
her
うか
something.
する
Like,
か
you
もしれな
gotta
い。
see what it's trying to show you, dude.
たたりなら、今年はどんな死に方をさせられちゃうのかしら。生贄
There's so
な
many
ら
things it could be.
鬼が淵の沼に生きたまま沈められちゃうのかしら。
She likes the thought of it. Why is she so into it, dude?
お社様のたたりがある夜は。
It certainly is. If the curse strikes for a fifth time, it'll happen tonight. Tona-san pulled out an old scrapbook from her paper bag and started turning the pages. She opened it to the page with that one article. It was the article about the brutal murder of a Watanagashi victim. It happened in the Meiji era.
これは実際にあったお話よ。明治の終わり頃にね。
Chat, would you gang up on Takano? I prefer one-on-one. Oh my goodness. Maybe we just kill all of chat.
鬼が淵村で身元不明の惨殺死体が発見されたんですって。核も無
Bro is
残か
energized.
つ残虐非道を。
I mean, if he's energized about this, it's like a radar of like, oh, ding, 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 ding. This is what happened to Satoshi. Hey, you guys seriously don't hear that? It's freaking loud. How can you not hear it? Ah, hell, it's freaking noisy. Cut it out already. And then the next moment, we all heard a squeaking noise. We turned around in surprise. Tomitake, hey, are you guys ready to leave? It was just Tomitake-san opening the door.
驚かせちゃったかな。
あら、二郎さんも見たくて我
Oh
慢できな
no,
くな
you
ったか
pointed
し
out her
ら。
outfit. I don't like the skirt either. Yeah, I hope all of chat gets demoned away. Holy.
ここ、素敵な拷問道具の宝庫よ。
I don't mind it too much, but yeah, I think another color could work better there, probably. I'm not a huge
僕は遠慮させてもらうよ。
Oh my goodness, imagine if she had an
生来
all
ね
goth fit.
こういうのは苦手なんだ。
Oh my goodness. Kono-san laughed as if making fun of Tomitake-san for being such a scaredy cat.
それより
Yo, I need some answers,
演舞
man!
とセレモニーが終わってみんな沢の方に降りていったよ。あと何分もしないうちにお祭りは終わっちゃう。
Wait, I hate goths? Really? Time was up. I never expected that Tomitake-san would save me from this nightmare. His face suddenly looked heroic.
ケイチ君も出るかい？
もう十分に見ましたので。シオン、もういいだろ。
I need to know what the slamming is
Nails it.
trying to tell us.
綺麗な
If
空
we
気が
don't
吸
get
い
more
たいよ。
information, then it just makes me think that he got murdered in here. And that the slamming is like... Because she's talking about how the corpse is treated horribly. And then that's when they're like the thumping's getting like really crazy. So like it would just be that he's trying to signal that. But otherwise, like that's the only... We need more!
同感です。出ましょう。
I went into the entry room and turned around. Yes, come on, one last look. Kono-san was taking photos in a mad rush, though our time was up. I didn't hear that sound anymore. Frick. I didn't feel that presence. Frick. I didn't feel Satoshi-kun either. Frick. But somehow I wasn't too sad about that. Even if he followed me out here, I wouldn't be able to tell if it was really him or somebody else. No, we didn't learn anything! Ah! I got an answer, but the question didn't even matter! So who cares about the answer? Frank! Okay. Okay. If I don't tell you guys that I'm gonna go piss, then it doesn't count as a piss break, right? Alright. Pink when he pisses? All of these are past 150. It's in the late game. Probably going to be post the stuff that just happened. Oh, wow, look, new shot. Or maybe we've seen this before. I don't think we have, though. Maybe we have that one time, though, when Keiichi was going down there. That underground torture room is officially called the Underground Ritual Storehouse. So do torture room and ritual storehouse mean the same thing? According to Kono-san's theory, bloody rituals, including Watanagashi, have been passed down among the three families even after the Meiji era. The rituals are always ready to be performed. Their form of worship always revolved around torture, so Hinamizawa's history involved a great deal of human slaughter. Takano-san's theory is correct. The underground storehouse of the Sonozaki house looked well maintained. Takano-san is right about that too. Since the Sonozaki family and the Furude family both have ritual storehouses, the Kimiyoshi family must have one too. After all, these ancient brutal customs are still handed down through the generations. Oh? Well, that's an interesting little thought. Well, I haven't thought about that before. Maybe Kimiyoshi? Yoshi fam has a torture storehouse too? Ooh. Maybe the Kimiyoshis are the director and all that. Same, do you not have one? I do, it's called the Discord. I should remain armed with the knowledge that occult events are still secretly being performed in this cursed village. The sanctity of the ritual storehouse is one of the most prominent elements of the worship of Yashiro-sama. Of course, I knew that since I'm originally from Hinamizawa, but violating that sanctity is actually a more serious problem than I thought. Takano-san's research shows that the history of the ritual storehouse goes way back. The ritual implements within have long been viewed as inviolable objects, which is why it was strictly forbidden to enter. Takano-san's theory says that Watanagashi was once a public execution, performed to stabilize the reign of the three families rather than a purely religious ritual. If so, the ritual should hardly be called sacred. Under those circumstances, the implements should have been despised as symbols of hatred and fear. When instruments of fear are too visible, it only creates a reign of terror, but keep them as hidden as possible and they gain divinity. Many said that they would become tainted if the laymen touched them. The only reason for that was to preserve their false prestige through secrecy, since they would lose their sanctity if revealed before the common folk. In other words, the true identity of the ritual storehouse's sacredness was fear. Machiavelli does it again. That was the true emotion ruling over this village. Machiavelli does it again! The reason why Takano-san and Tomitake-san were cursed is because they broke into the ritual storehouse. I don't know how the villagers found out about it. Maybe somebody was watching, maybe there was an anti-theft alarm. Either way, our intrusion must have been reported to the highest level of the curse system. That's because, considering the distance between the village and the site where Takano-san's body was found, she must have been killed right after we came out of the ritual storehouse. It was done very quickly. It's possible that a special assassination team exists for this purpose, or that the plan had been set up a long time ago. They might have been secret agents of the Sonozaki family, but the latter sounds more valid. If so, who would have been the victim if nobody broke into the ritual storehouse? Don't end there. Bruh. I don't know, dude. Who would have been the victim if they didn't do that? Rika wouldn't have died because Rika only died because of the lock being shitty. Satoko is an option because she did break in that one time as a kid. Though I don't know if... Keiichi, maybe? Why Keiichi didn't really do anything, though. It's kind of hard to say, because which Keiichi? You know? Like, chapter by chapter, it's a little different. But I don't know... Because Satoko, I'm thinking she broke in that one time, though she never took the fall for that. So I don't think anybody even knows she did that. He is Keiichi, though. Good point. I could see Tomitake just because he's like an outsider that keeps showing up. What schmelts? This is a toughie. Yeah, I think Satoko and who, though? I think Satoko's a... oh, yeah, because she's a Hojo as well. I mean, that's a good reason, too. But, like, I don't know who else would go. I mean, I could see maybe Shion's mom or dad, because the grandma doesn't like them. Though, it would be weird for Mion to do that. because she's now the boss. Kimiyoshi, just because they don't like him, I guess. He seems a little impotent. It could also be Takano because she's freaky and she's always been like trying to do this stuff. So even if she didn't, they might have just killed her. Oh, Teppei. I did forget about Teppei's existence, yeah. And he did like run away, right? Yeah. I don't know. There's like a couple options. Maybe if we save for the third time, we'll have a better idea. We saved at 9 p.m. on chapter 9. Think about it. Impotent question mark? My relatives gathered at the Sonozaki house after the festival to have a little party. I mingled... New thing. We've never seen this one before. I mingled with my uncles and had fun. I was trying to get rid of my eerie memories of the ritual storehouse. Mion was acting as a successor, so I tried to stay away from her. I'm sure she would feel weird if I talked to her in a formal way. In consideration of the hag's old age, we ended the party around 11 p.m. We all helped to clean up with the women washing the dishes in the kitchen. Why would you end early because of one woman? Lame. Lame! And the men folding the tables and putting them away in the storeroom. It only took about 30 minutes, then everybody left, one after another. By then, Mion was no longer acting as a Sonozaki's successor and was back to being her normal self. Maybe I overexerted a little. I was lying on the tatami floor. Kasai asked me if I could get in the car. So I told him I'd rather not move anymore. I mean, Kasai and Shion, just because they need an option, and she did mess up last year, that could be an option.
One, 今日泊まってってもいい?
That'd be funny.
ここで寝ちゃいたい。バッチャに見つかると怒られるよ。で、それよりシオン、明日は学校じゃないの？明日は開校記念日だからいいの。
Oh, good timing. Or maybe you're lying.
あんたの学校、開校記念日って年に何回あるわけ？まあ、いっか。じゃあ、笠井さん。シオンは今夜はうちで預かります。
わかりました。ではよろしくお願いいたします。
ほら、シオン起きて。ここで寝てるとバッチャに怒られるって。ほら、肩を貸すから奥に行こう。私の布団貸してあげるから。
Man, I love my sister. She would never torture me. She would never kill two little kids in front of me. Imagine if we have to see that. Oh my goodness, that'd be so bad.
ありりー。
That'd just be rude. My alter ego told me that I'm in a demon's stomach. I wouldn't have woken up if I hadn't heard that voice. But when I stop, he always walks one extra step. I might not have woken up at all. Alter ego? Do you mean... You've referred to Mion as your alter ego, but also you might be referring to the weird presence that's waking you up letting you know you're in a demon's stomach, a.k.a. Mion's about to get ya. About to get ya. About to get ya. Second HC. Jesus Christ. I didn't remember much... After that, I was probably brought to Mion's room and immediately crawled into the futon. After a while, Mion got her futon ready next to mine, turned the lights off, and went to sleep. At least that's what I thought. I got up and turned the lights on. Mion's futon was empty. The futon felt cold. Mion must have left it a while ago. Did she go to the bathroom? No, the closest bathroom is right there down the hallway. The light in the bathroom is off. Where did she go? We're so cooked. The ticking of the clock was loud and annoying in the silence. The hands pointed to a little before 3 a.m. I was left alone all of a sudden in this late night. I felt the eeriness of the ritual storehouse coming back to me after almost managing to forget it in the ruckus earlier. I tried to sense my surroundings. In this house, there shouldn't be an eerie atmosphere, strange noises, or footsteps. I stepped out into the freezing cold hallway to look for Mion. When I did, I immediately noticed light coming from the nearby rooms. Oh, we're about to get... She about to overhear something crazy. That room belonged to the hag. The hag went to sleep early and woke up early. She was very strict about her bedtime, so it was strange to see her light on in the middle of the night. I could hear voices, too. Those voices belonged to the hag and Mion. I creeped up to the room and listened to the conversation. Yes, my dear. You should sacrifice Shion, for she has never made such a terrible mistake before. Since it was the middle of the night, I could hear their words very clearly. And why is Mion gonna kill Oreo, you know?
お社様のお怒りに触れたんだから、 仕方ないしね。
Talking about those two. Mion's voice sounded as cold as the one I'd heard from down in the torture room. I held my breath.
警察は調べとっちゅうとろんが、すっとろん間違いなかんね。
多分ね。高野さんだろうね。
My heart almost stopped. Oyashiro-sama got angry. The police are investigating. It's probably Takano-san. And what day was it today? Those words told me that something was happening. Takano-san's freaking dead. My teeth started to chatter. I desperately tried to stop them. I felt like my body was swelling up suddenly. I could no longer hear as well. I mean, bro, she could get captured right now because remember Keiichi, like, was calling Mion over and over and thought it was Shion, but it was Mion. Like, she might be cooked now. Calm down, breathe, listen more carefully. According to Mion and the Hag's conversation, another incident definitely took place. The victims were Takano-san and Tomitake-san. From what I could tell, both Mion and the Hag thought it made sense that whatever it was happened to them. No. I need to think more calmly. They did say they deserved it for making Oyashiro-sama angry. Did they say Takano-san and Tomitake-san made Oyashiro-sama angry? How did they make Oyashiro-sama angry? They knew. My body started to shake. They knew we snuck into the ritual storehouse. That would mean Keiichi and I were also subject to Oyashiro-sama's curse. Suddenly a phone rang. The phone was by the front door. The front door was opposite the Hag's room, farther down the hall. The ringing echoed throughout the long hallway. It sounded so eerie, almost like it was coming from hell. That was when I felt someone behind me. Of course there was nobody there when I turned around, but there was someone there a moment ago. I didn't know if it was Satoshi-kun. I didn't sense any emotions, so I couldn't tell. I also didn't know how long it had been there. It was as if somebody was watching me listen in on their conversation. That was the feeling I got. It couldn't be Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun would never be that intimidating or scary. My mind turned all red like it was suffused with blood.
みーちゃんにはない？ひたひたと。
It's Oyashiro-sama.
ずっと足音がついてきて。
We're so cooked. I don't think we've ever been more cooked before. I mean, we know what happens to her and it's really not good, guys.
夜は
It's
枕
really
元にまで
bad.
立たれて見
And
下ろ
like
さ
low-key,
れ
it's
る
been
経
Oyashiro-sama
験。
the entire time. You know, it's just I want it to be Satoshi. I remember what Ren and Ryugu had said on that rainy day.
そうならばみーちゃんは大丈夫。お社様には怒られない。
If Oyashiro-sama wasn't angry, nobody would follow me. So what did this mean? Ever since we stuck into the shrine storage, something has been following me? What is it? Calm down, calm down. That's right, Rena wasn't talking about me. She was talking about Satoshi-kun. That's what happened to Satoshi-kun.
サトシ君が体験していることは
Yeah, but it
全
could
て
also be
お
happening
社
to
様の語
you!
りの前触れなの。
That's right, that's why he encountered the curse of Oyashiro-sama.
誰かが遠くからじっと伺っている。誰かがずっとつけてくる。
A creepy feeling crawled up and spread across my back.
誰かがいつも自分のすぐ後ろから見
Man,
て
Rena is such a
や
freaky
がて足音
person.
は常に自分とずれて一つ余計に聞こえるようになるの。
I swallowed loudly. It's almost as though Rena Ryugu was predicting what would happen to me. Had Rena been talking about Satoshi-kun back then? Or had she actually been talking about me?
やがて後ろのそれは自分の家の中にまでついてくるようになる。そしてお布団に入って明かりを消してもずっと枕元から見下ろしてるの。ただただ黙って。
I got this is the second time that conversation with Rena, and we've gotten a flashback that's just repeated it. This happened earlier this stream too, and then actually a conversation with her was like 3 streams ago.
じっと。
Or maybe like 2. I knew by now that there was no mistake. No matter how I looked at it, she had been talking about me. No, she was talking about Satoshi, but it also applies to you. Yes, me. It had been about me. The curse of Oyashiro-sama. What is the curse of Oyashiro-sama? That was when I actually felt something for real. Someone grabbed my collar. A voice came out. I wanted to scream, but all I could do was to open and close my mouth as if something was stuck in my throat. The problem is if you say anything out loud, Mion's gonna hear you, if that's not already Mion. So, I got really bad news for us. Whoa, yeah, that's bad. It was Mion with the Glock. She looked even colder than how she'd looked in the underground torture room. It only made sense that she'd come out into the hallway to answer the phone. I tried to come up with an excuse, however the way Mion looked at me was so cold. Even if I really had run into her by accident, I could tell by the look in her eyes that she wouldn't believe me. I felt cold sweat all over my body, I couldn't even move my fingers.
ごめん。
I apologized. I could have said something to get myself out of the situation, but the apology came out first. But Mion didn't appear to hear me. She walked to the front door, still holding my collar. The phone was still ringing. She picks her up like a cat, holds her to the side, and then goes and answers the phone. The phone was still ringing. Normal person doesn't usually let a phone ring so loud at this time of night. The phone call itself didn't seem real to me. Mion picked up the phone.
ミオンです。
Moshi moshi!
そうですか。
Yo, can we overhear it? We're like right there.
わかりました。
Please!
そちらの対応はよろしくお願いします。それから一切の口
Yo, this
封
is
じを
different
よろ
than
し
how
くお
Grandma
願い
do
しま
it.
す。
Bro, Grandma just say, I want thing to happen, and then people do it. Mion's actually saying orders. That's crazy.
では、
Yeah, that's crazy. Mion put down the phone after a short conversation. What did she mean? Make sure nobody talks about this. Who called anyway? Who called anyway? Mion put her forehead to mine and spoke to me. Oh,
Kita.
we're cooked. We're so cooked. We're so cooked. We're so cooked. Obviously, I heard. Which conversation was she asking me about? Well, she had to be talking about the one with the hag. If I said yes, what would happen to me?
知ら何のことかわかんない。
It's so Jover for Shion, man. Mion pulled my collar, pressed her nose on mine, and continued to
聞こえ
speak.
た通りです。富武さんと高野さんが
Shit, she just repeated it. So like now it doesn't matter if we heard it or not, because you just told me. Now I'm in it.
本当にお気の毒なことです。
Now I'm in it. It was like I was talking to myself in a mirror, but what I was saying in the mirror was ever so cold.
おねお社様のたたりって何です？
富武さんは自らの手で喉をかきむしってお亡くなりになりました。高野さんは遠くの山奥
That
で
is such an
ドラム缶に
unlucky way
詰
to
めら
go,
れて
man.
焼き
Burned to
殺
death in
さ
an
れ
oil
た
drum.
そう。
That's still such like a
実
non
にお気
sequitur.
の毒で
To
す。
the rest. Tomotake's clawed out his own throat until he died? What? Tomotake's was burned to death in an oil drum? What? What? I felt something furry crawl all up my spine. I also felt like my stomach was turning upside down. Barf into Mion's face. That's the distraction. Run away. I didn't feel any strength in my legs. If Mion let go of my collar, I'd probably collapse on the spot.
なんでそんな死に方したのかな。
わかりませんか、シオン。
I'm asking you because I don't know.
わかんないよ。
理由なんて一つしかないじゃないですか。
Please don't talk as if I already know the answer.
何の
Weird frequency.
理由かな。
It might be that I have the audio way louder than normal, so y'all can hear like the cool stuff you normally don't hear. Yeah. I think it's just a soundtrack. I'll turn it down a little bit so I don't like mind blast you guys. You're hearing depths of it you've never heard before, dude. My heart was pounding. I felt that my next breath would be so bloody and hot that I'd choke on it.
そんなこともわかんないのですか。
I mean, no. It's because they made Oyashiro-sama angry. I'll put it like right there. The first year was the manager of the damn construction site. The second year was the traders to the village. The third year was the pacifist. The fourth year was the relatives of the traders. I always thought the victims were people who had something to do with the dam conflict. Since I didn't do anything against the village during the dam conflict, I assumed I was safe. I should have known everything would be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I knew Oyashiro-sama's anger was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I knew Oyashiro-sama would get angry if I snuck into the ritual storehouse. Since I wasn't held responsible in any way for the dam conflict, I never thought I would be a victim of the curse. Did I ever think there would be an incident in the 5th year? Did I ever think that I'd be the victim of that 5th year incident? Tomotage-san stuck into the storehouse and he clawed out his own throat until he died. Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum. It must be a lie. It couldn't be true. Even if it was forbidden, it was just a space for storing some old torture implements. How could they be killed for just sneaking in there? Especially in such gruesome ways. But I thought about it again and realized that those people were absolutely capable of doing things like that. The main Sonozaki family was capable of it. The Sonozaki family had been pulling the strings behind the series of mysterious deaths. They could do it. The Sonozaki family even kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction during the dam conflict. They could do it. The Sonozaki family made Satoshi-kun disappear completely. They could do it. You're flipping on that? Now you think it is them again? Earlier, Rishi was completely convinced they didn't do it because of Mion. But, like... I don't like the static sound mixed with the cicadas. I really don't like that combo. Oh, don't hit the bell in there, too. Ow! They're, like, scratching at my brain. Mion leaned against me before falling into the cold hallway floor. Okay, strap duct tape to someone's head wearing these headphones, give them 3 tabs of acid and 20 grams of mushrooms. Wait. That's my advice. She collapsed rather violently. What? Well... Mion leaned against me before falling onto the cold hallway floor. She collapsed rather violently. I usually don't go to sleep without my stun gun. But since I was too tired and sleepy to get ready for bed, I still had it on me! She had that thing on her! Oh, the thought of making Satoshi disappear gave her the juice? Gave her, like, the anger to pull out the stun gun and get her. Whoa! Good move! But since I was too tired and sleepy to get ready for bed, I still had it on me. I got that thing on me. And my stun gun on me. I finally understood. I didn't know who killed them exactly, whose idea it was, or who ordered it. I didn't even know who was actually involved, but Mion and the hag knew everything. You're flipping it back? I don't know what to believe! Or maybe they did. Shion keeps changing her mind. Satoshi-kun, now I finally know. Now I know what I need to do. I will settle the score for you, Satoshi-kun. I will avenge you, Satoshi-kun. I won't be killed like you, Satoshi-kun. I walked into the hag's room. She was sitting up to... Oh, Mion doesn't kill the hag, and maybe Shion does? I thought Mion did, but, I don't know. Maybe Mion just got the credit somehow. She was sitting up to take some medicine. Her back was turned to me. Mion and I are twins. If I acted like her, the hag wouldn't notice the difference. You know, except a different outfit and a different hair. I didn't think she ever suspected me. I put my stun gun to her neck and pulled the trigger. Damn! I heard an indescribable electrical sound and the hag's lights went out. She fell in a twisted position. I didn't know how long it would take a person to regain their freedom of movement after getting knocked out with a stun gun. So I had to restrain them before they woke back up. Honestly, W grandma murder! Yes, yes! Kill your family! They're the Sodazakis. I don't like these people. The enemy, my enemy is my friend. Get him, Shion. I was unbelievably calm. She's going demon mode. The key to the underground torture room was in the forbidden drawer that only the head of the family can access. Mina told me about this once. Wait, but when does it stop? Like, Mion's gonna get you, right? Because there's a part of me, I don't know why it would ever make sense, but there's a part of me that's like, what if Shion tases both of them, ties both of them up, takes them both to the basement, but then it's like, because we've seen this from Keiichi's perspective. Why would Shion pretend to be Mion and do all that shit and vice versa? It doesn't make sense. I don't know why that ever happened. Unless we just said LMAO demons, LMAO demons, LMAO demons, and then I like rip my head off. So like, Mion has to get the upper hand again. But it's kind of like, I don't know. I just need to mention that as a possibility. The key to the underground torture room was in the forbidden drawer that only the head of the family can access. Mion told me about this once. I never looked for the drawer before, but I found it exactly where I thought it would be. The key was on a keychain with several of its sisters. Each key had a little plaque on it that said what it was used for. They were all in Mion's handwriting. Torture room! She was an idiot for being so conscientious, but it sure helped me out. Dude, Shion really flipped on her family that fast, dude. Got caught overhearing something she shouldn't, got threatened, and just said, fuck it, I'm killing them. Fuck it, I'm doing it. Fuck it, I got that thing on me. I put the keychain in my pocket and headed to the outdoor storeroom to find a cart. I found a loud flashlight there as well. There was a strap on the flashlight so I could put it on my shoulder. That way I'd have both hands free to carry Mion and the hag. I loaded Mion and then our grandma into the cart and carried them to the underground torture room. I was prepared to use the stun gun again if they woke up while I was working. But it was more powerful than I imagined, and the hag showed no signs of waking. This was the stun gun Kasai specially ordered for me when I told him I wanted a powerful one. I remembered him telling me that it was an illegally modified stun gun and that I should never use it just for fun. I used my flashlight to find the light switch. I found it easily and turned it on. All the lights went on in the basement. Although there was no illumination, it was very dim. I moved quickly so as to finish what I need to do before they woke up. Okay, so how does Mion ever get the upper hand again? Giga Bajillion IQ Mion added a key to unlock the cell in the cell under a rock that looks like a piece of poop. Poop rock, key, free yourself. She knew it was coming. But, like, seriously, how does Mion get out of this? Because, like, why in the hells would Shion pretend to be Mion and start torturing Keiichi? Oh, I mean, is she really that vindictive? No, but she frees Keiichi. Oh, that would be just so weird. And it wouldn't make sense for her to ever kill the kids. She does hate Satoko. No, there's no way, right? Shion's not that twisted. I mean, she does have a demon in her. Oh, God. But the tattoo on the back. Oh, wait, okay. And then it was Mion that fell into the pit. What if... Okay. Mion falls into the pit and dies. And then Shion gets... It goes to the place. Goes to the... I'm trying to remember chapter 2. It was literally months ago. Oh, my God. Notes, help. Give me to my chapter 2 notes. Chapter 2, okay. Shion Sonozaki, not going to trust her. Never trust ever. Fair. Also, it's really weird that in this route, we didn't ever see... Keiichi never talked to Shion about the floorboards. I assume that happened and she just ignored it. But I felt like that would have been a thing. Because Keiichi, I'm pretty sure, asked her in chapter 2. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. Okay, Mayor went missing. Yeah, like, why would you kill Rika and the mayor? Because, no. Why would you ever kill the mayor? I mean, she's just killing everybody she thinks that could have killed Satoshi. But then why Rika? Because she's Furude? At that point, you're just so lost in the sauce. I mean, you can always say demon LMAO, because she does have a demon in her. But then why would Mion be pretending to be Shion? I mean, is it just a gamba to try to get... I mean, that whole dialogue, I feel like, doesn't make sense. And all that, like, the whole moment of, like, Mion and... it's weird, because it feels like there is a world that this is a big twist. But I would have to, like, rewatch chapter 2, and it's like, I feel like the conversation that Mion was having with Keiichi would not make sense. And then the conversations that Mion and Shion were having with each other wouldn't make sense. Were they just pretending to be each other while it's all happening? So surely Mion gets the advantage somehow. Maybe after the grandma already gets killed? I don't know. Well, let's just see. I don't know. This is weird. This is really weird. I decided to put Mion in a cell beyond the torture room. Lights in the torture room were so bright that it was like daylight. There was a door there. I was fairly certain the cells were on the other side of that door. The proper key was here. This is kind of a fun throwback to the beginning of the chapter where it was like unlocking the door and like she was like scared of breaking out. The keys made a tinkling sound. I felt cold air coming in through the gap in the door. There must be a huge opening on the other side. I opened the door and saw nothing but darkness. Flashlight moment? You don't have your flashlight on them? I felt along the wall to find a light switch. Ah yes, the cells, the dungeon. I turned the switch on and the light bulbs lit up, revealing a huge rocky cave. It didn't look like a natural cave, it looked more like an air raid shelter. There were several hollow openings with bars across them. Those were the cells. I walked up to the closest cell and checked to see if it was strong enough to confine her. I pushed and pulled on the bars. I rammed against them with all my weight and decided they were perfectly sturdy. This was secure enough to be called a cell. I opened the lock and carried Mion in. I wasn't particularly strong, just average. See, is Mion going to be able to get out of this, or is Mion going to get celled? Because if Mion gets celled, like, I am going to be really confused. Or, like, curious, I guess. I never thought I was strong enough to carry a whole person, but now I didn't need to pretend to be weak. I could easily lift and drag their bodies. I put Mion in the cell. She seemed to moan a little. I didn't need to check to make sure the effect on my stun gun was wearing off. I closed the bars and turned the key in the lock, then I ran to the hag. Wow, she actually got Mion. Yo, baby girl, how'd you get Mion? Because, like, if you get Mion, and then you kill Grandma, kill Rika. Why would you kill Rika? Right? Because the idea for killing Rika was that she had messed up the padlock on the door, and then also the mayor, same reason. Though, Rika, I know Mion gets. I don't know who gets the mayor, so maybe she doesn't actually go and kidnap the mayor? Or maybe the mayor gets brought to her and she's like, hey, might as well? But, like, why Rika? Like, Rika didn't do anything to you. Rika's like a member of the three families, but she's like, oh, random kid. And, like, I could just say demon lol, but, like, we gotta be doing better than demon, like, Satoko, sure. Maybe it's like you were gonna kill Satoko and then Rika jumped in the way and you're like, hey, 2 kids is better than 1. Like, might as well get the double kill. But then why pretend to be Mion for the entire rest of the time? Just to, like... But then why would Mion be pretending to be Shion? Why wouldn't we be having the 2 people both pretending to be Mion thing? That would be funny. That would have been a funny thing. Who's the real Mion? I closed the bars and turned the key in the lock. Then I ran to the hag, who must have been starting to wake up too. Fortunately, there was no sign of her regaining consciousness. Maybe the difference in age had something to do with it. I looked for a table to restrain her on. I found a wheelchair with restraints for the hand and feet. I put the hag in it. Of course she didn't resist, but her dead weight made it seem like she was a huge French doll, but one made of flesh. Put her hands on the armrest and restrained them at the wrist with the metal rings and hinges. I did the same with her feet. This must have been a wheelchair specially remodeled to restrain a person. Other than the restraints, it was a regular wheelchair. I waited for the hag to wake up. I had so many things I wanted to ask her. I didn't think she'd answer honestly, but I had plenty of tools to make her talk. Honestly, I'm down! Freak it! Torture angle! Yeah, okay. Like, let's just torture the grandma until she tells us about what happened to Satoshi. I don't care. That's fine. She's a piece of shit. It's fine. Am I really going to take the position it's fine to torture somebody if it's for the sake of information? Honestly, it's a bad idea because you can't trust the information that people give you while you're torturing them because they're going to say anything to make the torture stop, so it's not effective. But, like, I don't mind that much, you know? It's not good, and I don't think it's effective. I didn't think she'd answer honestly, but I had plenty of tools to make her talk. I was in no rush. When the hag had a concern, relatives took care of the problem. That was how it worked in the Sonozaki family. She was the leader of the family, so all the information they gathered would make its way to her. Granny torture ASMR. Oh my god. She must know everything that happened in Hinamizawa, including the curse of Yashiro-sama. I heard a noise from the cell. Mion must have woken up before the hag did. Speaking of the hag, she didn't seem like she was about to wake up anytime soon, but she was restrained even if she did, so I had no need to fear. I left the hag there and headed for the cell.
Shion.
This was the real Gilf Grove. Listen. Torture Loki a schmovie. I'm back! They just have to deserve it. Listen, go read the genealogy of morality, okay? This is you paying me back for all you've done to me, Grandma. I'm torturing you because you owe me a debt. Your pain, your screams, that will fulfill what you owe me. And I call that moral. She talked like the successor, but she also sounded frightened. She obviously understood the situation she was in right now.
Mion. まさか自分が閉じ込められることになるとは思わなかった？園崎家当主代行として命じます。
Asiating, Asiating, I'm the head,
ここを
That's not gonna work!
開けなさい。声色に一つ凄みが欠けますね。
Shion, don't be mean to your
当主
sister.
様はもっと
Don't be
傲
mean to your
慢
sister.
な
Like,
言い
like,
方を
like,
しなきゃ
I
ね。
get it, but
も
like,
っともそういう言い方ができたとして
you
も
guys were so sweet to each
今のあん
other.
たは滑稽なだけなん
It's
だけど
sad.
さ。
I don't like watching the relationship fall apart. It's sad. There's nothing funny about it, but I wanted to intimidate Mion. My laughter echoed throughout the cave. It was artificial and meaningless laughter. See, okay. I heard it over and over as it echoed. I like that. I like that it was artificial. It sounded as if I wasn't the only one laughing. And I couldn't stand it, so I stopped. Silence filled the air. That silence almost hurt my ears, so I started to speak.
富武さんと高野さんが今年の犠牲になるとはね、思わなかった。
Yo, Shion locked in. Shion has done more to figure out the plot of the game than literally anybody else in all of history. Oishi, Akasaka, Keiichi in 3 different chapters. Shion literally said, just kidnap him, LMAO. She's out here
高野
making
さんの
moves.
ドラム缶に詰めて焼き殺したってのもなかなか
I
いいね。
appreciate it. I do appreciate it.
ま、あの人はそういう死に方を自分で希望してたっぽいからね。結構満足してるかもよ。
Low-key, yeah. Mion didn't say anything, she just stared at me to see how I'd proceed.
富武さんの自分で自分の喉を引き裂いたってのは何？狂気
Pink
に駆り
blaming
立てるような
Akasaka
怪
for
しいお
having a
薬で
dead
も注
wife.
射したんだ。
I did not bring up his dead wife, alright? Akasaka did a pretty good job. I put... Akasaka honestly looks bad in he deserves a little better than the people I put him with. I'll give him that. Or a syringe. True.
それともそういう死に方に見せるような拷問道具でもあるわけ。
Mion didn't reply. I was smiling boldly, but I became impatient and finally kicked the bars. I also choose Akasaka's dead wife. Charu! Man, I would love a piece of Akasaka's dead wife. It made a violent noise. Mion jumped as if she was kicked directly.
返事がないと退屈です。私を怒らせるとどんな得が？私が
Threatening to torture
知
your
るわけない
sister.
でしょう。
Shion is so mean. Mion finally replied. She was odious, but at the same time sounded pitiful.
ねえ、ミオン。次期当主様。
It's like, but like, dude, it's gotta be Mion that comes out of here. Like, can Shion, like, steal the demon from her sister by killing her? You know what I mean? A shovel and her grave. Yo, I want her in her prime, dude.
ここまで来ちゃったんだから教えてください、ね。
Rockin'. I had just too many things I wanted to ask her. I wanted to ask her about me, Satoshi, about the incident, Satoshi, about the curse, Satoshi, and about Satoshi, Kun. I didn't even know where to start. Before I asked her about those, I asked her one other thing.
私に対して反抗的な態度をとっても何の得にもならないこと、理解してますよね。
Mion glared at me silently. Because we were twins, I knew that was just a bluff.
もうここまでやっちゃった以上、私も引っ込みがつかないんで、お姉も私に容赦とか躊躇とか、そういうものをあまり期待しない方がいい。
Yo, bro, this makes me like, dude. Shion really put her in the cage and threatened torture first? Bro, I felt so bad for Shion when she was the one receiving all the, like, pain and was like, just torture me instead, don't put them in. Oh my goodness. Low-key. It, like, almost makes more sense for it to have been Shion. Because remember when, like, but, like, it's like, but why would Mion be pretending to be Shion? That's so weird to me. Can you guys just strip and be, like, have your, like, bare back exposed for the rest of the encounter so I can keep track of who's who? Why aren't y'all always bare back? Like, please. I need to know who's who. You're so annoying with this twin stuff. Reason being that, torturing Keiichi, Shion would have a reason to do that that Mion wouldn't. But also if you engage demon mode, it kind of all just becomes nothing. Agree in all caps. Wait, you're a little too enthusiastic. Yeah, I don't know. Mion must have been feeling the cold sweat on her face. Although the light was dim, I could tell she was
じゃあ聞く
frightened.
よ。ひなみ沢村連続開始事件。
I'll leave their socks on, it's fine.
通称お社様のたたり。
Torture grandma if she doesn't answer? That's kind of W
これっ
torture.
て
This
どう
is
いう
what I
意味な
mean,
の？
bro. Chapter 2 torture was weak, bro. Chapter 2 torture, they did separate rooms and stuff. Come on, bring them both in. Get them both on the rack. Do the same thing. Shion, prove to me that you're a better
や
torturer.
っぱりダム戦争のけじめって。
Use grandma and be like, I'm gonna torture grandma if you don't do nothing. You know I hate her. And then you go over and you start torturing grandma when she doesn't answer. Boom. 2 for 1 combo.
私は、
Or the real
多分
torture
そうだ
tech.
と思ってる。
Real torture tech. You have them both do that, but then you have them reply to you quietly so they can't hear what the other one says. And then you tell them, if you guys don't say the same thing, I'm going to kill you both. So now, they have to come up with the same story in order to end the torture, which ensures that they can't just make some shit up, because then they couldn't confirm that it'd be the same story. So give them a heavy incentive to say the truth, because they would both need to say the truth in order to stop the torture. So you would torture them, and then get them to say answers, but they don't get to hear each other's answer. It's genius. I'm so good at this. Yo, chat, take notes. Mion sounded a little confused, but she answered. I felt satisfaction now that we were communicating and continued with a
思ってる
smile.
って言い方が少し頼りないね。 そのあたりの事情は詳しくないの？
シオンだって分かってるでしょ。
Wait, what did you say? Mion sounded a little confused, but she answered. I felt satisfaction now that we were communicating and continued with a smile.
次期当主なんてバッチャの取り次ぎに過ぎないよ。
Yeah, right.
その当主様と意思を疎通させて維心伝心
This is
な
not
の
a
が
hobby of
次
mine.
期
I'm
当
just,
主
I'm
様の
just
役
good
目
at
でしょ。
things,
取り次ぎ
even
に
if
過
I've
ぎ
never
ない
done
なん
them
て
before.
信じると思う？
いつも身近にいる私だってたまにバッチャが何を考えてるのかわからない
She's
時があ
trying
る
to worm
の。
her way out.
何でもかんでも
She's
私
trying
が
to
理
worm her
解
way
してる
out.
わけ
Don't
じゃ
let
ない。
her.
じゃあお社様のたたりってのはあいつが全部独断で決めてるわけなんだ。次期当主様と相談して決めてるのかと思ったよ。
やばい話は全部バッチャが一人で決めてる。私なんか預かり知る余地もない。
Prisoner's dilemma just with torture? You could maybe make it similar. Like, is prisoner's dilemma is like the if you rat out your friend, you get a cheaper sentence. But if you both rat each other out, then you're both fricked. And if neither of you rat each other out, it's like okay. That's like prisoner's dilemma, right? Or you go free if you rat them out. If you both say nothing, then you get a little bit. If you both say something, then you get fricked, right? It's not quite. It's more just making them both verify information, right? Because they can't rat each other out. They need to say the same story. If they tried to put the other one under the bus, and then the other one said a different story, then they would both be punished. And if they say nothing, they both get... It's a little bit prisoner's dilemma, but if they don't work together, all the other options are just tortured to death. Boom. You know? So it's like we're weighting it a little differently.
でもばあさんの独断だとしたってあいつはあんたを介してやり取りしてるわけでしょ。
Yeah, I saw you on the
そのあ
phone.
んたが
Huh?
何も知らないなんてあ
Come
る
on
は
now.
ず。
Tell me about it, baby
違
girl.
うよ。私なんかを介していない。私にだってよくわからないんだけど、
She's trying so...
私が陽の部分を取り継いでるとしたら陰の部分を取り継いでる誰かがいると思う。
誰？その影の部分の取り次ぎ。
Okay.
知らない。
I
誰
hate
かを
you.
招いて話してるとことか電話をしているとことか見たことない？
You
強
gotta
い
give
て
me
言え
some...
ば
It's the answers, Ark!
毎
Give me
年お社
something
様の
here!
たたりの時期になると連絡量がどっと増える相手ね。
わかんない。
Useless.
心当たりなんかないよ。
Start torturing people, dude. Mion shook her head.
まあいいや。じゃあ質問を変えるね。今年のたたりの富武
Don't
さんと
actually start
高野
torturing
さん
people,
は
but like...
ダム戦争に直接関係してないのになぜ犠牲に選ばれたの？やっぱり西宮殿に忍び込んだから？
As soon as Mion heard the words ritual storehouse, her expression shifted.
西宮殿にフルテ神社の西宮殿を犯したの？
Huh? 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 What? Yeah, I thought I did. No, you didn't know that? Shion slack-jawed? You didn't know that? Well, I thought you knew that. Wait, why'd they die then? They just killing people for anything these days, bro. They just killing people for anything. Why did you kill him then? Hey, I'm the one asking questions.
ありゃ、知ってるとばかり。
そんなことをしたらバカ、当然だよ。
Mion muttered bitterly, washing her head repeatedly. Mion, I hate you so much, I'm gonna kill you. Dude, Mion, you literally just grabbed me and did all this stuff, okay? You just grabbed me, pinned me up against the wall, carried me to the phone, and was making calls about these two people. What do you mean? Oh, of course something would have happened to them. Baby girl, you were part of it! Just admit shit! Like... Mion muttered bitterly while shaking her head repeatedly. Mion's reaction made me realize the true meaning of the Forbidden Storehouse for ritual implements. The ritual storehouse is a sacred building, so nobody can go inside. The curse will fall upon any who disobey. Any child would know that rule. However, just because they know about it didn't mean they all believed in it. Although they were told they would be cursed, most of the kids actually enjoyed hearing the stories. They simply didn't believe it was true. However, Mion's reaction told me it absolutely was. If they actually did that, of course something would happen to them. She was saying that if someone stuck into the ritual storehouse, that person should be
私がこっち
killed.
に帰ってきて以降、たまにミヨンとは認識が食い違います
Just girl
ね。
talk.
そりゃ私だって
I thought they talked about
最
boy
優がうかつに
crushes.
入っちゃやばいとこだってのは知ってますけど、あんな死に方しても当然だってほどやばいとは思わないんだけど、私たちだってその程度の認識じゃなかったでしたっけ？
それはシオンがよく知らないだけだよ。
すみませんね、よく知らなくて。説明をいただいてもよろしいですか？
そりゃシオンの言う通り、子供の世界ではやばいとかたたりがあるとか言ったってどうせ迷信に過ぎないだろう。でも大人にバレたらかなり怒られるんだろうなって程度の認識だと思う。でもね、ひなみ沢の古老たちにとってはそんな甘いものじゃないの。
Mion explained to me how the elderly people blindly believe in Horatio-sama, how sacred the festivals are to them. It's probably something the younger generations would never understand, but they're possessed by a very strong, deeply rooted devotion towards Oyashiro-sama. Mion then went on to tell me about how sinful it was to violate the rule of the ritual storehouse. I just couldn't believe things like that were still going on even in the modern day. I couldn't even reply appropriately, but even if it was unbelievable, I couldn't ignore what I was hearing from my twin sister.
なるほどね。でもさ、ミオン、たたりで一人が死んだら、それを相殺する意味で一人を生贄にするのがルールじゃなかったっけ？生贄の死体は出ない。
Yep, and both were found, but why?
なのに今回は二人とも死体が出ちゃってるんだけ
Does that mean two need to disappear?
ど、そのあたりはどう見る？
Mion doesn't know that besides Takano-san and Tomotage-san, Keiichi and I are also snuck into the ritual storehouse. So I tried to lead her a little.
確かにおかしいね。
高野さんの焼死体は見つかっちゃいけなかったってことなのかな。本当は高野さんは失踪ってことになるのがパーフェクトだったのかな。
あるいは自信はないけど。
何？根拠なんかいらないから言ってみてよ。怒らないから。
Mion hesitated a little first and then started to speak.
西宮殿に忍び込んだのは実は
See, okay, so you already knew. So she knew 4 people snuck in, but she didn't know it was them too? Yo, Mion, I'm gonna be real. Put the pieces together. What do you mean you knew 4 people snuck in? Wait, did...
それで
Did Shion say that earlier, maybe? Let me double check. Yeah, I think that's new information. Like she's revealed that she knew that where there's no, like... She didn't know that, like, yeah. Shion didn't tell her that there were 4 people that snuck in. She only said they 2 snuck in. So why does she know 4 people snuck in? And how do you know that 4 people snuck in, but you don't know who they are when you're Mion?
で、もう2人は生贄ってことで鬼隠しになってるんじゃないかな。
That's the thought. Oh yeah, you're gonna hit with that title card? Bruh. I have no idea what this is and I have no interest in it, so I'm just gonna watch you play this. Oh, you are in the thick of it, BLC. You are in the thick of it right now. Oh, frickin' stop, wait. Mion's words were stuck in my head. If those 2 dead bodies were the result of the curse, there should be 2 sacrifices to calm Oyashiro-sama's anger. The 4 of us snuck into the shrine storage together. It was a simple equation. Did that mean that Keiichi and I were in danger? I got drunk, fell asleep, and decided to stay overnight. Was that because of the alcohol? Or did someone put a drug in my drink? Ooh. It's not like me to get drunk and spend a night at the hag's house. I wanted to forget about what happened in the eerie storehouse, so I drank too much. But it really was strange for me to get that drunk. Maybe it was a good thing I woke up in the middle of the night. And so I feel like you got woken up by, like, a presence, which could have been Satoshi being like, wake your ass up. I could have been the one to wake up in a cell. True. Sometimes it's hard to recognize danger when you avoid it accidentally. Part of me wanted to just laugh at the idea, but another part felt frightened that I was so close to being in Mion's position. If my thinking was correct, I wonder how Keiichi Maebara was doing right now. I didn't see him in any of the cells. But I didn't guarantee his safety. Takano-san... And, like, the phone calls, dude! The phone calls make no sense if Mion is captured the entire time. Right? Because why would Shion... Because it was like... What? Because it was like... Keiichi was calling Shion to check on her because they were worried about each other surviving. And so... Why would it actually be Mion in disguise if Mion's in a cage? There's no reason to believe that makes any sense. That makes no sense. So Mion has to find her way out of this at some point. Right? Like, she's gotta get... Maybe Shion's, like, impatient, or opens the door and gives her food at a dumb time, or is just stupid, or whatever. And then Mion just punches her in the face and swaps spots. Because there's just no way. Like, why would Shion ever pretend to be... Mion pretending to be Shion? Ever. Like, what? You know? And pretend that you had gone... Like, what is the mental processes required to do all... I feel like it's just making it so complicated for no reason. If you want him to die, then just call him over to the house, Mion's house, as Mion, and stun gun his ass and put him in the basement. Like, I feel like there's easy ways to do this. I don't remember exactly how I even went in Chapter 2, but it's just... I feel like it's insane to think it was Shion the entire time. Takono-san and Tomotage-san had been executed. There was a possibility that Keiichi could already be dead. But just like what happened to Satoshi-kun, it might only happen after a few days. When the sun rose, I was going to pretend to be Mion and head to her school. I was going to check if Keiichi Marabara is safe. If he had already disappeared, the enemy would come after me next. I'd have to be a decoy for myself. But why hoe Keiichi at some point? Just to piss off Mion and be a dick? But why pretend to be Mion, pretend to be Shion, pretend to be Mion? That's, like, why would, like, I'm I'd have to be a decoy for myself, but if he was still safe, I need to keep my eyes on him. I was sure the enemy would come after that scatterbrain. If I became Mion, Shion would disappear. The enemy would think Shion had already been demoned away, and they'd concentrate on Keiichi. If nothing happened to Keiichi, that would also be fine. It'd prove that nothing would happen to me either. Well, and then Rika and the mayor are going to disappear. Even if they're not getting commanded to, the information's already gone out that 4 people entered. And so that's going to happen whether or not Mion's at the head of things or not. So Mion could be imprisoned the entire time. And that's a lot of time for Shion to, like, go demon mode and start being weird and getting tangled in her own lies. And just doing weird shit. The hag was still sleeping in the wheelchair. I was going to interrogate her. But actually, I wasn't expected to learn that much. The woman who was also known as Empress Sonozaki probably wouldn't say a thing even if her fingers were cut off. Mion, her successor, was the complete opposite. She spoke readily but didn't know too much about anything. Mion had said she was only a messenger and that someone else was taking care of problems on the underside. It's possible Mion had grown to be a good liar and that she tried to deceive me with a straight face, but at the same time I could see that the hag not letting Mion get involved in the underside of the village. If I were her, I wouldn't have used Mion for that either. Unlike me, Mion was a nice person. Okay, so Shion, are you really gonna torture the kids to death? But why? Why would you torture the kids to death? Why would you do that? Because the scene I'm remembering is Chapter 2. And Shion's in the cell, and she's like, you already made me listen to Rika and Satoko get killed. Don't make me listen to Keiichi getting killed too. Okay. But why would she be... And she was saying, Mion, don't make me do that. Why would you pretend to be Shion? Like, that's what doesn't click. That's what doesn't click. Why would Mion go along with the changed personalities? Like the changed who's thing. Mion has no reason to go along with anything. Right? If Keiichi shows up, Mion can be like, Shion went crazy and kidnapped me and he's gonna kill all of us. You know, like, why would you pretend to be Shion if you're Mion? I don't see a reason for that. It could be like, I'm gonna kill you unless you go along with my game. In which case, like, sure. But, like, why? I don't know. Like, this ain't gonna bring Satoshi back, baby girl. This ain't gonna bring her back. Alright? Bring him back. It's like, that's what they're... I feel like they're building up to that. I just don't... It's like, it's insane to try to figure out a way to make that click. I feel like you'd have to watch all of Chapter 2 and, like, mind break yourself. And then it would make maybe sense. Jeez. While there were only ones and zeros in the world, she believed there were numbers with decimal points. What are you fucking yapping about? In other words, she could never be cruel. You ever heard of the demon? Yo, bro, she had those eyes in the hallway. I've seen those eyes before. The hag thought the same way as I do. It was very possible the one who took care of problems on the other side, X, was the one who actually governed the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Director, probably. The hag became concerned about something, X would deal with it, either directly or indirectly, or maybe the hag and X would discuss the details first. But did X really exist? If he did, his place in the village hierarchy was a lot more important than that of the successor. Unlike Mion, who was too nice, he was discreet, cruel, and cunning. Furthermore, he was extremely close to the hag, someone who always... Oh my goodness, who had what conversation with who? Did the conversation about, like, why did Satoshi make me have to take care of Satoko? Who had that conversation? Was that was that in chapter 2? Oh my god, they're starting to blur together, dude. There's so many things blurring together. Someone who would have a lot of contact with her just before it was time for the curse. Because of the way Tomotage-san died, it could be someone who regularly dealt with unusual drugs. He could be a member of a medical institution. Director of the Irei Clinic. Irei, that's the only medical person we know, but Irei's literally like just a dude. In this isolated village, Irei was famous for opening such a beautiful clinic and for working so hard for the villagers' sake. The villagers liked his mature personality and really respected him. There's nothing scarier than a doctor who's also a murderer. If Irei was the person behind the curse, all the mysterious deaths could be explained. Like... Yeah, I'm Irei. I made Satoshi disappear despite loving Satoshi. Like, make it make sense. However, there's only a slim chance of Irei being X, the main reason being that the hag wouldn't trust him. Yeah, because he's not any of the 3 people, right? Like many of the elderly, the hag doesn't like young people. I knew she'd never trust him because of his age. But also, he's not one of the members of the 3 families. Peon, the entire time she was just busy peeing. Well, speak of the devil. That's a good idea. I'm gonna go collab with Peon real quick. Chat, would you let Peon... No, freak, that's the wrong one. There we go. Anyways. Furthermore, she had openly... Oh, wait. Oh, no, I'm not still muted. Okay, nice. Furthermore, she had openly criticized the behavior among the relatives once, although Irei was famous, he was an outsider after all. Trying to tune Vocaloids while Pink screams in my ear about his crazy theories is difficult. Channel them together and connect them. You have to turn the screaming into the correct tuning. Boom. He wasn't born here. He tried to maintain a good relationship with the villagers as the director of the clinic, but that was just on the surface. I couldn't even imagine the hag telling him about her worries or about the village's underside. Why leave us with that music? I want you to suffer. If she was as suspicious of others as I was, then she would only gather trustworthy people to deal with that underside. First people that came to mind were the leaders of the three families. Leaving Rikachama out, the head of the Kimiyoshi family was a strong possibility. He was the only one who could advise Empress Sonozaki. They were of a similar age, and everyone knew that they were very close outside the family councils. Furthermore, as the mayor, he often went to the Sonozaki house just before Watanagashi to discuss festival preparations. I could easily picture them talking privately. The one who executed the curse of Oyashiro-sama, the one who murdered Takano-san and Tomatake-san, the mastermind behind the series of the mysterious deaths that had been going on for the past 5 years. Was he coming after me? Did he get to Satoshi-kun? When I thought about Satoshi-kun, I felt elevated. I was fearful of possibly being this year's victim until just a moment ago. I was scared that X was after me. But when I thought about it, I realized whoever it was, this person had gotten Satoshi-kun. I looked so hard, but I couldn't find him. I'd almost forgotten about this enemy. For better or for worse, he was going to appear before me again. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find that enemy. But now he was trying to find me. That was it. I wasn't only being chased, I was chasing too. When I realized all this, I was no longer afraid of dying to the 5th year's curse. It had become a game. I wasn't only being threatened. I was the one who knocked! Now was the time to settle this score for Satoshi-kun. Now was the time to awaken passions that had grown weak over the past year. I could feel righteous indignation and courage fill up within me. Very dangerous feelings! I hope you don't aim it towards the wrong people! The only emotion that can defeat fear is anger. When my anger completely overtook my fear, I felt as if I were reborn. Oh boy, this is a dangerous thing. This is dangerous. I kicked her wheelchair rather violently, but that didn't wake her up either. Loki, you shocked her to death. GG. I grabbed her hair and pulled her head up, but even then the hag still stayed silent with a straight face. Then I noticed something. I looked for an appropriate torture device. They were all large scale, none of them being particularly handy. That's when I saw a cigarette lighter on a cushion in the tatami room. One of the relatives must have left it there. You're about to bzz her awake. I lit the lighter. A huge flame appeared. I turned the lighter off and went back to the hag with it. Zip! Ouchie time! I lit it in front of her eyes. Ow! That's such a rude place to burn. Yeah, I thought you would just like turn it on really hot and then turn it off and then stick it somewhere. You know? Not just be like light it under their nose, like chink! What a dickhead thing to do. There was still no response. I put the flame right under her nose without hesitation. The tip of the flame touched the tip of her nose. The flame must have burned her nose hair. It smelled terrible. Ew! Ew! Granny nose hair! I was already certain, but I continued anyway. I brought the flame closer to her eye. Her eyelid didn't move one bit. The flame burned her eyelashes, making it smell awful again. Hair does smell really bad if you burn it. This is true. I turned the lighter off and then felt her throat and wrist. I didn't feel any warmth. I didn't feel a pulse either. Oh, you already killed her. Yeah, I kind of thought she did. I'm gonna be real. Man, it's not Gilf Grove, it's Gilf Graveyard. Aw, shit. There was no way she could pretend to be asleep while being burned. Even if she could endure the pain, anyone would reflexively move their eyelids if a flame came close to their eyes. Ventilation on nose. Yeah, I would just really hard and all the flame would shoot up and disappear. Holy shit, you're right. Anyone would have, but she didn't. I turned the sink water on and aimed the end of a hose at the hag's face. The water pressure wasn't too high, but by squeezing the tip of the hose, I could make it squirt out. Real good technique. The water hit the hag in the face, but there was still no reaction. Shit. You've got to be kidding me. She's dead. The one who was at the center of everything is dead now. I knew she wouldn't talk, but I didn't expect her to end up dead. Never even thought of killing her. I walked around the room restlessly. I didn't feel guilty, but instead felt frustrated with what I'd done. Come on, I need to calm down. What do I need to be afraid of? Calm down and stay cool. Calm down. Stay cool. If you lock the door behind you, nobody can get you here at least. I could feel my brain starting to calm down, and my emotions cooling down with it. She was my true enemy. It was just that I killed her before confronting her about it. Sooner or later, I would have killed her anyway. She wouldn't have had anything in the first place, so there really wasn't a reason why I should have let her live. I didn't realize that until now, and that was why I got frustrated. Oh, chat, I know how to make it squirt. My revenge for Satoshi-kun started with the unexpected death of my grandmother. It was such a strange feeling, like I was wearing sopping wet clothes. I replaced that feeling with anger. I couldn't forgive her. I couldn't forgive the hag for abusing the Hojo family, including Satoshi-kun, for so many years. She cornered him psychologically as well as physically. She didn't deserve an easy death from a stun gun. Picked up a whip that was hanging on the wall. The whip was designed to make sure the person on the receiving end got seriously injured. I swung it up then down. The sound reminded me of when I was a child hitting things with a jump rope I pretended was a whip. You're bludgeoning her corpse? See, this is evil. Like, this is the difference between you and me, alright? I would never do it for fun. Alright? If I'm torturing somebody, I have a giga-brained plan to get information. This is literally psychopathic. This is, like, chat. If somebody needs to go, you should give them you should kill them the most efficient and fast way possible. There is no reason to drag it out. Alright? You're just adding pain into the world for nothing. Alright? That's cringe behavior. She didn't deserve an easy death from a stun gun? Cringe! Cringe! Everybody deserves the easiest, fastest, most painless death possible. Bar none. It's just sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do and it's not that painless, you know? Unlike that, I made a purple mark on the hag's face and reddish-black blood started oozing out. No Sprite? Why aren't we getting a Sprite for this? Why aren't we getting a Sprite for this? I swung it up and then down again. This time the whip hits her in the head. Her hair flew in the air. Saw a bunch of her hair on the tip of the whip. At the end of the bunch of hair, there was a piece of her skin. It seemed the whip had ripped part of her scalp off. I continued in her with the whip. I didn't bother removing the hair beforehand. Well, we're not torturing her. We're just abusing the corpse that's already dead. Like, corpses don't have rights. Well, they kind of do, but, like, not to my care. The tip of the... This is still horrible and psychopathic. Don't get it wrong. This is psycho. The tip of the whip was divided into many points, with each point having a fish hook on the end. It's a fish hook whip! That's so evil! Are you a grave robber? No, I'm not a grave robber. Why would I care about a corpse? If I'm hungry, I'll go to the store, bro. It's inefficient. Fish hook whip! Fish o' nine tails. Cat o' nine fish. Those hooks added to the speed of the whip not only scratched the victim, but tore their skin as well. The hag's hair was all messed up and her face was getting bloody. She started to look like a real demon. I stopped the whipping. Bro, look in the mirror. Tell me who's looking like a real demon. My arm was tired, not because my arm was tired, but because I couldn't stand the feeling of her hair on the tip, touching me every time I swung the whip. I threw the whip at the hag. Breathing heavily, I realized I was covered in her hair. Ugh. Ugh. I almost felt like thousands of maggots crawling all over me. I brushed it off violently. This is a good explanation for why Mion killed the hag, by the way. I like this explanation. This is cool. I'm really confused how it's gonna be the rest of this. I put my hands on my knees and exhaled roughly. I'm fine with how this went. She got a painless death. That's good for me. She low-key was a problem. She's gone. Can't hurt nobody anymore. GG. Win the game for free. Well, but we still don't know if she's exactly, like, the person that did it all. But, like, she's the one that, like, orchestrated it. So, you know, we're still gonna blame her. It was then that I noticed it. I perked up and turned around. Mion watching, like, there it is. The person who had been watching me since I snuck into the shrine storage. I sensed this person sitting in the tatami room and enjoyed watching me torture my grandmother. An overwhelming emotion started to swallow me up. I tried desperately not to feel it. Is that Oyashiro-sama? Being like, damn, good show. Loki, I wish you came out of the womb first. You should have been the successor. Good on you. That's what she's doing right now. That's what Oyashiro-sama's doing. Man, Shion's going crazy. It was just there. Just like Satoshi-kun, it was just there. It was extremely uncomfortable to have it just be there. Wait, so Rika as the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama is just some other thing? Like, you know what I mean? Like there's Oyashiro-sama spiritually here and the reincarnation running around? Like, what's going on? I smiled boldly, and yet I could feel my body shiver. Mion watching from the cell, being like, well, this is not good. My grandma's dead. Shion's going crazy and is talking to ghosts. It was just my imagination. It couldn't be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The curse couldn't be real. Everything was done by humans. They made everything look like it was a curse.
まあ
Yo,
あんた
some
が見
pizza
たい
would
っ
go
てんなら
crazy
勝
on
手だ
a
けど
Alright,
さ
Luckin.
私は見物料を取るつもりもないでも私の邪魔をしようってんならあんただって容赦しないよ
No matter what I said, nothing happened. It was like trying to communicate with an insect. Felt like I was staring at a spider in the middle of its web, and the spider was staring back. Staring at a spider in the middle of the web. I turned to the hag in the wheelchair. I couldn't leave her body here forever. Yeah, go dump her in the hole. If I don't need to make her death known, then it should be quick, and it's best if a body doesn't exist. Not even in this secret underground torture room. Phew! I exhaled to try to calm myself down. Oh, I remember now. When I was a little girl, Kasai used to love making me feel scared. He often told me scary stories about various horrible things. I recalled a story about the secret torture room of the Sonozaki family. According to the story, there was a well in the torture room for dumping bodies in. There was a pile of tortured corpses at the bottom of the well, and resentful moans could be heard echoing from there. Okay, new strat just dropped. Go down into the well and see if Satoshi's down there. And about halfway down the well, there was a different tunnel, which was a secret passage leading into the distant mountains. That bit was from Mion's telling of the story. It was probably an amalgamation of tellings from different relatives. The room was supposed to be a huge secret, but everyone got loose lips at the chance to have fun scaring Mion's successor.
昔親戚の誰かが言ってたじゃん
Yo, how's Mion about to respond to all
こ
this
の
stuff
地
that
下
just
拷問
happened?
室のどこかに隠し井戸があって外へ出られる秘密の通路がある
Mion, what's your response? You just
さっ
watched
きの
that,
音は
right?
聞こえてなかった鬼ババを無知で叩く音
Mion didn't reply, but I saw her bite her
大丈
lip.
夫あんたは叩かない
Aww.
でもねあんたが不愉快だと鬼ババをもっと叩くかもしれない
That's my Shion. That's my Shion. Good use. Good use. I was saying this as a torture technique earlier. You don't have to torture Mion. You can torture the grandma instead. And so now all she has to do is go into the other room and crack the whip a few times and come back and be like, oh, you want to answer better this time? And Mion's be like, no, stop hurting her. She's already dead. She doesn't have to know. Good move! I like that technique. I like that technique. Respect the technique, chat. I need some respect on the technique. You don't even need to use the corpse. You can just crack the whip in the air. Go dump the body. You don't need the body. Well, maybe it'd be nice to, like, cut a few fingers off and then use the fingers and be like, ooh, Mion, I'll cut off more. Shion's a better torturer than Mion. I'll be honest.
今度は無知なんかじゃなくて
What are you gonna do?
そこの奥暗がりにも牢屋があるでしょう
W torture, chat. W torture. Mion pointed weakly. I walked down to where her finger indicated. A light bulb lit up the cell. It was a lot smaller than the one Mion was in. It was very shallow, and I didn't even need to open the door to see how tiny it was. Of course there's no well in there. I became angry, assuming that she lied to me, but after considering it, I didn't actually think she would at this point. I opened the door and walked in, and stepped in a trap hole and fell and died. I noticed something immediately. There was an opening right in the middle of the cell. This opening was naturally disguised. The way the rocks and the shadows were positioned perfectly hid the well. The tip of a rock inside the cell concealed the entrance. Unless you went in, you'd never notice. But it was such a shallow cell that nobody would even think of going in. Besides, the bars allow you to see the inside well enough. The cell is not even a few meters deep, so it would only take a glance to see everything. Nobody would think of unlocking the door and walking in. But walking in was the only way anyone could find the well. Furthermore, there were many cells in this huge cave. Who'd think that one of them was hiding a secret well? Hopefully the other one's not holding any secrets and you didn't see them. The inside of the well was dark, I couldn't see anything, but every little noise I made produced echoes. I could tell this was a very deep well. Brought a flashlight from the torture room and shone it down the well. It almost looked more like a vertical tunnel. Obviously a man-made one at that. There were wedges on the wall like a ladder, and they looked as if they were inviting me to descend. It's kind of ironic that the secret escape route from an underground torture room ended up being a well that takes you further down. You had no way of knowing whether it would take you to freedom or to hell. Furthermore, there were tortured bodies of past victims at the bottom. Who would be able to go down this well without hesitation? Nobody in their right mind could go down this well to look for a secret tunnel, hearing the voices of the dead all the while.
ミオンはあの井戸降りたことあるの
降りたくもない
それに関しては著しく同感この拷問室の犠牲者たちが放り込まれた井戸になんか好き好んで降りたくはないもんね
I went back to the torture room and then returned to the cave, pushing the wheelchair containing the hag. Okay, Mion screamed.
シオンバッチャー落とすけ
No, Shion, Granny's your tool for torture. You can't push Granny down the well or you're not gonna have a tool to make Mion mad.
落とすんじゃないよ。捨てるんだよ。
Oh my goodness, she gave up her ammunition immediately. Shion is a bad torturer. Boo! Boo! Ayo, boo her! She doesn't even know how to torture at all! She just gave up her best piece of ammunition like that! Shion! What are you doing?
死んでるしね。
Bruh! What a waste! What a waste!
さっきの拷問で死んだんじゃないよ。多分鬼ババはスタンガンで死んだんだよ。心臓麻痺とかで。
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
放置してもいいけど、虫が湧くと嫌でしょ?
Yo, fun fact, I've had that boo soundboard for like 5 weeks, and I never, I was ready to, I've had that in my back pocket if somebody in chat pissed me off. I was gonna go, hey yo, boo him, and just rip that out. But then nobody pissed me off enough to just do that, right? Yeah, it's funny. Anyways.
ひどい。なんなら死後の鬼ババの世
This
話
is
もす
pretty
る。
sad, bro. This is crazy. This is a crazy
湧いてくるうち
situation.
を箸でつまんで捨てるとかや。
Shion's mocking her this, but maybe you could use chopsticks to pick maggots off her body. Did you hear that sound? She really hit. Damn! Mion covered her ears and shook her head. Everything I said seemed to bother Mion. Her own life wasn't guaranteed at this point.
シオン。どうしてこんなことを。さーて、どうしてだと思います？
Nobody said anything for a while, but the silence was soon broken.
サトシ、
Got it.
敵討ちってこと。敵討ちになったかもわからないけどね。いきなり後ろからバチンだったから、何が何やらわかんないうちにご臨終だったろうし。ねえミオン、今こうして思い返すと、私はや
Now
っ
that
ぱ
I
り
think
バー
about
サ
it,
ン
it's
を殺す
crazy.
だ
What do
け
you
の
mean
理
you
由
came
が
up
あっ
with a
た
reason
の
after you
よ。
killed her?
なぜかわかる？
Bruh.
単にサトシ君を殺した張本人だからってだけじゃないよ。それは嘘をついたから。
I slapped the hag's head.
あんたも言ったよね。私が爪を剥がせば全て許すって。だから私は爪を剥がしたんだよ。3枚も。
Okay, you didn't rip out 3 of your nails. Let's fact check that. Hey, can we get the fact check? Shion, you ripped out 1.5, and then somebody else did the other 1.5. All right, that you did not rip out 3 of your own
そ
nails.
れでけじめがついたってことになったんだよね。
But close.
でも約束は守られなかった。サトシ君はやっぱり消されてしまった。どうして？どう
Leon,
いう
just
こと
tell
な
me that
の？
it happened. I continued to slap the hag's head. Her blood was all over my hand by then, and it felt gross. I tried to wipe it off on her clothes, but then her hair got on my hand. Ew, it's so gross. I ran to the sink in the torture room and washed my hands with a brush. When I was done, I went back to Mion's cell.
あの時、
Yeah,
サト
Mion
シ君
locked
が
the
いな
frick
くなっ
in
て
and
し
just
まっ
went
た
pop, pop,
後、
pop.
あんたが来て言ったよね。サトシ君と私の関係はけじめがもうついてたって。そしてこうも言ったよね。サトシ君の失踪の理由は、園崎本家は何も知らないと。うん。嘘だ！
Lied! 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 My shouts echoed throughout the cave. I was breathing heavily. I felt like I used up all the air in my lungs.
あんたが何も知らないのは本当だと思う。あんた自身、ばあさんに真の意味で信頼を得ていたのは怪しいからね。でも、ばあさんが本当に私のけじめでサトシ君を許したかはわからないよ。アマちゃんのあんたに本当のところを打ち明けるわけもない。
She wouldn't have told you the truth. The hag didn't keep her promise. She said she'd forgive everyone, but she lied. I don't know. I don't know, Shion. I don't know what's going on. You were supposed to torture her and figure it out, but you didn't do it right. She died too fast. It's not even on you. I mean, you had to stun gun her, right? She didn't forgive Satoshi-kun. Oh, wait. She said she'd forgive everyone, but she lied. She didn't forgive. I'm sorry. Okay, you go ahead. You do your thing. My fault.
返してサトシ君。
Yo, Satoshi would not want a piece of your pie after all that's happened. Oh wait, you whipped your dead grandma so much that her hair was all over you? Yeah, I'ma just grab Satoko and peace.
返
I kicked the hag's leg repeatedly. Each time I kicked, the wheelchair made a squeaky noise. I ran out of breath and kneeled down. Mion was still covering her ears and was now shaking. There were tears in her eyes.
怖がらせちゃったね。ごめんごめん。ミオンがミオンの言うように何も知らなかったならミオンはいじめないからね。安心して。でももしミオンも嘘をついていたなら仕方ない。その時はどういう目に遭わされても仕方ないよね。
Hey, there's zero way you're gonna be like. There's zero way that Shion's gonna be like, somebody did it. Let me kill the 9-year-old girl. She is the head of the family. Surely it was her. There's no way, right? There's no way. Because, like, the mayor and Rika, and then Satoko just because you hate Satoko. And then Keiichi. But then, last second, you're reminded that he's like Satoshi and you can't go through with it. But why would Mion ever pretend to be Shion in the cell? That's where I'm stuck. Why would... I'm like, I feel like I'm gaslighting myself. Like, in Chapter 2... Shion in the cell was saying Mion. That only makes sense if it's actually Shion in the cell. Why would Mion ever pretend to be Shion? Unless it was like, I get... Peon. Unless it's like, the only explanation I can think of is like that Shion's like, you're gonna pretend to be me. Lol. And if you don't, I'm gonna torture you to death. Like, something like that, but like, I don't know. Killing Rika and Satoko is just so crazy. It's so crazy. I mean, it let me forgive Mion, like, almost entirely for her being a piece of shit. I mean, you would just take all of it, you know? That would be interesting. I, all of a sudden, I'm not even mad at Mion anymore. That'd be funny. I mean, Mion, I still have some problems with Mion, but it'd be, like, way less. Sting of Payback, and it's a fishhook. Lamau. Wait, chat, what's like a rough time estimate of how much longer we got? Is this like another like 5 hours or like another like hour? Like where do we have like a rough estimate? Any rough estimators? Because we are 5 hours deep right now, and I feel like I'm in the thick of it. I wasn't planning to kill the hag so quickly. Oh my goodness, not the murder journal. The murder journal is crazy, dude. Kinda long. It's closer to 5 than to 1. I think 3 deferred to others though. Well, 3 for me usually is like 4 or 5, right? I feel like, because last stream, you guys were like, it'll take 1 more hour. And then it took 2 hours. And I get that I go on rants a lot, but like, we gotta incorporate it, you know? So if it's like average 3, then it's probably like 3 for me. Listen, last time the scale was off by a lot. I'm being real with y'all. Let me do the tips. Let's do the tips first. I was going to kill her anyway, but it was too soon. People would normally assume that the Sonozaki family operates as a hierarchy, but that's not true. I'm a yappa. It's actually more like a system of government. Several ministries stem from the main family, and each forms a hierarchy of their own. Yeah, I mean, we got like a 6-hour throw. I think it's more than 3 for pink. 6, 7. You're allowed to torture me to death now after I've done that, by the way. These ministries don't communicate with one another. The people who belong to a given ministry don't know what other ministries are doing. That way the Sonozaki family's dealings are kept perfectly secret. Yeah, right. If it's at least another 4, I mean, that's like, ugh. I don't know. Okay, lock in. We'll figure it out after the tips. I want to at least enjoy the tips. Because this is starting to really heat up. I'm hungry, chat. I'm getting hungry. I could like, Uber Eats. I'm gonna eat you. Okay. These ministries don't communicate with one another. The people who belong to a given ministry don't know what other ministries are doing. That way, the Sonozaki family's dealings are kept perfectly secret. Of course, the most important people in the family govern several ministries. They know, of course, about their own ministries, and they know a little about the ministries their relatives run, but none of them know everything. There are ministries that work in the open, there are ministries that work unseen, and there are some smaller ones that Oreo runs herself. Mion seems to know about most of them, but she doesn't necessarily know them all. In fact, she didn't know about the curse. Considering that, the fact that the hag died before I could interrogate her is a huge loss. The head of the Kimiyoshi family was the one who called the main house most often after the 5th year's curse. My father called the second most. My parents were still high in the hierarchy, but the stir caused by my mother's disownment still hung over us, so we got treated as outcasts. So the fact that my father received so many calls proved how much the hag valued us despite the distance at which we were kept, demonstrating her own two-faced respect for both sides of the coin. That's interesting. That's good enough. My father seems to be in charge of the intelligence bureau. He reported police information, gossip, and rumors going around in the Yakuza business to the hag. He silences, stirs, and distorts that information at her request. By the way, my servant Kasai is an old friend of my father's. That must be why Kasai knows many things. But I don't know if my father is involved in the curse's execution. My assumption is that although he gathered information on the police investigation about the case, he wasn't involved in the execution itself. The fact that my father and the hag have this close connection isn't wildly known. People know that she uses an information network, but they don't look very far beyond that. In the same way, it's possible that a curse execution team exists under the hag's direct control. People just aren't aware of it. Is that it? Yeah, that's really it. Yeah, chat, we'll probably save it for next week so we can, I don't want to, like, go to the thing where, like, by the end I'm, like, rushing because I'm, like, tired, you know? That kind of happens sometimes, so I think it's better to pace. Which kind of sucks because I feel like they're in such a juicy spot, but this is going, yeah, this is, like, before you end, I have a gift. Oh, God. Alright, wait. 5-minute thing. I don't know what this is. 5-minute thing. Is that too loud? It looks a little loud. Let me turn it down just a smidge. Yeah, let's see what this is. Hinamizawa Village. Okay. We're getting a little tour. No. We are not doing karaoke with Oishi and... Is that Keiichi in his school uniform? Bruh! Yo, this is not what we're doing. Okay, wait. The English kind of cooks, right? The English kind of cooks. I've been hearing that a lot. Okay. No. Look at these freaking goobers, dude. Look at your goofy camera! Look at this piss-colored camera, dude! And this piss emblem! Piss hair, piss eyes! Is this his actual actor, dude? This actually sounds like him. Can we have a talk in my car? Don't go with the car! I won't eat you? Huh? The actual voices saying this. Official character song. Hey, can we, blacklist all of these voice actors from ever getting any more work ever again in any piece of media? Thank you. Victim or culprit? I really am confused. Yeah, that's in character.
Do you know Oyashiro-sama? Yes, Hinamizawa. I kill you, you kill me. No, Hinamizawa.
I kill you, you kill me. Yes, Hinamizawa. I kill you, you kill me. No, Hinamizawa. Oh shit, she got an axe sprite? We never saw the axe sprite, I don't think. That's kind of sick. It really be like this, dude. That literally is how it feels to be playing chapter 1. I'm not even gonna kitchen with you anymore. Yo. The caterpillar! You know Yasuzama. Yes, Hinamizawa. I kill you, you kill me. No, Hinamizawa. Sorry for keeping you. Yeah, you should say that more often, bro. Dreadful. Dreadful incident. Tiring investigations. What? I'm still so mad, by the way, that the clock thing failed in chapter 1. That was such a good play. Oh, and his whole wishing people disappear thing. I don't even know what to make of any of that, dude. That was such a mess. You know Yashu-sama? Yes, Hinamizawa. I kill you, you kill me? No, Hinamizawa. Alright. Oh, Yashu-sama. Yes, Hinamizawa. I kill you, you kill me? No, Hinamizawa. They made a song over the worst duo in the game. These two together are the worst duo. Unironic. You know Yashima? Yes, Hinamizawa. I kill you, you kill me? No, Hinamizawa. You know Yashu-sama? Yes, Hinamizawa. I kill you, you kill me? No, Hinamizawa. You know, we're just looping it? Yes, Hinamizawa. I kill you, you kill me? No, Hinamizawa. You know what? I hate this song! I hate this! Everyone, all together! Yo, I don't recognize a single voice actor in this crowd. Yes, Hinamizawa! I kill you, you kill me! No, Hinamizawa! What a line. Oh, this is him dying in chapter 1. This is literally him dying.
Thank you.
Him at the end of the line, bro. Chat, should I read the comments? Chat! Chat! Do you think I should read the comments? I think I should read the comments! That's crazy. That's a crazy thing. That was insane. That was insane. I can't believe that's real. I can't believe it's real and it's the official voice actors. That's literally insane. Okay, let me make sure I've saved. Maybe we should save a 4th time. Yeah, let's read the Yay! W gift. W gift, I guess. W gift chat. Chat! That's the stream. We're gonna be back next week, Tuesday, roughly the same time for Higurashi. Tomorrow, Library of Runa. I'm in hell in Library of Runa. It's the most painful Library of Runa experience of my life. Friday, Silk Song. I'm probably gonna have to push that back early in the day because something came up that night. So, if you wait for the full chapter, I'd have filled up that subs bar. A, I don't believe you. B, it would have taken so long. And also, like, I don't want to do the tier list and stuff if I'm out of energy. Like, I want to give that my all, and I'm not going to do that after 10 hours of streaming, you know? But yeah, Silk Song on Friday, probably pretty early. I think I'm going to have to move it back a little bit. And then, I mean, that's it, right? Wait, how many times do I stream a week? Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Oh, Saturday Deltarune. We are continuing Chapter 4 of Deltarune, which has been very, very fun. We'll be continuing that on Saturday, pretty early as well. So get excited. It's fun. Having a good time. Good stuff. Shout out to the Discord, shout out to the YouTube, where I have full playlists of all the reaction series, the Higurashi playlist. all that stuff. It's been good chatting with all. I appreciate the gifted subs, the follows, the lurkers, the chatters, everything. I do really, really appreciate it. And I will be back very, very soon to continue the stuff. Check out the YouTube. If you're on the YouTube, check out the Twitch. Thank you, YouTube chat. I know I don't read you guys, but I appreciate you guys being there. Hope you're enjoying as well. Good night, chatters. Good night. Good night. I'll see some of y'all tomorrow. Hopefully many. Bye-bye.